Han Xiaoyun looked up, frowning, domain of no precepts. Han Xiaoyun seemed to sense something and looked down. Without knowing when, 6 figures walked from the other end of the road. They were all wearing dark red Nightwatcher trench coats, holding black boxes. They stepped on the thick white snow, and amidst the rustling sound they slowly approached. A breeze blew past, gently lifting the hood of the person in the lead, revealing his face. The star blade at Captain Chen Mai's waist slightly unsheathed. He pressed his hand gently on the hilt at his waist, and the next second, the star blade was fully drawn, its tip pointing directly at Han Xiaoyun. Team 136 of Cangnan City is here. Who goes there seeking death? In the snowstorm, Lin Qiye and Chen Cheng reappeared, gripping their straight blades tightly. A smile played on Chen Cheng's lips. For talking so much nonsense, you are finished now. Even at this moment, Han Xiaoyun's expression remained calm. He raised his hand, pointing at the group, and finally said calmly, 2 Chuan realm, 5 Pool realm, and 1 ordinary person. Is this all you have? Han Xiaoyun shook his finger, his eyes full of contempt. Not enough. I remember you. You are Han Xiaoyun, former captain of the Gusa City Night Watcher Squad. Captain Chen Mai calmly stated Han Xiaoyun's identity. Han Xiaoyun was slightly surprised. Someone actually still remembers me. Then I'll give you a chance. I only want those 2. If you leave now, I won't bother with you. Sister Honging slapped the black box in her hand. From within the black box, a long spear with red tassels flew out. Sister Honging grabbed the spear, pointing it directly at Han Xiaoyun. Whether it's enough or not, we'll know after we fight. Endless gray mist emerged in Chen Cheng's pupils, and his pressure was immense. The realm of mystery was fully released by him, shrouding the entire domain of no precepts. Han Xiaoyun looked around at the gray mist, his brows slightly furrowed. This is a bit troublesome, he murmured. I said it before, you are finished. Chen Cheng's voice rang out in the gray mist, loud and clear. 5 stars please. Please leave a good review. Oh happy face. Oh chapter 56, Hall of Yama. Han Xiaoyun scanned the gray mist surrounding him. Unsurprisingly, this should be the divine ruins of that agent of the fool. He had no idea what abilities it possessed, but for now, its most obvious capability was obscuring vision, along with the concealment of presence he had just witnessed. However, a god's proxy couldn't possibly have such limited abilities. So what else was there? Without warning, Han Xiaoyun swung his long halberd. A metallic clashing sound erupted from the air beside him. Han Xiaoyun turned his head to see Sister Honging looking at him with a smile. Her long spear pressed against his halberd, leaving him unable to gain much of an advantage. Sister Honging exerted force with a swing, tapped her toes, retreated a few steps, and vanished into the gray mist once more. Han Xiaoyun's brow furrowed even deeper. Hit and run, without the slightest warning. He had only managed to block that last attack out of pure instinct. If this happened a few more times, he wouldn't be able to hold out forever, not to mention the 2 Chuan realm fighters on the other side. Han Xiaoyun looked at the surrounding gray mist. His wealth of experience quickly led him to a potential solution. As for whether it would work, he would have to test it to find out. Han Xiaoyun made a twisting gesture with his free hand. The next moment, a massive gust of wind spiraled out from him, sweeping through the entire gray mist and claiming the entire domain of no precepts. After all, compared to Qin Cheng, the area of effect of Sea Realm Han Xiaoyun's forbidden ruins was vastly larger. Quite clever. Qin Cheng stood not far from Han Xiaoyun, with the members of Team 136 beside him. Although Han Xiaoyun's great wind disaster could not affect the realm of mystery in the slightest, nor would it cause the gray mist to be blown away, this move by Han Xiaoyun was effectively using offense as defense. As soon as anyone left their concealed state, they would inevitably be affected by the gale. Even if they weren't blown away, it would be absolutely impossible for them to approach Han Xiaoyun easily. Therefore, this move by Han Xiaoyun was the optimal solution under the current circumstances. If they were to just drag this out, between a Sea Realm and a Pool Realm fighter, how could Qin Cheng possibly outlast Han Xiaoyun? Captain Chen Mai remarked, after all, he is the former captain of the Gusa team. His intelligence is not low. Sister Honging frowned. Then what do we do now, Captain? Are we just going to drag this out? But Chen Cheng can't outlast him. Captain Chen Mai's aura began to turn cold. He stared at Han Xiaoyun and spoke slowly. I know full well that Chen Cheng can't outlast him. That's why we have to face him head-on now. This was his plan all along, to force us into a direct confrontation. From here on, Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan and I will hold him from the front, and you all will provide support from the flanks. Captain Chen Mai whispered the plan. Chen Cheng stood to the side, his ferryman emitting a faint glow. On the ground shrouded in grey mist, several snake-eye patterns quietly appeared. Plan start. Captain Chen Mai was the first to charge forward. His forbidden ruins manifested around him, and a faint, eerie light appeared in his eyes. The instant Chen Cheng hid the grey mist, a large black circle began to emerge beneath Captain Chen Mai's feet, expanding at an astonishing speed. Above this black forbidden ruins, the outline of a blood-red palace loomed behind Captain Chen Mai. At the very top of this blood-red palace, on its plaque, 3 chilling characters were clearly written, Hall of Yama. Upon seeing this plaque, Han Xiaoyun's expression turned serious for the first time. Even the peculiarity of Chen Cheng's grey mist had only made him frown. The pressure and shock this plaque brought him even surpassed the first time he met that whisper. Han Xiaoyun said, somewhat shocked, Black Impermanence. You are Captain Chen Mai. Captain Chen Mai raised an eyebrow, but he didn't stop his movements. In an instant, he arrived in front of Han Xiaoyun and swung his star blade upward. Han Xiaoyun reacted quickly, swinging his halberd to block the strike. A bright light suddenly erupted around him. Chen Cheng appeared abruptly by his side and swung a blade as well. Han Xiaoyun had no choice but to forcefully parry Captain Chen Mai's strike, then pivot his halberd to block Chen Cheng. After failing to land a hit, Chen Cheng vanished again, appearing in the distance the next moment. Captain Chen Mai swung his blade again. This time, Han Xiaoyun did not block it. Instead, he retreated a few steps, letting Captain Chen Mai's blade strike empty air. Aren't you supposed to be in Shangjing City? Why are you in a small city like Tsangnan? The questions in Han Xiaoyun's heart had sprouted like bamboo shoots after the rain the moment he saw Black Impermanence, but Captain Chen Mai had no intention of answering him at all. I felt like it. Captain Chen Mai said flatly, and together with Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan who had arrived by his side, they pressed forward. The two attacked from left and right, forcing Han Xiaoyun to block. A whistling sound came from behind his head again. Han Xiaoyun knew without turning around that it was Chen Cheng again, because within his field of vision, only Chen Cheng had suddenly vanished. Han Xiaoyun snorted coldly, and a gale once again swept around him, or perhaps this time, it could be called a storm. If the previous gust was level 10, this current storm was level 11. It not only forced Chen Cheng behind him to teleport away, but even without actively attacking, it forcefully pushed back both Captain Chen Mai and Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan. Han Xiaoyun turned his body, resting his long halberd behind his back, and looked at them. You all are really troublesome, but that is all you are, troublesome. Captain Chen Mai steadied himself and looked coldly at Han Xiaoyun. Ignoring Han Xiaoyun's taunt, he turned to instruct the others behind him. Prioritize safety. The Great Wind disaster has great lethality in such enclosed spaces. Be careful not to be too reckless. Sister Hong Ying and the others nodded to show they understood. Captain Chen Mai and Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan exchanged a glance and launched another attack on Han Xiaoyun. Han Xiaoyun spun his halberd. This time, he no longer defended passively but took the initiative to move forward, single-handedly holding off the attacks of both men. Chen Cheng turned and spoke a few words to Lin Chiya. The latter nodded, and Chen Cheng vanished from his spot once again. Han Xiaoyun naturally noticed Chen Cheng's disappearance. Since the first sneak attack, he had been keeping an eye on Chen Cheng, and even now, while fighting Captain Chen Mai and the other simultaneously, he still split some of his attention to watch Chen Cheng. Han Xiaoyun diverted even more attention to Chen Cheng. His great wind disaster was already primed and ready. The moment Chen Cheng appeared, or an attack came from a third party, the great wind disaster would be unleashed instantly to give them a surprise. Captain Chen Mai noticed Han Xiaoyun's distraction, and unconsciously quickened his movements. If he could take him down in one fell swoop while Han Xiaoyun was distracted, that would naturally be best, but if not, he had to attract more of his attention. After all, he had many teammates behind him, while Han Xiaoyun was alone. Sister Honging raised her long spear, which was wreathed in fire snakes. She stood to the side, ready to seize an opportunity to advance at any moment. Ling Xian lay on the rooftop, searching for the best opportunity. And standing at the very back, Lin Chiye's eyes were quietly dyed with a touch of black. A layer of extreme darkness rapidly spread out with him as the center. Lin Chiye did not expand it to the maximum all at once, but consciously enveloped the three people, Captain Chen Mai and the others who were still entangled in battle. Han Xiaoyun lost his vision in an instant. Knowing the danger, he decisively whipped up the great wind disaster again. The gale howled past, like an invisible giant hand forcefully tearing open the surrounding black curtain. The view around Han Xiaoyun became clear, but he became even more vigilant, his long halberd held firmly in front of him. The curtain dissipated. The members of Team 136 had vanished, and even the two Captain Chen Mai and the other who had been in front of him were nowhere to be seen. More importantly, his great wind disaster could not possibly have torn open the opponent's forbidden ruins. 57 Chapter 57 General. Even with his vision illuminated, Han Xiaoyun's vigilance did not decrease, but rather increased. That agent of the fool was truly too annoying. Gray mist, stealth, teleportation, and other abilities. Even though only he and Captain Chen Mai were left, Han Xiaoyun knew he wouldn't have it easy. Han Xiaoyun took a deep breath. He had truly had enough. Regardless of whether they could hear him or not, he murmured to the air, "You guys are really impressive, I mean it, but you're still lacking a little something. Next, you will witness the true great wind disaster." After Han Xiaoyun finished speaking, he flicked the long halberd in his hand, driving it deep into the ground. Subsequently, he was lifted by the wind and slowly rose into the sky. At this moment, the domain of no precepts changed, the raging snowstorm suddenly stopped. This space seemed to be isolated and the wind. Han Xiaoyun hovered in the sky. To him, the scene on the ground was now completely visible, yet there was still no sign of Team 136, as if they didn't care about him at all. Han Xiaoyun sighed and slowly spoke, "Once this great wind disaster takes shape, the resulting gale will instantly destroy the domain of no precepts, and its destructive power will be enough to ruin half of Songnan City. This is also your last chance. If you cannot stop me, perhaps you will be fine, but more than half of the people in Songnan will die in this great wind disaster. Your time is running out." He said the last sentence very softly, as if reminding them of something, yet there was still no response from the ground. Han Xiaoyun frowned. Could it be that Team 136 didn't care about Songnan City at all? But doubts aside, Han Xiaoyun's movements did not slow down in the slightest. He positioned his hands in front of his chest to form a circle, and within this circle, a small, deep blue dot slowly took shape. This was an eye of the wind, the eye of a hurricane capable of destroying half of Songnan City. In the hidden world at this moment, Captain Chen Mai looked anxiously at the wind eye in Han Xiaoyun's hand. If it was truly as Han Xiaoyun said, then once this gale formed, the domain of no precepts would definitely not be able to contain it. By then, half of Songnan City might truly be destroyed. But despite his anxiety, he did not take any action, and the members of Team 136 beside him were the same. Although they were all anxious inside, they did not make any moves to try and stop it, because before Han Xiaoyun condensed the wind eye, Chen Cheng had already told them that Han Xiaoyun would definitely do this, and that they didn't need to do anything, someone would handle it. Chen Cheng watched calmly as the wind eye grew larger, silently muttering in his heart, "Shen Qingzhu, it's all up to you." Although he had previously said he had seen the world line, and knew that Shen Qingzhu's air control was the nemesis of the great wind disaster, and that the wind eye which left Team 136 helpless would eventually be solved by a snap of Shinchingju's fingers. Yet he was still uneasy. He performed a divination in front of the members of Team 136, both to make them believe, and to put his own mind at ease. Even if he knew the content, he still couldn't rest easy until he was certain. The final result was good heads, it would be solved. Perhaps having heard Chen Cheng's inner voice, Shinchingju, who had already arrived outside the domain of no precepts, inexplicably stopped. He looked with confusion toward the direction where the wind eye was condensing. After hesitating for a moment, without even knowing why, he snapped his fingers. The next moment the wind stopped. The wind eye in Han Xiaoyun's hand vanished abruptly, and even the gale that had been supporting him disappeared suddenly. A bewildered Han Xiaoyun fell from the sky. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he grabbed the long halberd that was originally stuck in the ground, preparing to use his strength to force a stop. On the ground, an eerie snake-eye pattern emerged, staring at him fixedly like a vicious viper. The next moment, the pattern lit up, and Qinqing appeared upon it, swinging his star blade toward Han Xiaoyun. Han Xiaoyun's pupils constricted. Isn't this Medusa's ability? How do you? Before he could finish his sentence, several figures appeared around Qinqing, Captain Chenmai, with the Hall of Yama standing behind him, and enveloped in darkness, Sister Hongying, holding a red-tasseled spear wreathed in rose-colored flames, Lin Chiya, with one pupil dark and the other bright, holding his star blade, and Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan, who looked ordinary but concealed profound mysteries. Qin Cheng's lips curled up, and his voice echoed in Han Xiaoyun's ear, soft yet shocking. Han Xiaoyun, checkmate. Han Xiaoyun's inevitable death was sealed. After that, it was up to Instructor Yuan Gang, who had broken open the domain of no precepts, to handle the remaining matters. Qin Cheng and Lin Chiya walked along the street with no particular destination, just wanting to relax before the training camp. You knew all along that Cool Brother would be the one to solve it. Or did you know it would be solved, but not specifically how? After seeing Shinchingju later, Lin Chiya realized who Qinqing meant when he said someone would handle it. The principle of the Great Wind Disaster is essentially controlling gales, and the formation of wind requires air. Shinchingju's air control functions to control air. It's a perfect match. Therefore, even though Han Xiaoyun is in the sea realm, and Shinchingju is only in the pool realm, in terms of forbidden ruins, Shinchingju firmly held the upper hand over Han Xiaoyun. Perhaps this is also why air control could be ranked 068, while the Great Wind Disaster could only be 079. Qinqing flipped a coin in his hand, tossing it up and down from time to time. This time it wasn't for divination, but purely for fun. Regarding Lin Chiya's question, Qinqing only tossed out one sentence. I can only divine partial fragments, not the whole picture. But coincidentally, the content I divined was exactly what we would encounter and how it would be resolved. It was obvious that Qinqing had known all along. In other words, Qinqing had never been surprised by Han Xiaoyun's actions from the very beginning. And the reason why the two of them didn't just escape after hiding in the secret space was because Qinqing had told Lin Chiya that Team 136 would come, and that this incident would be resolved, so Lin Chiya had stayed behind. Being your enemy is truly miserable, Lin Chiya remarked with a sigh. With the ability to divine in advance, one could basically know all information beforehand. Playing against someone who doesn't know your abilities is all about exploiting the information gap. Moreover, through the battle with Han Xiaoyun, Lin Chiya also saw the terrifying nature of Qinqing's support abilities, the occasional concealment, the divination of information, and now the addition of Medusa's teleportation, which could harass the enemy from time to time. Not to mention how he fared in direct combat, at least in terms of support, Lin Chiya believed that no one could surpass Qinqing, not even those of a higher realm. Qinqing ignored what Lin Chiya was thinking, and instead looked left and right, seemingly searching for something. After walking for a distance, Qinqing stopped, his gaze lingering on a shop. Lin Chiya followed his line of sight. Sweet Time Shop. Chapter 58, Awarding Medals. Ring ring. A shrill, piercing whistle sounded throughout the training camp. Qinqing, who had already woken up, stood at the door of Lin Chiya's dormitory and knocked gently, thump, thump, thump. The door was opened by Bailey Pang Pang. Seeing it was Chen Cheng, the sleepy-eyed Bailey Pang Pang stepped aside. Through the gap in the door, Chen Cheng could see that Lin Chia was almost ready, and even Pang Pang was already washing up. "We'll wait for you outside," Chen Cheng said before closing the door himself. Bailey Pang Pang stared blankly at the now-closed door, then turned to look at Lin Chia, both of them seeing the confusion in the other's eyes. It didn't take long for Bailey Pang Pang and Lin Chia to push the door open and walk out, running straight into Chen Cheng and Qiao Yuan, who had been waiting at the entrance. The four of them didn't say much and hurried to the training ground. On the way, Bailey Pang Pang kept yawning. After sleeping at the Lovers' Hotel for so many days, he still found the training camp's bed more comfortable, though getting up so early meant he couldn't get enough sleep. By the time the four of them arrived at the training ground, the remaining recruits had also arrived one after another. They were no longer dragging their feet, as they had in the early days of the training camp, but were instead neat and swift. The recruits looked up and discovered that it wasn't just Instructor Hong standing on the martial arts platform. Beside him were all the other instructors. Instructor Yuan Gang was also among them, standing in the frontmost position, and looking down at the crowd below. Bailey Pang Pang counted them and looked a bit puzzled. "Chia, aren't there a few instructors missing?" Lin Chia nodded. 3 are missing. He had previously suspected that there were traitors among the instructors. It seemed that during the break, these 3 traitors had been ferreted out, either killed on the spot or sent to the Night Watch or military court for judgment. Chen Cheng was still wearing the gray ferryman on his hand. After all, the soul of a god's proxy was not easy to find. Moreover, what Instructor Yuan Gang had originally said was to find a suitable soul based on his own divination. This could only be considered an accident and didn't count. Aside from that, Chen Cheng still had 2 full souls in his possession. On the platform, Instructor Yuan took a step forward. The recruits below clearly saw the various medals of different colors pinned to his body. Only then did some of the recruits notice that all the instructors were dressed very formally today, with varying numbers of medals pinned to their military uniforms as well. Instructor Yuan took a breath and spoke slowly, "This morning's morning training is cancelled." The recruits below were stunned. If it was cancelled, why summon them here? Soon, Instructor Yuan followed up with the next sentence, which resolved the recruits' confusion but made them all gasp just like Instructor Yuan had. "Today's assembly is mainly to award medals to some of you." "Award medals? Among us?" The recruits began to whisper among themselves. They were just a bunch of recruits who hadn't even left the training camp yet. Could some of them actually be awarded medals? Amidst the discussion, someone turned to look at Chen Cheng, who was standing at the very front. During the bus attack, most of them had realized that it was those gray mists that had saved them, and the owner of the gray mists was undoubtedly the greatest contributor. Therefore, if anyone was most likely to be awarded a medal, it could only be him. Considering that some of you may not be familiar with the specific forms and awarding standards of the medals, I will introduce them to you now. First is the Spark Medal, which is the easiest to obtain. As long as you have completed a large-scale supernatural entity clearing mission, or protected a large number of civilians, you can obtain it. Next is the Starlight Medal. After the introduction, Instructor Yuan coughed twice. Next, I will announce the list of those to be awarded medals. Chen Cheng. It really was him. The recruits who had already guessed this nodded inwardly, some even thinking about whether to find an opportunity to thank Chen Cheng, as he had saved their lives after all. Instructor Yuan glanced at Chen Cheng, who was standing in front, and continued. Before the missile attack occurred, he acted decisively, using his divine ruins to protect his companions on the bus. In the end, there were no casualties, preserving the future seeds of the Night Watcher. In the Tsongnan City terrorist attack, he cooperated with Lin Chia to kill the god's proxy codenamed Snake Woman, from the ancient god church, who was also the mastermind behind the missile attack. Afterward, together with the arriving Team 136, he cooperated to kill the 13th seat of the ancient god church believers, Han Xiaoyun. Following a joint decision by the Night Watch High Command, we hereby award Qincheng the Star Medal. As soon as the final two words Star Medal were spoken, not only the recruits below but even some of the instructors on the platform gasped. What was the concept of a Star Medal? It was the premier medal below the Star C Medal. In a situation where the Star C Medal was rare, the Star Medal could already be considered the highest honor. How many night watchers had gone their whole lives without ever receiving a Star Medal? And now, it was about to be pinned onto a recruit who hadn't even left the training camp. But they were only shocked, no one questioned the authenticity of this award. Thinking back on Qincheng's actions saving the training camp recruits, killing the ancient god church's god's proxy, and the believer's 13th seat, these acts destined his medal to be high. In fact, just looking at saving the training camp recruits alone, Qincheng was fully worthy of the Star Medal. Adding the two subsequent events, this Star Medal was a certainty. Qincheng, come up to receive your medal. Instructor Yuan Gang took out a small black box and said, looking at Qincheng. Under the gaze of everyone, Qincheng walked onto the martial arts platform. Instructor Yuan opened the black box, inside of which lay a deep blue star medal. The main body of the medal was inlaid with a crystal that shone brilliantly. Instructor Yuan solemnly pinned the medal onto Qincheng. After receiving the medal, Qincheng took a step back and gave a standard military salute to Instructor Yuan, who returned a similarly standard military salute. The second one, Lin Chiya. Qincheng turned to look at Lin Chiya, flashed him a smile, and walked off the platform, while Lin Chiya walked up, brushing past Qincheng. In the Tsangnan City attack, Lin Chiya cooperated with Qincheng to kill the Snake Woman, and together with the subsequently arriving Team 136, killed the believer's 13th seat. The final decision is to award Lin Chiya the Starlight Medal. Lin Chiya turned around to face Instructor Yuan. Instructor Yuan took the Starlight Medal belonging to him out of the black box. Unlike the Star Medal, the central gem of the Starlight Medal was a dark red, and the edges were woven with faint, dark gold threads. After Instructor Yuan pinned the medal onto Lin Chiya, he patted Lin Chiya on the shoulder. Lin Chiya took a deep breath and also gave a standard military salute to Instructor Yuan. Lin Chiya's medal ceremony concluded, and he slowly walked off the platform. Behind him came Instructor Yuan's third announcement, the third one, Xinqingzhu. Before the Eye of the Great Wind disaster could fully form, he eliminated it in time, saving half of Tsangnan City from destruction. Hereby, we award him the Starlight Medal. 59 Chapter 59 Acrobatics Chapter 59, Acrobatics. Xinqingzhu didn't react for a moment. He looked up and after receiving confirmation from Instructor Yuan, he walked onto the stage in a daze, accepted the Starlight Medal in a daze, and walked off the stage in a daze. Just like last time, he inexplicably snapped his fingers. When Xinqingzhu stepped off the stage, his lackeys gathered around, chattering excitedly about the Starlight Medal. Damn, Brother Shin is awesome. Brother Shin, how did you manage to earn a Starlight Medal while making money? Brother Shin, what's going on? Brother Shin, Brother Shin. Although Xinqingzhu was just as confused as his lackeys, seeing their excited expressions, he feigned indifference and raised his head proudly. It's just a Starlight Medal. I'll definitely be able to get something even more awesome than this in the future. Brother Shin is awesome. The lackeys didn't doubt Xinqingzhu's words. In their hearts, Xinqingzhu was omnipotent. In the process of using our forbidden ruins, the most important evaluation criteria can be roughly divided into three categories. On the training ground, Instructor Hong stood with his hands behind his back, explaining the knowledge of forbidden ruins to the recruits. After finishing, Instructor Hong waved his hand, and two instructors behind him brought up two large boxes and placed them at his feet. Instructor Hong bent down, opened the box, and took out a silver wristwatch. This is your training device. We all call it ACE, but in our spare time, we prefer to call it the acrobatics trigger. Once you put it on, it will automatically activate and release a continuous, tiny electric current 24 hours a day. These currents won't harm you, but they will stimulate your muscles, forcing you to perform some unimaginable and bizarre movements that you wouldn't even think of. When he said this, Instructor Hong revealed the same expression he had during the extreme training at Jinan Mountain. Your next task is to continuously supply spiritual power to resist this current for 24 hours a day. You cannot take it off even while eating or sleeping. If the spiritual power you output doesn't match the frequency of the current will instantly flow through your body. As I said before, it won't harm you, but it will definitely make you lose face. A word of advice, the frequency of the current sent by this watch will change, which means you also need to change the intensity of your spiritual power output. This requires you to turn the control of your spiritual power into an instinct. Once there is a mistake, you get it. Now line up and come get your watches one by one. Following Instructor Hong's order, everyone walked up to the stage to receive their own watches. They all found this new gadget quite novel, and couldn't wait to start fiddling with it once they got it. Chen Cheng put on the watch immediately after receiving it. Under his control, nothing happened. Instructor Hong was stunned for a moment, and as he locked eyes with Chen Cheng, who had just looked up, he seemed to see a hint of provocation in Chen Cheng's eyes. Chen Cheng pressed the watch, took it off, and fiddled with it casually. The reason this thing had no effect on Chen Cheng was largely due to the clown. The clown had greatly improved his physical coordination, and combined with several months of adaptation, Chen Cheng's control over his spiritual power was now at a very high level. It might not be as high as his physical coordination, but it was definitely higher than the recruits in this training camp, and even some of the instructors. Therefore, this little gadget used for practicing spiritual power was useless to Chen Cheng. However, watching others getting shocked was quite amusing. When Chen Cheng turned around, he happened to see Bailey Pang Pang jump and flip, perfectly executing a high-intensity 360-degree rotation. Afterward, Bailey Pang Pang looked like he had drunk a whole bucket of energy drink, unable to stop. Under the incredulous gazes of Lin Chiye and Chao Yuan, Bailey Pang Pang performed backflip after backflip, moving toward the cafeteria at an extremely fast speed. Other recruits also began to put on their watches. Unsurprisingly, they also started performing one acrobatic stunt after another, each different. Doing somersaults was already the simplest. Now, some recruits had started doing flares, spinning around in the crowd of recruits at high speed, and even knocking over a few recruits who had just finished a somersault. Lin Chiye's mouth twitched slightly as he put on his watch. As expected, he did a somersault, but he didn't continue flipping. He promptly channeled his spiritual power to resist the current. He sighed and saw Chen Cheng standing idly by. In his memory, this guy didn't seem to have flipped even once, and he didn't look troubled at all. He had a feeling that this guy had known about it all along. Don't tell me you even divined this. Lin Chiye couldn't help but ask about the doubt in his heart. Chen Cheng quickly shook his head. I'm not that bored. It's just that my level of spiritual power control is already high, so it's not difficult. Lin Chiye turned back, half believing and half doubting, and stopped looking at Chen Cheng. Instructor Hong on the stage nodded with satisfaction. There are more people doing somersaults this year. According to data from previous years, most recruits had to flip several times before they could stop. There were almost none who could adapt after just one or two somersaults like Lin Chiye and Chao Yuan, and absolutely none like Chen Cheng, who didn't flip a single time, and even had the mood to provoke the instructor. Instructor Hong clapped his hands. All right, dismissed. In the cafeteria, the recruits sat upright, unable to bring themselves to eat the food in front of them, looking conflicted as if what was before them were monsters. Lin Chiye looked at Bailey Pang Pang helplessly. Bailey Pang Pang looked pitiful. Just a moment ago, Bailey Pang Pang had summoned his courage, and was about to eat a piece of meat when he suddenly did a backflip. The meat fell. Bailey Pang Pang, Chiye, feed me _ Lin Chiye sighed, picked up a piece of meat, and held it to Bailey Pang Pang's mouth. Bang, bang, bang. In the shooting range, Bailey Pang Pang looked serious, wearing explosion-proof goggles and earmuffs. With every movement of his finger, a target ring was hit. 10 rings, 10 rings, 10 rings. Bailey Pong Pong's shooting skills were unexpectedly good. 3 bullets, every one hit the 10-ring mark, not a single one missed the target. Bailey Pang Pang blew on the muzzle of his gun with a cocky attitude and struck a helpless pose. As shooting training is nothing special. He walked to a chair leisurely, sat down, crossed his legs, and took a big gulp of water. Miss, miss, miss. 3 consecutive sounds of missing the target rang out, as if echoing Bailey Pong Pong's 10 rings. Bailey Pang Pang looked up and saw Lin Chia put down his gun with a livid expression. Chapter 60, Meditation. Bailey Pang Pang and Chow Yuan stared with their mouths wide open at Lin Chia, who had missed all 3 shots. Lin Chia sighed, turned his head, and glared fiercely at them. Bailey Pang Pang and Chow Yuan turned their heads away sheepishly, just in time to see Qin Cheng putting down his gun. The two looked at Qin Cheng's results. Missed the target 2 points, 1 point. Well, not much better than Lin Chia. Qin Cheng put down the gun in his hand, and began to seriously consider whether he should ask the instructor to swap some of his other time for shooting practice. With his current sequence, he didn't have many combat skills until reaching the magician level. He relied solely on his star blade and the combat techniques he had practiced. However, if he encountered someone with extremely high physical fitness, he could easily get into trouble, so he still needed to practice some long-range attack methods. It seems like we haven't seen Instructor Gu much lately. Bailey Pang Pang touched his chin, suddenly remembering Instructor Gu, who had been missing for a long time. Chow Yuan nodded as well. It does seem like we haven't seen much of him since last time. Who knows where he went? Chen Cheng looked silently at Lin Chia. According to his memory, Instructor Gu should be in the mental hospital at this time, and the culprit was none other than Lin Chia. In order to save Merlin Hermes, he had asked Instructor Gu a few questions, and ended up sending him to the mental hospital. Lin Chia rubbed his nose. He always felt like someone was talking behind his back. The dormitory building was unexpectedly quiet today. Unlike usual, there were no bells, no whistles, and no shouting from instructors. All there was a carnival presented to the new recruits. Qin Cheng stood at the doorway, looking down at the quiet training camp. Downstairs, Molly and a few others had already woken up, and were practicing on their own. They didn't care why the instructor hadn't blown the whistle yet, since the instructor wasn't training them, they would train themselves. However, only he knew that a carnival had quietly begun. He walked to the door of Lin Chia's dormitory, and was about to knock, but the door was opened from the inside first. Lin Chia's face appeared through the gap. What's going on? Why are there no bells today? Qin Cheng shook his head. I don't know, I just woke up too. But whatever the situation, we'll know once we take a look. Maybe the instructor suddenly had a change of heart, and is letting us sleep in. Lin Chia nodded. He had already washed up and was ready, but behind him, Bailey Pang Pang was still fast asleep. Lin Chia smacked a slipper onto Bailey Pong Pong's face, but Bailey Pang Pang just rolled over with a red mark on his face, and continued to sleep soundly. Lin Chia frowned and was about to smack him with the slipper again, but Qin Cheng, who had walked in, stopped him. Don't bother. Something is wrong with Pang Pang. Lin Chia stopped and looked closely at the sleeping Bailey Pang Pang. Lin Chia thought for a moment, grabbed the watch on Bailey Pong Pong's wrist, and forcibly injected a large amount of spiritual power into it. The watch was activated, and an electric current instantly flowed through Bailey Pong Pong's entire body. The situation he imagined, where Bailey Pang Pang would be shocked into getting up, did not happen. Bailey Pang Pang did react, but only his body reacted. His eyes remained tightly closed, and he just stood up mechanically as if controlled by some force, then walked around aimlessly. Lin Chia instantly had a guess, a spiritual type. Forbidden ruins. Lin Chia turned his head to look at Qin Cheng, and told him his guess. The latter nodded. Let's go see how the other dorms are doing. It shouldn't be just Pang Pang who got hit. Lin Chia pushed open the door. The hallway was already crowded with a dozen people. Qin Cheng followed closely behind Lin Chia as they walked out. They turned their heads simultaneously upon hearing the sound. Xinqingzhu, who was among them, walked up after seeing Lin Qiye and Qin Cheng. Something is wrong with the training camp. Several of my underlings can't get up for no reason, and when we try to force them awake, they act as if they are being controlled. We just discussed it, and the other dorms, or even most of the dorms, are like this. Has anyone gone to find the instructors? People went to look a long time ago, but it's as if the instructors have vanished into thin air. We can't find a single instructor, not even Instructor Yuan, who has the highest rank. Lin Qiye had some guesses, and his heart was no longer filled with worry. It should be the final test mentioned before. Xinqingzhu also realized, you mean? That's right. This should be a test arranged by the instructors for us, with the goal of seeing how we handle unexpected situations. Are you sure? Not sure, but there's no other reason for this. Otherwise, with so many instructors and Instructor Yuan being at the Sea Realm level, if the enemy encountered was capable of influencing Instructor Yuan silently, there would be no reason for them not to influence us. Besides, don't we still have Qin Cheng? Lin Qiye turned to look at Qin Cheng, and Xinqingzhu also remembered Qin Cheng's divination ability. By the time he turned his head, Qin Cheng had already tossed a coin and caught it in his hand. Qin Cheng looked down at the pattern on the coin. The coin had originally been lying in his hand, but as Qin Cheng lowered his head, it seemed to be controlled by threads, rolling on its own and falling from his hand. Qin Cheng frowned, it's a bit blurry. I can't be sure what exactly is going on. My divination has been influenced by someone. Lin Qiye's expression turned grim. Even divination, which had never failed before, was influenced. If this really wasn't a test, then how terrifying must the enemy be? Qin Cheng continued his divination, but this time, he was no longer holding a coin. Under the gaze of everyone, he walked back to his dormitory, and before closing the door, he only left behind one sentence, wait for a moment. Lin Qiye had seen Qin Cheng's dream divination before, so he didn't say anything more. The others, seeing that Lin Qiye wasn't intervening, didn't probe further either. After all, everyone in the training camp knew that the four of them, Lin Qiye, Qin Cheng, Bailey Pang Pang, and Qiao Yuan, were always together. If they didn't say anything, then it meant there was nothing wrong. Qin Cheng walked into the dormitory. Qiao Yuan had already woken up but had stayed in the dorm and hadn't gone out. What's the situation outside? Qiao Yuan had heard the noise outside and knew that something had happened, but he didn't know the specific details. Qin Cheng explained the situation to him concisely, then walked to his own bed. I'm going to sleep for a while. Don't worry about me, just wait for me. Qiao Yuan nodded. Although he didn't know what Qin Cheng was planning to do, since he wanted to sleep under these circumstances, there must be a reason. Qin Cheng lay on the bed, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to slowly outline a pattern in his mind. It was a giant round eye in the sky, with bloodshot pupils and nothing else. There was only that single, lonely round eye hanging in the sky. However, behind the round eye, there was a thread vaguely connected to it. This was Qin Cheng's meditation image. Although it was a bit chaotic, it clearly met the conditions required for meditation. Thus he maintained it, and now, he used this meditation to forcibly put himself to sleep. 61 Chapter 61 Trading Chapter 61 Transaction. Qin Cheng fell asleep successfully while meditating. In less than 10 seconds, Qiao Yuan saw Qin Cheng's breathing become steady, and he fell into a deep sleep. Is his sleep quality this good? Qiao Yuan looked at Qin Cheng in confusion, but he didn't think too much about it. Images played before Qin Cheng's eyes like a film strip. In reality, Qin Cheng was already asleep, so he had arrived in the world of divination. Through the images, Qin Cheng saw a few places he needed. In the quiet cafeteria, a massive spider was clinging to the wall. Beside it, cobwebs covered the cafeteria, and several corpses lay on the ground. It was devouring one of them. In the corridor of the dormitory building, there was a harsh sound of a blade scraping the ground. A tall man was carrying a decapitated broadsword, walking through the corridor. The moon was covered in blood, and above his neck, there was no head, only a blank void. In a certain room, a strangely shaped magic cube was floating in the air. Even though there was no one around it, it would turn from time to time. As it turned, the space was altered. Chen Cheng sat up abruptly, startling Chao Yuan, who had been sitting to the side. What did you get? Information. Chen Cheng answered simply, rolled out of bed and walked out. Although Chao Yuan was somewhat confused, he still followed. What results did you get? Seeing Chen Cheng walk out with an excited look, Lin Qiye immediately stepped forward to ask. Chen Cheng briefly described the images he had divined and stated his guess. Those should be the enemies currently in the training camp. Now that we don't know if it's a test, since we have some clues, let's take a look first. Lin Qiye nodded, agreeing with Chen Cheng's statement. He turned his head to look at the people behind him. What about you all? Without hesitation, they all supported Chen Cheng's plan. After all, one was a god's proxy, the other was also a god's proxy, and there was also the star medal. The two were definitely the most undisputed leaders right now. Then let's go together. We'll go get our weapons first. Chen Cheng rushed out first. Lin Qiye reacted and followed closely behind. Behind them, a dozen people huddled together, following closely behind them. In the monitoring room, Instructor Hong marked a +10 on the list in his hand for both the Chen Cheng column and the Lin Qiye column. Clear logic, clear plan, not bad. Instructor Yuan smiled. I didn't expect this kid to be such a good actor. Instructor Hong looked at Instructor Yuan Gang curiously. What do you mean by acting? Instructor Yuan Gang pointed at Chen Cheng, who was running at the front. This kid, his divination was something I explained in advance, telling him not to reveal the test information. The day before the test began, Instructor Yuan Gang met with Chen Cheng alone. I called you here today to tell you something. Instructor Yuan Gang came straight to the point, not giving Chen Cheng a chance to ask questions. In a few days, there will be a surprise test. It will also be your final test. By then, I believe there will definitely be smart people who guess that it is a test. Lin Qiye understands your abilities and is smart, so he will naturally be the first to think of it, and he will most likely come to you for confirmation. I don't need anything else, you just need to deny it, or blur their guesses when they come to you for confirmation. Chen Cheng raised his eyebrows. He had known about the test for a long time, and he had guessed that Instructor Yuan Gang might come to find him. However, he didn't expect Instructor Yuan Gang to be so direct, not afraid that he would tell the recruits the situation directly, and he didn't give him any vague instructions. Seeming to see through Chen Cheng's thoughts, Instructor Yuan Gang smiled. I can also roughly guess what you are thinking. But there's no other way. After all, if I don't tell you in advance, when you divine it, you might just tell the recruits. It's over, everyone knows now. How can we test them then? When Instructor Yuan Gang finished speaking, he spread his hands, making a helpless expression. So letting you know alone is better than letting everyone know. Chen Cheng nodded, understanding Instructor Yuan Gang's worries. Fine, I agree. But I'm curious, how will my score be calculated in the end? Instructor Yuan Gang took out a list with the names of every recruit, including Chen Cheng, Lin Qiye, and Bailey Pang Pang. We will judge based on your adaptability. After all, it is still a bit difficult to always pretend not to know in front of so many people, and this time, it's not that simple. When Instructor Yuan Gang said the last sentence, he showed a meaningful smile. Chen Cheng returned a big smile. Okay, is there a reward? What do you want? Instructor Yuan Gang put on an, I knew you would be like this expression. Chen Cheng returned to his normal expression. I don't want much, just a small request. Oh, let's hear it. Besides the cloak, Ghost God Guide, and Star Blade, I need one extra thing. I need a complete, custom set of tarot cards. The requirement is that it be made of silver. It would be best if it looked nice. Instructor Yuan Gang raised his eyebrows. Just this. Chen Cheng nodded. Yes, just this. All right, I will apply for it to the higher-ups. If it's not successful, I will make up for it with other things. However, I don't think they will refuse such a small request. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Chen Cheng walked out of Instructor Yuan Gang's office alone. Except for the two of them, no one knew what they had said inside. Even Instructor Hong and the others only found out today. Instructor Hong clapped his hands. Truly prescient, as expected of you. After speaking, Instructor Hong gave Instructor Yuan Gang a thumbs up. After all, everyone saw the situation just now, and it was basically exactly as Instructor Yuan Gang had predicted. If Instructor Yuan Gang hadn't mentioned it in advance, maybe Chen Cheng would have really spilled everything, and then the test would end, forcing them to restart or conduct other tests. Instructor Yuan Gang lay comfortably on his chair, watching Chen Cheng on the monitor leading the recruits, walking all the way to the warehouse, taking weapons, and then turning to the cafeteria. Instructor Yuan Gang curled his lips. In front of a dozen, or even dozens, hundreds of people, always pretending, and ensuring you don't give yourself away, what would you think? At the same time, Chen Cheng indicated that it was not difficult at all. Even if Instructor Yuan Gang hadn't told him, he would have concealed it all the same to let this test continue. As for how to hide it from them. As a former faceless, coupled with his current swindler ability, lying to people was a daily routine for him. To him, it wasn't even as difficult as getting up in the morning. We're at the cafeteria. Chen Cheng stopped at the entrance of the cafeteria, looking at the tightly closed gate. Through the gate, he seemed to have already seen the supernatural entity spider inside. To him, this spider was not the most important thing. What was more important to him was the magic cube that could control space. He could use the ferryman to collect the soul of the magic cube. In this way, he would have gained another ability, which was definitely useful to him for now. As for whether it would be useful later, he would think about that then. Chapter 62, Spider Supernatural Entity. Shen Qingzhu stepped forward from the crowd, spat out a piece of chewing gum, and sent it flying toward the cafeteria door. Just as the gum was about to touch the door, Shen Qingzhu raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Amidst a massive explosion, the cafeteria door was blown to pieces. Lin Chiya kicked away a few fragments blocking the entrance, and the scene inside the cafeteria was instantly revealed to everyone. The moment they saw it, the group outside stood frozen in place. In the dim cafeteria lay several corpses with their organs hollowed out, just as Chen Cheng had foreseen. Throughout the cafeteria, spiderwebs and small spiders were visible everywhere. The entire place seemed to have turned into a spider's nest, occupied by that spider supernatural entity. This bloody scene immediately terrified several of the new recruits. Although Chen Cheng had warned them in advance, some had been standing too far back to hear, and others had come along under the assumption that this was all just a test. After facing such realistic corpses, they stood dazed, unable to believe it. Didn't they say it was a test? How could this happen? Lin Chiya's expression also darkened. In his spiritual perception, most of those corpses had faces full of fear, their eyes revealing terror, as if they had been killed before they could even react. That's Wang Li, who lived on the second floor. Someone in the crowd recognized one of the bodies and pointed it out to the others in horror. Lin Chiya looked at the corpse the recruit was pointing to and recognized him as well. Wang Li was a very talkative person, humorous and good-natured, so most people knew him. Although Lin Chiya wasn't close with him, he had met him before. This is definitely not a test. This is a terrorist attack. We need to find reinforcements. People in the crowd began to break down, unable to handle it. Lin Chiya frowned. The psychological quality of this group was too poor. He shouted, "Quiet." As soon as he said this, those few people instantly quieted down, but judging by their expressions, their minds were still far from calm. Chen Cheng stepped forward, gray mist floating around his body, shrouding the entire cafeteria and enveloping it. Inside the gray mist, Lin Chiye continued what he was saying. Most of the corpses here seem to have died recently. In other words, that supernatural entity is very likely still here. Even if it isn't, it must have left something behind, like those small spiders or those spider webs. The most important thing right now is to find that supernatural entity, not to let fear defeat our reason. Don't forget, we are about to become night watchers. Encountering a supernatural entity is normal, but we shouldn't lose our composure because of it. We have star blades, we have forbidden ruins, and we are all in the Pool realm. Even if we run into a Chuan realm, we can still fight. What is there to be afraid of? Even if we take a step back, even if the enemy is a Sea realm, or a Wuliang realm, we can still run. It seemed Lin Chiye's words had shaken them. The new recruits all calmed down one by one. Yes, they were still new recruits, but they were also night watchers. If they lost their minds whenever they encountered danger, what right did they have to become night watchers? According to my previous prediction, there is at most only one supernatural entity here. With so many of us, even if we can't defeat it, we can still run. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Cheng spoke up at this moment. The reason he activated the gray mist was because his spirituality had already given a warning. The supernatural entity had already noticed them, so he activated the gray mist for defense. According to the prediction, the spider should have been gnawing on a corpse, but since it wasn't there now, what he had seen must have been a scene from before they arrived. In other words, even if that supernatural entity had left the cafeteria, it wouldn't be too far away, otherwise, he wouldn't have received a spiritual warning. Chen Cheng's intuition told him that the supernatural entity was likely still in the cafeteria, waiting for the recruits to walk in. Under Chen Cheng's control, a certain number of snake-eye patterns appeared inside the gray mist in the cafeteria, on the floor, the walls, and even the ceiling. On Chen Cheng's hand, the gray ferryman glowed faintly. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Chiye looked at Chen Qingzhu and Chao Yuan, then at Chen Cheng, who nodded and moved to the front first. Just as the new recruits behind were preparing to follow, Lin Chiye's voice came from the front. There are too many spiderwebs ahead. Don't come up. The more people who come, the easier it will be to touch the threads. The recruits could only silently withdraw their feet. The moment he entered the cafeteria, Chen Cheng had already hidden the gray mist, no longer isolating them from being seen. If that supernatural entity couldn't see them, there was no guarantee it wouldn't suddenly run away. The moment the surrounding gray mist vanished, golden light flashed in Lin Chiye's eyes. At the same time, God's ruins of absolute darkness was unleashed, spreading out along with mortal God realm. Although his mortal God realm didn't have as large a range as Chen Cheng's, it was still enough to cover a small half of the cafeteria. Furthermore, even if that supernatural entity suddenly appeared, with the enhancement of Starry Night Dancer, he would be able to dodge quickly. Even if he couldn't, Chen Cheng was right beside him. Although the gray mist was no longer visible, he knew Realm of Mystery was still active, it was just hidden. Lin Chiye slowly walked into the cafeteria. The training over the past few days had significantly improved his body coordination. He dodged those threads with ease. He was a bit more careful with the more complex ones, but in the end, he didn't touch any of them. As he slowly walked into the cafeteria, in his spiritual perception, Chen Cheng easily dodged every hidden thread. Facing those where there was no space to walk, Chen Cheng simply tossed the star blade in his hand, applied a little force, and leaped through the gap in the air. Just as he was about to land, Chen Cheng reached out again, pressed one hand against the ground, and pushed off to complete a second leap. During the process, Chen Cheng's other hand held his hat firmly on his head to keep it from falling off. Chen Cheng was like a nimble black cat, perfectly leaping over the traps outlined by other threads and landing flawlessly. After landing, Chen Cheng reached out and caught the star blade that was still in the air. Lin Chiye, worldview undergoing reconstruction. After landing, Chen Cheng brushed off the non-existent dust from his body and adjusted his hat. His spirituality suddenly had a premonition, and he looked up at the ceiling. Lin Chiye reacted at the same time, looking up almost in sync with Chen Cheng. In the direction they both looked, a huge, grayish-white spider was clinging to the ceiling. Because the surrounding walls were also grayish-white, it blended almost perfectly into the environment. If it weren't for the fact that neither of them was relying on their eyes, they might have truly overlooked it. Lin Chiye reacted quickly, and threw the star blade in his hand with force. Chen Cheng stepped forward, and a snake-eye pattern simultaneously appeared on the ceiling next to the spider. The straight blade tore through the air at high speed, striking with an extremely fierce posture, and embedding itself firmly into the ceiling half a meter away from the spider, right where a snake-eye pattern happened to be. While everyone was a bit stunned, Chen Cheng's figure vanished. The next moment, Chen Cheng appeared beside the star blade. He violently pulled out Lin Chiye's star blade, and the star blade in his other hand was simultaneously brought forward, swinging toward the spider. Spider Supernatural Entity 63 Chapter 63 Demolition Workers. Chen Cheng's two strikes without hesitation instantly severed two of the spider's legs, and before the spider could even react, Chen Cheng vanished again, reappearing beside Lin Chiye, with a snake-eye pattern still beneath his feet. Ah! The spider suddenly let out a screech that sounded absolutely horrible. It had no additional effects, it was just noisy. Chen Cheng frowned, brought the three of them into a hidden state, and avoided the scream. After screaming for a while, the spider actually turned around without hesitation, smashed through the wall of the cafeteria, and ran away. Even though two of its legs had been severed by Chen Cheng, its speed was not slow at all, and it soon disappeared without a trace. Lin Chiye and Qiao Yuan stared blankly at the hole that had been broken open. Even Shen Qingzhu hadn't reacted in time. Only Chen Cheng, who had guessed this would happen, looked calm and retracted the surrounding realm of mystery. So, it just... Qiao Yuan pointed at the big hole, and asked uncertainly. Lin Chiye withdrew his gaze and nodded. It seems so. Lin Chiye felt completely confused right now. In his recent mental perception, after Chen Cheng's strike, the spider clearly radiated the mental pressure of a Chuan realm entity, while all four people present were only at the Pool realm. Even if it was injured by Chen Cheng, there was no reason for it to run this fast, right? Moreover, Lin Chiye looked at the corpses scattered everywhere on the ground. Shouldn't this supernatural entity be the bloodthirsty type? How could it be this cowardly? The group, having no leads, could only walk out of the cafeteria. Seeing them come out, the dozen or so people waiting outside gathered around to ask about the situation inside. Qiao Yuan took the initiative to step forward and explain the situation in as much detail as possible. Upon hearing that the spider had actually run away, the recruits found it unbelievable and speculated whether it had some kind of conspiracy. Regardless of what conspiracy it might have, let's go back to the dormitory first to check. It's still uncertain which supernatural entity created that mental-type forbidden ruins. Chen Cheng spoke up at this moment, suggesting they return to the dormitory. Since Chen Cheng had spoken, the others had no objections and followed along. Chen Cheng wanted to go back mainly because he remembered that Bailey Pang Pang should be waking up around now. With the soul-severing blade in his hand, it was naturally not a problem for Bailey Pang Pang to break free from the supernatural entity's spider web. After asking Bailey Pang Pang, the recruits naturally realized that the mental-type forbidden ruins belonged to that spider supernatural entity, and it was also because of Bailey Pang Pang that they were able to find that supernatural entity later. Although he could find it himself, this return was mainly to wake up the other recruits. Furthermore, the next step would definitely require Lin Chiye to kill that supernatural entity and send it to the mental hospital. Chen Cheng only wanted that Rubik's Cube. When Lin Chiye and the others returned to the dormitory, they bumped right into Bailey Pang Pang, who was walking out. How did you get out? Qiao Yuan looked at Bailey Pang Pang with some surprise, and Bailey Pang Pang explained the soul-severing blade to them. So that means you can save everyone else too. Shen Qingzhu suddenly thought of the underlings who were still asleep. Bailey Pang Pang smiled slightly. Of course. Just as Bailey Pang Pang took out the Eye of Truth, and began helping the other recruits break free from the control, Chen Qing took out the star blade, walked out of the crowd, and began to divine the whereabouts of the spider supernatural entity. Lin Qiye noticed his actions and also walked out of the crowd, waiting beside Chen Cheng, and watching the star blade standing on the ground. When the star blade fell in a certain direction, Chen Cheng picked it up and looked in that direction. After memorizing it, he looked at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye nodded and turned to the people who were still watching Pang Pang cut the silk threads. We are going to find that spider supernatural entity. After those sleeping recruits wake up, take them to the girls' dormitory. Before going to the cafeteria earlier, I took a look at the girls' dormitory building. Something felt off over there, and I suspect there's a problem. You go first, we'll be there in a while. Shen Qingzhu was a bit worried. That is a Chuan realm supernatural entity. Can you two handle it? Lin Qiye shook his head. It's fine. Anyway, it's just the two of us, if we can't beat it we can run. But if too many people go, it'll easily become chaotic and harder to fight. Shen Qingzhu could only nod. That was true, once there are too many people, if someone gets chaotic or doesn't follow orders, it would indeed be worse than just the two of them going. At least they would be free, and if they couldn't win they could run. Is this the place? Lin Qiye looked at the warehouse in front of him, and turned to look at Chen Cheng. Chen Cheng took out a coin and performed another divination. The coin landed face up, showing the number side. Chen Cheng put the coin away. Then let's go in. Lin Qiye took the lead and kicked open the door of the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, the spider, which had been hiding well, was startled and scrambled in a panic onto the ceiling. Didn't I already return your souls to you? Why are you still coming to my door? The spider supernatural entity muttered a few words softly, but it just kept clinging to the ceiling, and wouldn't come down. This actually put Lin Qiye in a difficult spot. Chen Cheng could go up, but it would only be for a split second. The key was to catch it by surprise. If they couldn't knock the spider down on the first attempt, it would be quite troublesome for the two of them if it kept lingering up there. However, Lin Qiye quickly thought of a good solution. He stepped forward, a touch of black emerging in his eyes. The god's ruins of absolute darkness spread out with him at the center, quickly extending to the ceiling. The spider supernatural entity seemed determined not to fight them. Upon seeing the god's ruins of absolute darkness encroaching beside it, it just shifted its position to prevent the god's ruins of absolute darkness from touching it. Soon, the god's ruins of absolute darkness reached its limit. Even so, there were still some places in the warehouse not covered. Spider-Boy hid in one of the few vacuum zones on the ceiling. Feeling playful, it even made a face at Lin Qiye, regardless of whether Lin Qiye could see it or not. But with its excellent eyesight, it saw the smile on the corner of Lin Qiye's mouth. Spider-Boy's heart sounded a frantic warning. But the next moment, every part of the warehouse that had been eroded by the god's ruins of absolute darkness was forcibly twisted by Lin Qiye. Whether it was the ceiling or the load-bearing pillars, everything was twisted out of shape by Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye crouched down, and the god's ruins of absolute darkness was forced to deactivate. Fortunately, there weren't too many areas, so Lin Qiye still had about 10% of his mental energy left, enough to avoid collapsing. Without the load-bearing pillars, the original structure of the warehouse was altered, and it collapsed instantly. Chen Cheng stood in front of Lin Qiye, gray mist suffusing his body. He pulled Lin Qiye into a hidden state, and the collapsing stone materials could not affect them in the slightest. But Spider-Boy was not so lucky. It had been clinging to the ceiling, and now that the warehouse had collapsed, it had nowhere to hide. As the warehouse crumbled, it was directly buried under the rubble. Chapter 64, Tricking a Kid. Lin Qiye stood up with Chen Cheng's support. How is it? Chen Cheng freed one hand and flipped a coin. After it landed, he checked the result, tails, the pattern side. It shouldn't be dead yet. After all, it's a Chuan realm supernatural entity, so its physical durability is still there. However, being crushed like that, it's probably just clinging to life. Lin Qiye simply sat back down. Forget it, I'm done. I've put in so much effort, it's your turn. Chen Cheng was amused and exasperated. Seriously? Why are you playing this game? But thinking about it, it was true. Lin Chiye's move had consumed most of his spiritual energy, so he was definitely tired. As for himself, he had stood on the side and done nothing except for the final concealment, so it was indeed time for him to contribute. Fine, it's my turn. Chen Cheng let go of Lin Chiye and walked forward, wielding the star blade. In the ruins, Spider-Boy pushed hard against the rocks covering him. Lin Chiye's move from earlier had completely caught him off guard, and with all exits blocked, he had nowhere to hide. Fortunately, as a Chuan realm supernatural entity, he wasn't going to be crushed to death by these rocks, but the pain was very real. Ouch, ouch, ouch. When Spider-Boy pushed, he aggravated his existing wounds, causing even more pain. Fortunately, he used spider silk and the rocks to construct a temporarily safe platform. By the way, those two outside should be gone by now, right? Spider-Boy looked outside uncertainly, then shook his head. No, those two don't count as human. They're even more underhanded than I am. They should be the ones acting as the supernatural entity. Oh, bad-mouthing us, are you? Spider-Boy suddenly heard the voice of one of the two people outside. He was so startled that he looked around frantically, but upon seeing the familiar rocks around him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that's better. Just scaring myself. Spider-Boy patted his chest lightly and exhaled. No matter how underhanded those two are, they can't possibly break through these rocks to get to me, right? Maybe. Spider-Boy was a bit uncertain because a phantom seemed to appear before his eyes. The person he least wanted to see had appeared right in front of him. That person had been standing next to the one playing with black, and was also very dangerous. Spider-Boy rubbed his eyes in disbelief, but when the scene before him didn't change, he suddenly broke down crying. Seriously, why are you bullying a supernatural entity? I'm already like this, why are you still coming to see me? You don't have to do this, it's too polite. Why don't you just leave? You really don't have to. By the end, Spider-Boy was rambling incoherently. Chen Cheng covered his ears. This supernatural entity's mental age didn't seem to be over 10. What an annoying kid. Stop shouting. I won't kill you, but I will let the person outside kill you. Chen Cheng covered his ears, barely managing to interject a sentence amidst Spider-Boy's rambling. Spider-Boy's eyes widened. You're going to let the person outside kill me? There's no humiliation like humiliating a supernatural entity. Chen Cheng grew impatient and decided to match his stubbornness. He took a deep breath and shouted, drowning out Spider-Boy's voice, quiet. Can you let me finish speaking? Spider-Boy seemed startled. He covered his mouth and retreated a few steps, looking at Chen Cheng with a pitiful expression. Chen Cheng sighed, adjusted his hat, and then spoke. If you let me kill you, then you're truly finished. But if you let the person outside kill you, not only can you continue to live, but you might also achieve even greater heights in the future. Spider-Boy looked at him guardedly, his words revealing his disbelief. Do you take me for a fool? Isn't it the same death regardless of who kills me? Chen Cheng sighed helplessly again, and decided to be direct, resorting to threats. You need to think carefully. Even if I'm lying to you, you're going to die anyway. Just like you said, death is death regardless of who kills you. But if I'm not lying to you, then you have a chance to live. No matter how untrustworthy I seem to you, since there's even a slight possibility, you might as well strive for it. What if what I said is true? Then you won't die, and you might even reach the sea realm, or even the immeasurable realm later on. I know you aren't a fool, and I don't expect to convince you. I have only one thing to say. Agree, and you come out with me. Disagree, and I'll kill you right now, leaving you with zero chance of resurrection. Choose for yourself. At the end, Chen Cheng glared fiercely at Spider-Boy and brandished the star blade in his hand to show he wasn't bluffing. Facing this supernatural entity, Chen Cheng didn't use the swindler's ability. He relied entirely on his eloquence and his understanding of it. Firstly, the swindler's ability might not necessarily be effective. No matter how weak Spider-Boy was, his spiritual energy was genuinely at the Chuan realm. Even though Chen Cheng was just a step away from the Chuan realm himself, he didn't know if the difference in power would cause the ability to fail. The second reason was based on the first. Once it failed, Spider-Boy, who possessed a mental type Forbidden Ruins, would likely notice. And once it detected these influences, even if Chen Cheng explained that there was no threat, the highly vigilant Spider-Boy would never believe him. By then, it would be difficult to bring him out. Spider-Boy's eyes darted around, seemingly in deep thought. Chen Cheng wasn't in a hurry, he just watched him quietly, waiting for him to make a decision. Fine, I'll go out with you. In the end, Spider-Boy chose to go out. He didn't want to die, there were still so many things he hadn't played with. If there was truly a chance to live, or even reach a higher realm, he still wanted to strive for it. Good, come here, I'll take you out. Chen Cheng extended his hand. After hesitating for a moment, Spider-Boy also extended his hand. The moment they held hands, Spider-Boy felt as if the surrounding environment had changed, but when he looked around, it seemed nothing had changed at all. Chen Cheng pulled Spider-Boy and walked straight toward the pile of rocks behind him. Spider-Boy looked at him in astonishment, starting to suspect that this person was a fool. But thinking of the strange skill that allowed him to suddenly appear by his side, he gritted his teeth and followed him anyway. Just as they were about to hit the rocks, Spider-Boy simply closed his eyes, relying purely on Chen Cheng's guidance. A long time passed and the imagined pain did not occur. Spider-Boy opened his eyes and found himself in an enclosed environment. In front, Chen Cheng was still holding his hand, walking forward. Spider-Boy's eyes widened as he looked at the things around him that appeared to be rocks. In that case, wasn't he traveling through the rocks? Spider-Boy looked around curiously and extended his other hand, it passed through without any obstruction. Spider-Boy waved that hand, seeming to find it fun. Are we inside the rocks? Spider-Boy asked. Chen Cheng, in front, nodded. The boy's mouth widened in awe. That's amazing. Now he completely believed Chen Cheng's words. Why would someone this amazing lie to him? 65 Chapter 65 Misaligned Rubik's Cube Chapter 65 Displaced Rubik's Cube. After a while, Lin Chiya looked up and saw Chen Cheng emerging from the stone blocks. Solved it? Lin Chiya asked, but before Chen Cheng could respond, Lin Chiya saw the Spider-Boy following behind him. What is going on with this? Lin Chiya looked suspiciously at the somewhat timid Spider-Boy. Although he was puzzled about why Chen Cheng had brought the Spider-Boy out, he still trusted that Chen Cheng had his own reasons. After all, this guy was incredibly cunning. It was impossible for him to be fooled by that spider, and it was far more likely that the spider had been fooled by him. Chen Cheng let go and turned to give the Spider-Boy a few instructions, then walked over to explain his thoughts to Lin Chiya. Finally, Chen Cheng pointed at the Spider-Boy, although it isn't very strong right now, it should still be of some use to your hospital. Lin Chiya rubbed his chin, looked at the fearful Spider-Boy in the distance, then withdrew his gaze and said to Chen Cheng, fine, but with its personality, it might get bullied. Chen Cheng waved his hand nonchalantly, just look after it a bit more, its mental age shouldn't be high, it's still just a child. Lin Chiya nodded, picked up his star blade and stood up. During the time Chen Cheng had been inside, he had recovered a fair amount of mental energy, at the very least, fighting would not be a problem. You try to be quick, I'm afraid of pain. The Spider-Boy looked at the man walking toward it. This was the one who had collapsed the warehouse, crushed it, and was now going to kill it, but it still suppressed its fear and stretched out its neck. Just slit my throat, I heard that doesn't hurt. Lin Chiya looked at the Spider-Boy with amusement, but still complied with its request. With a clean and swift slash, a line of blood immediately appeared on the Spider-Boy's neck. The Spider-Boy opened its eyes, it really doesn't hurt, they didn't lie to me. However, this happiness did not last long before it stopped breathing, and its massive body collapsed, kicking up dust. A few minutes later, the Spider-Boy opened its eyes, looking at the dark environment around it, and the prison door made of iron bars in front of it. Its eyes lit up. He really didn't lie to me. I really won't die. Meanwhile, on Lin Chia's side, after killing the spider boy, they hurried all the way to the girls' dormitory, but they didn't see a single person. From the outside, the girls' dormitory was incredibly quiet, without a sound. What's going on? Didn't they come over? Lin Chia stepped forward, intending to walk straight in, but as soon as he took a step, he encountered an inexplicable obstacle and was bounced back. A barrier? Lin Chia frowned. He seemed to understand why he couldn't see the others. Chen Cheng walked over to the air Lin Chia had just touched and pressed against it gently. Like Lin Chia, Chen Cheng also touched an invisible barrier, but perhaps because Chen Cheng hadn't used force, he wasn't bounced back like Lin Chia. How do we get in? Lin Chia rubbed his chin, then suddenly thought of something. Then how did that group of recruits get in? Chen Cheng shook his head. Perhaps they happen to have a spatial-type forbidden ruins among them. After all, once the recruits are fully awakened, the forbidden ruins are strange and varied. It wouldn't be strange to have a spatial one. Lin Chia nodded in agreement but soon faced a dilemma. Neither the god's ruins of absolute darkness nor the mortal god realm had the ability to pass through barriers. If it were a physical object, he might be able to forcibly twist out a section, but this was intangible. Lin Chia suddenly thought of when he entered the domain of no precepts before. Theoretically, the principle of this invisible barrier should be the same as the domain of no precepts. They were both spatial-type forbidden ruins. If he could use divine might to open door to the domain of no precepts, he should be able to open this invisible barrier too. Thinking of this, Lin Chia turned and told Chen Cheng his idea. Chen Cheng looked at the barrier, took out a coin, and started spinning it. He tossed the coin into the air, and amidst the spinning and maneuvering, Chen Cheng caught the coin heads, the number side. Lin Chia understood the result as well and immediately stepped forward, light and darkness swirling in his eyes. Before, when he only had the mortal god realm, he could open door. Now that he also had the god's ruins of absolute darkness, it should be even easier. Lin Chia focused his concentration, drawing upon the dual divine might of the seraph and the Evernight goddess, using his gaze as a medium to rush toward the invisible barrier in front of him. Amidst a silent vibration, although there was no change in front of him, Lin Chia knew the door had been opened. He stepped forward, and just as he thought, there was no longer any obstacle this time, and he walked into the dormitory building with ease. Chen Cheng followed closely behind. From the moment both of them stepped into the dormitory building, the door that Lin Chia had opened began to slowly heal. Even after entering the dormitory building, the two still couldn't hear a sound. Logically speaking, since so many people had come in, even if they hadn't encountered the supernatural entity originally here, there should certainly be talking, footsteps, and so on. But it remained so quiet that there were only three possibilities. 1. This place was still another space, isolated from the outside. 2. That group of recruits had already been killed, hence the silence. But this possibility was the smallest, not to mention the large number of recruits. Just considering Chao Yuan, it was unlikely that even a Wuliang realm supernatural entity could kill him, and even if it did, the consequences would be even greater. Then the last possibility, which was also the one Lin Chia felt was most likely, was that the supernatural entity here was related to sound, and the recruits had realized this, so they chose to remain quiet. As for which one it specifically was, it would require further investigation later. All he could do was keep all three possibilities in mind, without discarding any. The two continued to walk upward, climbing the stairs. Because of the third possibility, both of them kept their voices as low as possible to avoid being attacked inexplicably. When the two reached the end of the stairs, what they saw was not the second floor they had expected, but a girls' dormitory, a clean, tidy girls' dormitory, but one without anyone in it. Lin Chia frowned, spatial distortion. He immediately thought of this possibility. Perhaps it could only be this, otherwise, there was no explanation for why a girls' dormitory appeared at the end of the stairs where the corridor should have been. It should be, and this spatial distortion is likely related to the barrier outside. It's highly probable that it comes from the same supernatural entity. Chen Cheng stated his guess. And according to my previous premonition, the supernatural entity related to space should be that Rubik's Cube, so the remaining one that might be related to sound should be that headless mystery. Combining the prophecy he had previously told Lin Chiya, Chen Cheng finished explaining the information about the two supernatural entities in the building. If those two supernatural entities knew, and if they could talk, they might curse him as a pervert. Please rate, please rate. I'm begging you _5 stars is best, 4 stars is also fine, anything else is okay too. You might not necessarily like my plot and style. If you have any suggestions, please feel free to bring them up, and I will adopt them. Chapter 66. Completion. Lin Chiya was the first to hear Chen Cheng's prophecy, so he was quite receptive to Chen Cheng's words. This made things a bit troublesome. The capabilities and realm of that headless mystery were currently unknown, only that it was related to sound. That cube-shaped supernatural entity was the most troublesome type, the spatial type. It would shift space from time to time. Perhaps it didn't have much offensive power, but as a support, it was definitely annoying. Thinking of this, Lin Chiya suddenly looked at Chen Cheng. If we're talking about annoying support, the person beside him might not be any less so than that cube. After all, compared to that cube, Chen Cheng was more comprehensive, while that cube-shaped supernatural entity only had the single ability of spatial distortion. Well, at least for now. Chen Cheng raised his head, his eyes filled with a hint of anticipation. He had been running around for so long for the sake of this cube. The souls of the other two supernatural entities were useless to Chen Cheng, but the cube was different. The cube's spatial distortion could make him even more annoying. Not only could he be annoying on his own, but he could also bring his teammates along to be annoying together. The two had their own thoughts, but without exception, their first reaction was to find the cube-shaped supernatural entity behind it all. At this moment, Lin Chiya looked up in a certain direction, where the location had shifted once again. At the same time, some kind of distortion occurred around Lin Chiya, and in front of him. Chen Cheng's mind stirred, and the surrounding gray mist surged, actively entering the state of realm of mystery. However, this time, he did not pull Lin Chiya in. Before Chen Cheng disappeared, Lin Chiya heard his parting words, "I will go handle that cube. You go with them and take down that headless mystery. Remember to be careful, in the prophecy, that supernatural entity is likely to have very strong offensive power." Chen Cheng finished speaking just as Lin Chiya disappeared. After he finished, the surrounding space was completely altered, but only Chen Cheng remained in his original position, unchanged. This was not because the cube-shaped supernatural entity did not attack Chen Cheng, but because of the realm of mystery. The principle of the realm of mystery's concealment is to place the host in a state of being non-existent relative to the world. It is like a piece of paper. When folded, a crease is formed at the fold. The crease is also on the paper, but it can never be touched. This is the principle of the realm of mystery's concealment, placing the realm of mystery, and the people within it into a gap in space, unable to be touched or detected. Therefore, the spatial displacement of the cube-shaped supernatural entity was completely useless against Chen Cheng. As long as he wanted to, he could remain in the state of concealment indefinitely, and then use the divination staff technique to find the location of the cube-shaped supernatural entity. In fact, that was exactly what Chen Cheng intended to do. Because the star blade in his hand was also brought into the concealment by Chen Cheng, it would not be affected by the cube's displacement either. Chen Cheng held the star blade upright and began to search for the location of the cube-shaped supernatural entity. Because the cube-shaped supernatural entity essentially changed spatial locations, the structure of the dormitory building was also altered simultaneously. Chen Cheng's realm of mystery could only keep him unaffected. It could not prevent the environment of the dormitory building from being changed, so the path was somewhat difficult to traverse. For example, sometimes he would encounter a path where the stairs led directly into a wall, or sometimes opening a door would lead straight to the rooftop. At other times, after walking just a few steps, the space would change again, and the path ahead would be replaced by air. He almost opened a door due to the influence of the realm of mystery, and fell straight down. Fortunately, the divination staff technique allowed Chen Cheng to find a safe path. Coupled with the seer's spiritual intuition and the apprentice's open door, Chen Qing faced almost no obstacles, except for a few moments. At this time, the cube-shaped supernatural entity, hiding in a void wrapped by layers upon layers of rooms, was starting to panic. It had originally intended to separate the two, and then have that big guy pick them off one by one, but the other person had suddenly vanished. Not only could it not affect him, but it couldn't even find him within the entire range of the dormitory building. In other words, that person had vanished into thin air right under its nose, even though it didn't have eyes. The cube sensed every part of the dormitory building, checking every place, whether occupied or empty. The remaining person from the pair had already confronted the big guy, but it still couldn't find the person who had disappeared, which made it increasingly panicked. It had a very bad premonition that the person was coming for it, and that the person would definitely be able to find it, no matter how well it hid. "Ah, found you." A voice suddenly appeared beside the cube-shaped supernatural entity. Although it hadn't been able to hear the two talking before, a strong premonition told it that this was the voice of the person who had vanished, and that in this dormitory building, only that person was someone it couldn't find. The cube-shaped supernatural entity began to spin crazily. The surrounding environment, along with the environment of the entire dormitory building, was changed by it. The headless mystery that was originally confronting Lin Chia was transferred elsewhere, while Lin Chia, coincidentally, encountered Pang Pang and the others. Turning his head, he saw the suddenly appearing Chao Yuan and the others. Chen Cheng, who was in the state of concealment, looked up at the frantically spinning cube with an unchanged expression. Before coming, he had already thought about what would happen if he did this, and in his prophecy, it would be a very good outcome. During the cube-shaped supernatural entity's panic, Chen Cheng walked all the way to its side. Click, the space was completely altered, but the cube-shaped supernatural entity also stopped and did not rotate anymore. It wasn't that it didn't want to, but that it couldn't. Chen Cheng simply stood to the side. In the current situation, with one slash, the cube-shaped supernatural entity would surely die. Although they were both of the Chuan realm, it was more inclined towards mental power. Its physical body, or rather, the hardness of the cube, was not very high. Chen Cheng did not want to waste time and cleanly slashed at it. The cube-shaped supernatural entity had already given up resistance. Even though the time for the next spatial distortion had arrived, it knew it would have no effect on the human in front of it. Without any suspense, the cube-shaped supernatural entity was cut into several pieces by Chen Cheng's continuous slashes. Chen Cheng squatted down and reached out, the ferryman on his hand beginning to emit a faint glow. Layers of gray mist appeared in Chen Cheng's eyes, used to suppress the soul of the cube-shaped supernatural entity. Strangely, there was no resistance during the process. The cube-shaped supernatural entity seemed to have accepted its fate, not even resisting Chen Cheng's current compulsion. Chen Cheng raised an eyebrow, although it was a bit unexpected, since it could be easier, it was naturally good. After collecting the soul of the cube-shaped supernatural entity, Chen Cheng stood up and channeled mental power into the ferryman, trying to switch to the soul of the cube-shaped supernatural entity, and then switch back to the soul of the snake woman. After testing a few times, Chen Cheng finally reached a rough conclusion. The ferryman could not use the abilities of two souls at the same time, it required switching. The switching time was about 1 second. Chen Cheng didn't look at a watch, so he couldn't record it precisely. "Everything should end now," Chen Cheng said softly. He exited the state of concealment, and the ferryman in his hand was switched to the soul of the cube-shaped supernatural entity. During the time the cube-shaped supernatural entity was dead, the barrier of the dormitory building was lifted, but now Chen Cheng once again covered the dormitory building with a layer of barrier, only this time, it was a controllable barrier. Chen Cheng reached out his hand, and the situation in the dormitory building entered his mind using the ferryman as a medium. Whether it was the headless mystery walking alone or Lin Chia, and the others who had already gathered together, Chen Cheng could see them all at a glance. Chen Cheng waved his hand, and the surrounding space was instantly altered. The next moment, Chen Cheng appeared in front of Lin Chia and the others. Seeing the person who appeared suddenly, Lin Chiya understood that he had already resolved the supernatural entity that controlled space. Chen Cheng turned to explain the situation to the people behind him. Afterwards, he turned back to face the empty air. Next is the final battle. The recruits were all prepared and also looked at that empty place. Even Bailey Pang Pang took out a forbidden artifact from his person, treating it with seriousness. 67 Chapter 67 The finale Chapter 67 The final ending. Chen Cheng raised his hand and twisted the air in front of him as if solving a Rubik's Cube. The next moment, the previously vanished headless mystery appeared in that spot. Lin Chiya was the first to react, darkness surging within his eyes as the god's ruins of absolute darkness unfolded with him at the center, encroaching upon the headless mystery. Because of the god's ruins of absolute darkness, the headless mystery did not hear a single sound. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chiya rushed forward and swung down his star blade. The headless mystery seemed to sense danger, raising its great blade to block Lin Chiya's strike. Failing to land the blow, Lin Chiya retreated quickly, not expecting to eliminate the enemy with a single strike. Lin Chiya retreated into the crowd, and Molly raised her katana, charging forward immediately after. Standing in the crowd, Bailey Pang Pang saw Molly charge forward and took a great sword out of his freedom space, pointing the tip directly at the headless man. One becomes 3,000. Bailey Pang Pang shouted. In an instant, the great sword in his hand split from 1 into 2, then from 2 into 4, until finally, it created countless afterimages, densely occupying the entire corridor. Behind him, Chen Cheng waved his hand, and the surrounding environment changed again. This time, however, Chen Cheng rotated corridors from other areas to create a sufficiently large space. Not far away, Molly ignored the change in space. Her katana hummed under the effect of vibration of all things. The headless man, extremely sensitive to sound, turned his head, his great blade already raised. Whoosh! The headless man swung his great blade. It was so fast that it broke through the air, creating waves of sound. Molly had already anticipated this and blocked the lightning-fast strike with her katana to the side. If Molly had blocked it alone, she would likely have been sent flying. However, at the very moment the two blades collided, dozens of flying swords blocked other positions, helping Molly absorb the vast majority of the pressure. Bailey Pang Pang stood in the crowd, waving his fingers and shouting with a smile, "Molly, I won't let it hurt you." As he spoke, Bailey Pang Pang extended his other hand, directing the remaining flying swords to attack the headless man. Countless flying swords flew towards the headless man from all directions, forcing it to abandon Molly and retreat several meters away. Bailey Pang Pang waved his fingers again, and the flying swords followed the headless man closely like hyenas, clearly unwilling to give up. In the gap while the headless man was fighting the flying swords not far away, Chao Yuan stepped forward, one hand about to rest on the hilt of his blade, but he was held back by a hand. "What's wrong?" Chao Yuan turned his head in confusion. The hand holding him belonged to Lin Chiya. Lin Chiya shook his head at him. "You don't need to go up. The situation is stable now. If you join in, it will only become more troublesome." Chen Cheng, standing to the side, also nodded. If Chao Yuan were to join now, it might not only disrupt the stabilized situation, but could even create an extra opponent for them, so it was better for Chao Yuan not to intervene. Chao Yuan looked at Lin Chiya, then at Chen Cheng, finally nodding, lowering his hand and retreating. Seeing that the headless man was struggling in its entanglement with the flying swords, Molly realized that Bailey Pang Pang had at most the mental power of the Pool realm and couldn't control them for too long, while the headless man was of the Chuan realm. Molly held her katana and stepped forward again, and Lin Chiya also raised his star blade, following behind. The two moved forward together, joining the battle between the flying swords and the headless man. The headless man seemed somewhat annoyed, swinging its great blade in wide, sweeping arcs, nearly hitting Molly or Lin Chiya several times. Bailey Pang Pang frowned. One hand continued to control the flying swords, while the other hand moved as well, though no longer controlling the flying swords. "Yao Guang," Bailey Pang Pang whispered. He pointed his sword finger at Molly, and golden light emerged from his body. Under Bailey Pong Pong's direction, it flew toward Molly. Yao Guang floated beside Molly, quickly enveloping her entire body and forming a sturdy, golden bell shield. Molly cast a glance at the golden light around her body. She didn't say much, but other thoughts began to form in her mind. With the coordination between the two and Bailey Pang Pang, the Headless Man, even as a Chuan realm supernatural entity, could barely hold its own. Sometimes it could have struck the woman, but it was blocked by the golden light on her body. Eventually, the Headless Man's great blade was knocked away by Lin Chiye. Molly's katana followed closely, hacking toward the Headless Man. The moment the katana touched the Headless Man, vibration of all things was pushed to the extreme by Molly, and the katana began to vibrate violently. With the addition of extremely high kinetic energy, the katana was unstoppable. The vibration traveled through the katana and spread throughout the Headless Man's entire body. From the inside out, the Headless Man had its bones and skin shattered by the vibrations, and in the end, only one arm remained. Just before the Headless Man's flesh and blood splattered, the gray mist around Chen Qing instantly extended to the two of them, pulling them into a state of concealment to avoid getting splattered with blood. It's over. Chen Qing looked at the blood splattered everywhere in front of him, and murmured in a low voice. Shen Qingzhu walked up. Yeah, it's over. Chen Qing withdrew the realm of mystery. After such frequent use, combined with the fact that driving the ferryman also required mental power, he was now approaching his limit, but he had a premonition that his Chuan realm was not far off. Lin Chiye and Molly walked back to the crowd together. Bailey Pang Pang waved his hand, and Yao Guang, and the great sword flew back. He put the sword back into freedom space, while Yao Guang remained concealed, acting as an invisible guardian. Lin Chiye stepped forward and placed his hand on Bailey Pong Pong's shoulder, patting it firmly. Not bad, your contribution this time was significant. Bailey Pang Pang smiled proudly. He had originally wanted to put his hands on his hips, but seeing Molly walking toward him out of the corner of his eye, he withdrew the thought, and looked at Molly with some trepidation. Molly walked up to Bailey Pang Pang, and for the first time, looked at this rich young master seriously. Bailey Pang Pang also looked at Molly, but in his heart, only one thought remained: Molly is so pretty. Molly didn't know what Bailey Pang Pang was thinking, but she opened her mouth and said softly, "Thank you." Naturally, she was referring to the matter of Yao Guang. Bailey Pang Pang was caught off guard, his eyes widening. Perhaps due to surprise, he stuttered, No need to thank me." For the first time ever, Molly smiled at Bailey Pang Pang, but she didn't say anything else and walked straight past him. Just as Bailey Pang Pang was letting his thoughts run wild, he seemed to hear Molly speak again. "Actually, you're not that annoying." Bailey Pang Pang turned his head, but Molly was already chatting with her friends. Looking at Bailey Pong Pong's side again, Bailey Pang Pang withdrew his gaze, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. At this very moment, in the universe, not the universe of the Zhanshan world, but the universe of the realm of mystery, a condensed cluster of starlight sat in this starry sky. Compared to any galaxy, it was far more massive and unfathomable, because it contained an entire world within it. Outside this starlight cluster, the fool, Klein, watched it, as if looking directly through it to see the world inside. Gray mist surged around him, from time to time revealing an ancient castle. At this moment, a gaze shot straight out from the starlight cluster. This gaze landed on Klein, seemingly sizing him up. Klein made no other move, simply waving his hand to make the surrounding gray mist more concrete. This was not to block the prying, but to protect that gaze. After all, he was the guest, and that gaze was the host. A moment later, the gaze withdrew. A ray of light appeared within the black dot, flying out of the starlight cluster and stopping in front of Klein. The light transformed into a figure wearing a robe. The robe was somewhat dazzling, clearly made of unusual material. It was a robe woven from pure starlight. The controller of the fifth universe, Lin Chiye. The fool, Klein. Two people from different worlds officially met at this moment. Chapter 68. A pleasant transaction. The two stood facing each other in the vast cosmos for a while, and in the end, it was Lin Chiye who first broke the silence. Isn't it a bit impolite of you, Your Excellency, to influence this world without any reason? Lin Chiye felt somewhat annoyed by this person, or rather, this god, and the influence he had previously exerted on the world by forcibly throwing an outsider into one of its loops. Now he was standing outside this world again, lost in thought. As the controller of the universe, Lin Chiye had no choice but to come out and meet him. Klein finally broke his silence and answered Lin Chiye's question. I previously suspected that something was wrong here, which is why I let him enter to investigate. However, after some of his explorations, I realized that there wasn't really any problem. So his subsequent experiences can be considered, a stroke of fortune for him. Besides, I would like to make a trade with you. Since he already knew Chinese, Klein abandoned loan and switched to the Chinese that Lin Chiye was also familiar with, though he couldn't quite shake off some of his linguistic habits. Lin Chiye looked at the uninvited guest before him with curiosity, wondering what the content of this trade might be. He had seen the trade between that outsider and Nix quite clearly. This was one of the reasons he had come out this time. If he didn't intervene, he feared that if this person descended into his world, it might cause some undesirable changes. Yes, a trade. A trade at our level that doesn't require us to personally intervene. Klein's figure within the gray fog nodded and continued. I can help you change some results that have already passed. This includes the death of that man named Zhao Kongsheng, and the subsequent death of Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan. You know that the child I sent in can definitely do it, it's just a matter of how to maintain it. Your world is very special. Under your control, it has always maintained a cycle. Even if he changes the ending of one loop, the other loops remain the same. On the whole, there really isn't any change. But I can graft that history onto the other loops and then fool the history of that world. This way, I can turn the single ending he changed into an overall ending. Klein spoke unhurriedly, carefully explaining to Lin Chiye what he could do. He wasn't sure if this would succeed. If it could, that would naturally be a very good thing, and if not, then he would let nature take its course and allow things to develop slowly. Lin Chiye's face remained expressionless. He stared at the gray fog, which seemed bottomless, feeling somewhat conflicted. If it were truly as this person said, and he could really accomplish what he claimed, then the regrets he had experienced, if not all, would at least be mostly resolved, even though he was now the controller of the fifth universe, watching this universe cycle again and again, experiencing regret after regret. He wanted to intervene and change things, but if he did, it would easily alter the entire world line and might even affect himself in a certain loop, preventing that version of himself from becoming the controller of the fifth universe. After thinking for a long time, Lin Chiye looked at Klein and slowly said, if you can guarantee that it won't affect my final outcome, and that what I need to do won't exceed my capabilities, I agree. Lin Chiye understood clearly, since that outsider could temporarily change certain endings, perhaps it really wouldn't affect the final outcome. And if, under the influence of the person before him, the ending of every period of history could be changed, then the trade might not be impossible. The prerequisite was that the demands he made wouldn't be too difficult, and that he could truly do what he said. Klein smiled slightly, naturally. My requests won't be too difficult either. One is to be able to spread faith. As for whether he can gain faith, or where he finds it, I won't interfere. Another is that when I try to enter your universe later, you don't need to overly obstruct me. Rest assured, I will only enter a part of it, and it won't cause too much impact on this world. There's one more small request. I will try to let one of my believers go in and stay for a while. Don't worry, it won't be for long, and it won't cause any impact. Klein slowly finished stating his 3 requests, and Lin Chiye just listened. For Klein, even though he had become a pillar, he was constantly resisting the erosion of the celestial worthy. In his current state, it was difficult for him to even walk on the earth, let alone return to the past to take a look at the old earth. Therefore, when he initially let Mori enter, he actually had a bit of selfishness. Besides truly wanting to see if there was any influence from the outer deity, he also harbored the thought of seeing if he could enter himself and experience the scenes of earth at that time. Lin Qiye remained silent, and after a moment, he nodded in agreement, fine. To him, the first request wasn't difficult. Faith was useless to him now, and since this fool wouldn't be participating directly, it would all depend on that outsider. He was even less worried. As for the second request, if it truly wouldn't cause too much impact, it wasn't difficult. But the main reason Lin Qiye agreed was something else. He seemed to hear some sorrow in this fool's words. This was also one of the reasons he agreed. He seemed to sense some regrets on the fool, which might not even be smaller than his own. The third request was even less of a problem. It couldn't even really be considered a request, just a small addendum. Klein's figure beneath the gray fog wavered, somewhat blurry. I will explain the specific situation to him. After that, it will be up to him. Lin Qiye nodded, pleasure doing business with you. Pleasure doing business with you. During the conversation between Klein and Lin Qiye, Chen Cheng and Lin Qiye stood together inside the world, watching instructor Yuan Gang lead the other instructors in busily tidying up the training camp. Before that, instructor Yuan Gang and several instructors had taken over the venue after the battle on Chen Cheng's side ended. The corpses of Spider Boy and the Headless Man were recovered, and the remains of the Rubik's Cube supernatural entity were given to Lin Qiye as a gift by Chen Cheng. Do you think they will grade this test in the end? Lin Qiye asked curiously as he watched instructor Yuan Gang giving orders. Chen Cheng replied casually, probably, since it's the final test. After a while, an instructor walked up to instructor Yuan Gang and whispered something. After hearing it, instructor Yuan Gang shifted his gaze to Chen Cheng and Lin Qiye. Chen Cheng and Lin Qiye also looked at him, meeting his gaze. Under their gaze, instructor Yuan Gang walked over and held out his hand over the Rubik's Cube's corpse. Chen Cheng and Lin Qiye exchanged a glance, then looked at instructor Yuan Gang. What Rubik's Cube corpse? I don't know. How can a Rubik's Cube have a corpse? A Rubik's Cube is just a Rubik's Cube, once it disappears, it's gone. The two sang in harmony, their expressions extremely innocent, their eyes full of what Rubik's Cube corpse, and I don't know expressions. Instructor Yuan Gang sized them up and sighed. If you don't have it, then you don't have it. Instructor Yuan Gang stopped dwelling on the matter and turned to leave, talking to the instructor. Lin Qiye and Chen Cheng smiled at each other and said nothing more. After all, everything was understood without words. Under the sunlight, the instructors were bit by bit cleaning up the training camp that had been left in a mess by them. Repairing and restoring it was no simple process. Chen Cheng watched all this, feeling inexplicably at ease. He turned his head and looked at the world behind him. Behind him, Bailey Pang Pang and Molly seemed to be chatting about something, but it was basically Bailey Pang Pang doing all the talking while Molly listened. Occasionally, Molly would chime in, but she wasn't overly enthusiastic. However, at times, when Bailey Pang Pang wasn't paying attention, the corners of Molly's mouth would always curl up slightly, only to quickly flatten again. Further back, Shin Qingzhu stood on a higher step, gesturing wildly and talking incessantly, his expression serious and his emotions agitated. A little lower down, his three lackeys stood side by side, all with their heads bowed, silent. It seemed Shin Qingzhu was lecturing them again. At the very back, Chao Yuan was alone, holding his sword, his gaze fixed on Lin Qiye, though sometimes he would shift it away, either to look at Chen Cheng, or Pang Pang, or the instructors. After meeting eyes with Chen Cheng, Chao Yuan smiled, but he didn't walk over, remaining where he was, still holding his sword alone. Chen Cheng withdrew his gaze, no longer looking at anyone. He lowered his head, and a patch of gray fog quietly appeared, enveloping him. Chen Cheng understood, took a step back, and disappeared on the spot as if erased by an eraser. Not far away, instructor Yuan Gang, who was directing the instructors to move things, felt something. He turned his head to look at the spot where Chen Cheng had disappeared, but after thinking about it, he withdrew his gaze and ignored it. Lin Qiye turned his head, looked at the spot where Chen Cheng had disappeared, and didn't know what he was thinking. 69 Chapter 69 The Magician Chapter 69 Magician, good afternoon. Mr. Chen Cheng rose from the stone chair, and bowed to the fool, Klein Moretti, at the head of the stone table. The surroundings remained that seemingly eternal gray fog. Since Chen Cheng had arrived in this world, this was his second time returning to Sapphire Castle. After Chen Cheng sat down, Klein pressed his right hand down, and a tower card appeared on the table in front of Chen Cheng as if by magic. Klein flipped his right hand, and the next moment, another card slowly emerged beside the tower card. In the center of the card stands a young man wearing a red robe covered by a white cloak. Above his head is an inverted infinity symbol infinity. The young man holds a scepter high, pointing to the sky with one hand, and points to the ground with the other. The tarot card, Magician. Later, you need to find an opportunity to perform a summoning ritual for the magician. The ritual materials and medium can be kept simple. If all goes well, this ritual will succeed. After the magician descends, she will give you something. That is the reward I am giving you in advance. Well, the reward for another matter. She will stay by your side for a few days, after which she will head to your Olympus to obtain some of Cthulhu's aura. Perhaps I can gain some inspiration from that. Chen Cheng listened carefully and nodded, indicating he understood. As for whether the ritual would succeed, he had no doubt, because since Mr. Fool had said so, it must be true. Klein flipped his hand, and the magician card vanished. Seeing that Chen Cheng understood, he continued, "What I need you to do is, while accompanying Lin Chia, help him reduce his regrets as much as possible, but do not influence things too much, or the causal lines will change. This is a transaction I made with him, and his condition is that you can spread faith over there. As for how much you can spread, that depends on your ability. Those regrets are similar to when you saved Zhao Kongqing before, that counts as one. There will be many similar ones later. Just do your best. Your own safety comes first and then, try not to cause too much impact." Chen Cheng pondered slightly, not wondering whether to agree, but how to do it. A second or two later, he nodded. "I understand, Mr. Klein, shrouded in gray fog, nodded. The summoning ritual for the magician should be done as soon as possible, preferably before your training camp ends. Also, you can tell your instructor part of the truth about the mountain flood collapse later. This way, you can raise your status and also resolve a small regret. This task will be more difficult than your previous experiences. If that world is compared to a novel, you were a reader before, but now, you need to truly enter this novel and become a character in it." Chen Cheng nodded. To him, it wasn't actually too difficult, but since Mr. Fool had reminded him, he would take it seriously. Klein tapped the table lightly with his right hand, making a slight sound. "That is all I have to say. Today's temporary gathering a gathering of two is over." Chen Cheng stood up and bowed again. "Your will is my will." After saying this, Chen Cheng's figure dissipated in Sapphire Castle. Klein looked at the tower card, the corners of his mouth curling up unconsciously. Inside the training camp, Chen Cheng's figure reappeared. At this moment, he recalled Mr. Fool's last sentence that joke and accidentally laughed out loud. Fool is still so approachable. He thought to himself, if it were any other god, they wouldn't be like this. Fool is the best. Lin Chia watched Chen Cheng's figure reappear. He didn't ask anything, but he could roughly guess that the god behind Chen Cheng had come to find him, just like last time. Chen Cheng didn't pay attention to anything else, instead thinking seriously about how to summon Miss Magician. According to Mr. Fool, the ritual should be simple, but not too simple, otherwise it wouldn't be worthy of Miss Magician. Soon, Chen Cheng had some ideas, but he needed Instructor Yuan Gang's help. He looked up at Instructor Yuan Gang and found him still directing the instructors, so he decided to find him later. Well, tonight. Anyway, there were still 2 or 3 days left until the end of the training camp. Going tonight and setting it up tomorrow shouldn't be too late. After obtaining Instructor Yuan Gang's consent and help, Chen Cheng was taken by Instructor Yuan Gang to a place outside Songnan City the next afternoon, without anyone else knowing, holding the ritual materials he had carefully prepared. A cup of coffee, a pack of cigarettes, paper and a fountain pen, a magician tarot card, and several bottles of beer generously gifted by instructor Yuan Gang. In addition, candles and salt were also indispensable. Instructor Yuan Gang followed Chen Qing the whole way but didn't walk close, staying a few meters behind him. This was what Chen Qing had promised. After all, Instructor Yuan Gang was a bit worried. Chen Qing found a suitable open space, crouched down, and placed the materials one by one. He first placed the candles in front of him, one in the front representing Miss Magician, and the other two behind, one representing himself and the other representing the passageway. Then, Chen Qing used salt to arrange the ritual pattern, a door of layers, and after finishing this, he set out the coffee and other items, then stepped back a few steps. Because Instructor Yuan Gang was standing not far away, he could see the process clearly and was puzzled for a moment. What is all this for? Is it really not a cult? Chen Qing took a deep breath and began to chant the incantation. Great Fool, you are the ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I beg for your favor, I beg for your gaze, I beg for the power of mystery and change. In the name of the Great Fool, I summon the traveler who roams the cosmos, the favorite of the king of yellow and black, the mage who records the world. After the incantation was finished, Chen Qing used his mental power to replace spirituality, pouring it madly into the ritual. A strong wind began to whip up around them, and the three candles instantly flared up. In midair an invisible door appeared, wide open, and a woman stepped out from it. The woman was wearing a beige, ruffled stand-collar long dress. Her brown, slightly curly long hair hung lazily on her, just like its owner. The woman had light blue eyes and a nonchalant smile on the corners of her mouth. Magician, Fur's wall. Instructor Yuan Gang in the distance was dumbfounded. Did he really summon a person? Instructor Yuan Gang recalled everything Chen Qing had done before and simply couldn't figure out the principle behind it. But after the woman completely stepped out of that invisible door, Instructor Yuan Gang's expression instantly became serious. There was no other reason, he felt a god's pressure from that woman. In other words, the woman Chen Qing had summoned was not as simple as she looked. Judging by the pressure she exuded, she was definitely a god. For a moment, Instructor Yuan Gang's mind was in chaos. He recalled what Chen Qing had told him yesterday. My master has given me a revelation, requiring me to hold a ritual to summon an angel under my master's throne. The doctrine Chen Qing had previously told Zhao Kongqing and Sister Hong Ying had arrived on the desk of every high-ranking night watcher by the next day, and Instructor Yuan Gang had also been able to see that document thanks to Xiaopinga. Which angel? Instructor Yuan Gang didn't know what level of existence the so-called angel in Chen Qing's mouth was, but since it was an angel, the level certainly wouldn't be low, so he definitely couldn't be that relieved. The Angel of Stars, Chen Qing replied concisely. After thinking for a while, Instructor Yuan Gang called to consult Xiaopinga and the high-ranking night watchers, and finally received approval, but it absolutely could not be in the training camp. It had to be at least outside Songnan City. But now, Instructor Yuan Gang was truly facing that Angel of Stars. Strangely, she was not as tall as the gods in Instructor Yuan Gang's cognition. She was neither bizarre nor as mysterious as Nyx, but the pressure Instructor Yuan Gang felt from her could not be wrong. This was definitely a god, a real god. An angel under the fool's throne is a true god. Instructor Yuan Gang's heart was in turmoil. For a moment, he didn't know what to say, but now that the ritual was complete, there was nothing he could do to stop it. At least, judging by the Angel of Stars' attitude, there was no ill intent. Instructor Yuan Gang remained in his original position, only taking out his phone to explain the situation to Xiaopinga. Hello, Miss Magician. Chen Qing greeted Furs. Even though his original body was a sequence for Biz or a sorcerer, and he was a colleague of Furs, he still needed to maintain some respect. After all, the person in front of him was a noble angel, the sequence one key of stars. Chen Qing was still far from that level. Hello, Mr. Furs returned the greeting. She landed lightly on the ground and waved her right hand, and the ritual offerings Chen Qing had prepared flew to her side, waiting for her to choose. Furs looked at the offerings and laughed, picking up the cigarettes. Tower is as thoughtful as ever. She took out a cigarette, rubbed her right hand, and a wisp of flame appeared on her finger. This was the trickmaster's fire trick, which Chen Cheng could also do now, but he didn't use it often. Instructor Yuan Gang watched this scene from afar and felt for the first time that he was somewhat blind. A god, actually smoking. Instructor Yuan Gang felt his worldview beginning to be reshaped. Is this really something that can happen? Chapter 70 The Death Knell. Instructor Yuan Gang felt that he really couldn't watch anymore. If he kept watching, he felt he would go crazy. He returned to the car alone, took out a cigarette, and started smoking. While he was puffing away, Furs seemed to feel it was time to get down to business, so she extinguished the flame, but she put the cigarette away and tucked it into the pocket of her skirt. All right, it's time to talk about serious matters now. Furs put on a serious expression, and Chen Cheng looked at her seriously as well. First of all, take this. Furs snapped her fingers, and a silver-white revolver appeared out of thin air. The revolver had a long, slender barrel, and the grip was wrapped in dull-colored leather. Furs caught the pistol, inserted her finger into the trigger guard, spun it around, grabbed the barrel, and pointed the grip toward Chen Cheng. This is the reward from Mr. Fool for you. Chen Cheng took the revolver and asked in confusion, what is this? Furs explained to him, this is called Morning Bell. It's a beyonder item that Mr. Fool used when he walked the earth. Later, Mr. Fool didn't use it much and kept it stored in Sapphira Castle. Now, he has brought it out as a reward for you. Morning Bell has 3 beyonder abilities. The first is locking onto weaknesses. It's a mystical locking onto weaknesses that can precisely find the hot spots on an enemy to deal high damage. The second is enhanced attack. You only need to pull back the hammer, and you can enhance the weakness attack. For enemies with low defense, you can take them out in at most 3 shots. The last one is wide-range damage. You just need to infuse it with spirituality. Mr. Fool said you can just infuse it with mental power and then it can deal wide-range damage with the next bullet. The side effect of Morning Bell is that after using it, you will acquire a weakness you didn't originally have. It could be a fear of the dark, a fear of fire, or maybe a fear of women. It lasts for 6 hours. During those 6 hours, using Morning Bell again won't cause another weakness. After explaining, Chen Cheng accepted the Morning Bell quite calmly. After realizing his marksmanship was poor, he had proactively offered to trade his other leisure time for shooting practice, which the instructor naturally agreed to gladly. In the months of practice, Chen Cheng wouldn't dare say he hit the bullseye every time, but at least he could hit 7-10 rings out of 10 targets, and the remaining 3 wouldn't be lower than 8 rings. Furs patted her skirt. All right, mister, after delivering this Morning Bell, I'll be leaving. I'm still in this Songnan city, but I won't be staying near your training camp. Chen Cheng nodded. Then how do we keep in touch? Furs had long guessed he would ask this question, and took out a deck of tarot cards from her skirt pocket. This was different from the tarot cards Chen Cheng used as sacrifices. This was a special set of tarot cards that every member of the tarot club had. You only needed to infuse it with spirituality, and the corresponding member of the tarot cards would sense it, and could descend using this tarot card as a medium. After becoming a biz or a sorcerer, Chen Cheng also had one, so he naturally understood what Furs meant. He took the tarot cards and asked, does Mr. Fool have any other tasks for you? Furs sighed. Yes, Mr. Fool asked me to help you resolve the incident in a few days. Preferably one without any casualties. Furs looked a bit troubled and sighed again. Why did Mr. Fool give her such tiring work? Although her abilities were the most suitable, weren't there also Mr. Moon and the others? But there was no help for it. Since it was Mr. Fool's task, she had to do it seriously. At worst, she would just eat more delicious food while staying here. At worst, she would just write a few novels. Seeing Furs's expression, Chen Cheng knew what this colleague was thinking. In the Tarot Club, the relationship between Chen Cheng and Miss Magician was considered quite good. It was not only because the pathways they chose were adjacent, but also because before Qin obtained the tower card, he had been a minor arcana under Furs. Because both their homes were in Backland, he was the one among all the minor arcana who met with Furs the most. Likewise, their personal relationship was also very good. Later, after obtaining the tower card, his relationship with Furs became even more familiar. It was said that before the apocalypse, for a period of time, Miss Magician was commissioned by Mr. World to write manuscripts, but Miss Magician procrastinated for a long time, and only wrote them after being threatened by Mr. After that incident, Miss Magician was always afraid of Mr. Even after later learning that Mr. World was Mr. Fool walking the earth, this fear didn't decrease, but instead increased. As for Qin, because of his personality since childhood, or rather, when he was still more reckless due to family reasons, he had never lived well, so he learned to take care of others early on. Later, by a stroke of luck, he obtained the seer potion, and due to a certain opportunity, he joined the tarot club, step by step reaching his current position. He had spent the longest time with Miss Magician, and because of his personality, he could always take over some things that Miss Magician didn't want to do. The two became increasingly familiar, but for Qin, whether it was Miss Magician or misjudgment, he never had those kinds of thoughts. For one, he wasn't very used to getting along with girls, and the fact that he could get along well with both of them was a matter of time. Secondly, he mostly viewed both of them as friends, so he couldn't develop any romantic feelings. Furthermore, the Beyonder path was always very dangerous, one never knew when they might lose control or die, so he had never had any thoughts of finding a partner. Therefore, the lazy Miss Magician and he naturally got along very well, and Qin could always tell what she was thinking at a glance. It's enough to just watch from the side and guard against accidents. I've seen the world lines, as long as we tell them in advance, there won't be any trouble. Qin suggested softly to Furs. According to the world lines, the incident at that time was the work of the ancient god Church, and the highest-ranking figure to appear was only a whisper avatar from the sea realm. Furs was equivalent to the supreme god here. If she intervened, it would be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Therefore, letting Miss Magician watch from the side to guard against accidents would be enough. Upon hearing this, Furs's eyes lit up, but Qin's next words poured a bucket of cold water on her. However, the task regarding Olympus can only be done by Miss Magician herself. There's no way to watch from the sidelines for that. Furs lowered her head, her hair draping over her body, blocking most of her face. All right, then I'll resolve it as soon as possible and go back as soon as possible. Furs lifted her head, her eyes full of motivation. Qin smiled slightly, and suddenly remembering something, he asked, Miss Magician, do you have any money? Furs's expression suddenly froze. Fool sent her over, he didn't seem to mention this. Furs recalled that Mr. Fool indeed hadn't given her any. Qin nodded and gave Furs a location. It was the home where he originally lived. That's the place where I originally lived. I left some money there for emergencies. You can go there and find it after you leave. If you don't mind, you can stay here for these few days. Furs noted down the address and didn't even ask for a map. For her, a sequence one key of stars, finding things or finding places was not a difficult task. Just as Furs was preparing to leave, she remembered something, turned back to look at Qin, and said, open the realm of mystery first. Qin was a bit confused, but still unfolded the realm of mystery. Furs looked at the gray fog, grabbed with her right hand, and a ball of gray fog the size of a basketball was pulled from Qin's side and entered her body. Fool said that when I descend, I can only use my Beyonder abilities a few times because this world has no spirit world, so many of my abilities cannot be used. But I can take a bit of this from you first, and then use it as a medium to cast my Beyonder abilities, and then there won't be any problems. Qin nodded. If not for this move by Furs, he would have almost forgotten that this world was different from the previous one. However, Mr. Fool's words also gave him an answer. That was that this world had no spirit world, but he still didn't know what divination and such in this world relied on. He still had to explore it. Then I'll be leaving first. Remember to tell the people on your side about the flash flood disaster, prepare in advance, and then call me over. Furs turned and left. She looked around, and gray fog emerged, seemingly confirming her location. After a while, Furs found the spot, turned back, and waved at Chen Cheng. Chen Cheng waved back. In his line of sight, Furs's entire body became transparent and disappeared. The gray fog did the same, vanishing along with her after Furs disappeared. 71 Chapter 71 Skipping School Chapter 71 Truancy. After Furs left, Instructor Yuan Gang finally got out of the car. He stubbed out the cigarette in his hand and walked over. Where did that angel of stars go? Instructor Yuan Gang asked about Furs's whereabouts first. He had no choice, after all, she was a true god. If Xiaopingde hadn't told him to hold his ground, he would have gone up to negotiate, just like he did with the Evernight goddess last time. She went to my house, Chen Cheng replied. My home in Songnan City. She won't stay here for long, in a few days, she will go to Olympus. Instructor Yuan Gang was stunned. Which Olympus? Chen Cheng gave him a strange look. The Olympus in Northern Europe, of course. Instructor Yuan Gang couldn't help but step back 2 paces, looking at Chen Cheng as if he were a monster. However, after thinking about the status and the overwhelming pressure of that angel of stars, he felt a bit relieved. After all, if an angel under his command was at this level, one could get a general idea of just how strong that fool was, even without accurate information. He would definitely be no less than that seraph. Chen Cheng put away the funeral bell. Remembering what Mr. Fool wanted him to do, he looked at Instructor Yuan Gang and said solemnly, Instructor Yuan, I have something to tell you. It concerns the lives of hundreds of people. Hearing this, Instructor Yuan Gang's expression became serious. He knew Chen Cheng's abilities, and had a rough idea of the strength of the god behind him. If this could make him so serious, it certainly wouldn't be a trivial matter. Chen Cheng looked around. The gray fog that had previously disappeared reappeared, shrouding the 2 of them and isolating them from all surveillance. Instructor Yuan Gang looked around at the gray fog and understood that the matter might be more serious than he had thought. Chen Cheng took a deep breath and said slowly, there are a few villages near the training camp. You know about them, right? Instructor Yuan Gang nodded, he naturally knew about them. Those villages are near Jinan Mountain. Jinan Mountain will suffer a mudslide disaster when we release the team roster. This isn't entirely a natural disaster, there is the hand of the ancient god church behind it. Their goal is to lure us over with the mudslide and then kill me and Lin Chiya there. In the prophecy, although we set out in time, casualties were still unavoidable. What I want you to do is to mobilize forces in the next few days and hide them in those villages separately. When the mudslide disaster occurs, save as many people as possible. We can head over directly when the time comes. Don't worry about safety, my lord's angel of stars will be watching from the sidelines. Chen Cheng spoke slowly to keep pace with Instructor Yuan Gang's thinking, ensuring he wouldn't need extra time to process. As he continued to listen, the worry in Instructor Yuan Gang's eyes grew, and his brows furrowed tightly. But upon hearing the last sentence, the worry in his eyes vanished, and his brow relaxed. If a true god was watching, what was there to worry about? All right, Instructor Yuan Gang nodded. I will report this to the Night Watcher higher-ups immediately and mobilize the Night Watchers as soon as possible. However, I will report everything that happened here truthfully. You don't have any objections, do you? Chen Cheng nodded. I never intended to hide it. Just report it directly. But then, Chen Cheng remembered something and continued, in this incident, that Whisper will come, but it won't be his true body, it will be a clone. He will hold you back. His clone is roughly equivalent to the Sea Realm. In Jinan Mountain, there will also be a Sea Realm entity, I don't know what it is, but it's a dragon. You don't need to worry about that side, we can handle it. After listening, Instructor Yuan Gang nodded. After thinking for a while he said, the dragon you mentioned should be an earth dragon, just don't know what type. Such supernatural entities are always stronger than humans of the same level. Are you sure you can handle it? No problem, Chen Cheng replied without hesitation. He said this to keep Instructor Yuan Gang from causing trouble, otherwise many things would become chaotic. However, he would still perform a divination before setting off, safety first. Instructor Yuan Gang patted Chen Cheng on the shoulder. Understood. We will record this contribution of yours. If everything goes as expected, you will receive a Starlight Medal. Chen Cheng waved his hand. It's fine, it doesn't matter if I get it or not. What's important is how many people can be saved. Hearing this, Instructor Yuan Gang sighed. Very good, very good. A good kid. Chen Cheng was noncommittal and continued, in any case, be prepared in advance. Instructor Yuan Gang nodded heavily. I will report it as soon as I get back. After speaking, he reached out a hand toward Chen Cheng. Chen Cheng was a bit confused but still reached out to shake hands with Instructor Yuan Gang. Instructor Yuan Gang grasped Chen Cheng's hand and shook it up and down. Thank you. Chen Cheng was stunned for a moment but quickly shook his head. There's no need for that. Instructor Yuan Gang, however, had no intention of withdrawing his hand. No, this is necessary. If the situation is true, then you are effectively saving their lives. No amount of thanks is too much. Chen Cheng was silent for a moment, then nodded. Instructor Yuan Gang withdrew his hand and stepped back 2 paces. His hand seemed to want to lift, but then he put it down. He smiled. I'd better wait until it's confirmed before I salute you, kid. It turned out he had just wanted to salute Chen Cheng. Meanwhile, Furs had just found Chen Cheng's old home. After finding the money he had set aside, she thought about it and decided to just stay there. After all, she was unfamiliar with the place, and finding a place to live was a hassle. Knock, knock, knock. Furs had only been sitting down for a short while when there was a knock at the door. Furs frowned. Would anyone come to Mr. Tower's house? Furs stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. Standing behind the door were a man and a woman. The man was about 30 years old, dressed in black, carrying a black case in his hand, with a cigarette in his mouth, the ember flickering on and off. The woman looked to be in her 20s, perhaps even younger. Her taste in clothing was much better than the man's. Denim shorts paired with a beige short-sleeved top made her look youthful and beautiful. She was also carrying a black case, but hers was longer than the man's, clearly holding something different. Is there something you need? Furs was a bit unsure of the visitors' identities. She had left in a hurry, and Chen Cheng had momentarily forgotten about Team 136 and hadn't told her. The visitors were none other than Sister Hong Ying and Zhao Kongcheng. Although there was nothing left in Chen Cheng's house, and no family members, they still kept an eye on the place from time to time. They had access to the security cameras at the door, and would check them occasionally. During their routine patrol today, when Shima, who was at the agency, told them he saw a woman suddenly appear at Chen Cheng's door on the monitor. She didn't use a key, and just walked right through. Neither of them thought of Chen Cheng's open door at first, but worried that someone had come to cause trouble for Chen Cheng. They drove all the way here from their original location. What are you doing here? Sister Honging gripped the black case in her hand tightly, ready to open it at any moment. Her intuition told her that the woman in front of her was very dangerous, and she and Zhao Kongcheng might not be able to defeat her. Although Furs had restrained her aura, some things could not be concealed, such as her status, which made the two of them feel a dangerous sense of oppression. It was just that one of them was only at the Pool realm, and the other had no forbidden ruins, so they couldn't tell at all. They only judged that she was very dangerous. Furs looked at their expressions and instantly realized that they had mistaken her for an intruder. She just didn't know how they were related to Mr. It should be pretty good, otherwise they wouldn't have run over to ask her. Therefore, Furs asked politely, "How are you related to Mr. Chen Cheng?" Sister Honging was on guard, but seeing how polite she was, she couldn't judge what relationship this person had with Chen Cheng. Being able to find Chen Cheng's house so easily meant she was either an enemy who knew a lot about Chen Cheng, or a friend who knew the location of his home. The woman in front of her looked to be about 25. Although she was very young, Chen Cheng was only about 18, so the age gap was a bit too large. Therefore, Sister Honging was initially more inclined to think she was an enemy. But with Furs being so polite, she really couldn't judge. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Answering truthfully was impossible, but what kind of excuse would be better to make up? While Sister Honging was still thinking, Zhao Kongcheng had already thought of an excuse. He laughed out loud. I'm his teacher, and this lady beside me is his Chinese teacher. Sister Honging glanced at Zhao Kongcheng. Zhao Kongcheng secretly winked at her, signaling her to go along with the lie. Sister Honging had no choice but to agree. Right, I'm his Chinese teacher. Furz's expression suddenly became a bit puzzled. Then, teachers, what is it that you need to see Chen Cheng for? Seeing that she had believed the excuse, Sister Honging continued to make it up. She suddenly became angry and slammed the black case in her hand onto the ground, making a loud noise. She said angrily, this kid has been playing truant for a long time. We've looked for him many times and couldn't find him. So we decided to try again. Let's see if we can find him this time, but still no luck. Miss, what is your relationship with Chen Cheng? A relative? If so, do you know where he is? Or could you help us pass on a message? If he doesn't want to study, he should drop out. How can he keep playing truant like this? Zhao Kongcheng was a bit impressed by Sister Hong Ying's improvisation. It was simply vivid and lifelike. If he didn't know that Chen Cheng was at the training camp, he might have actually been fooled. Furs watched Sister Hong Ying's performance calmly, her expression without a ripple. After Sister Hong Ying finished her performance, she casually pointed to the black cases they had brought and said calmly, then, teachers, why did you bring knives with you? Chapter 72 Misunderstanding. The instant Furs finished speaking, the black boxes in Sister Hong Ying's and Zhao Kongcheng's hands opened simultaneously. They each drew a long spear and a standard straight blade, looking at Furs with the utmost vigilance, as if facing a formidable enemy. Furs sighed, why must you be so troublesome? She made a motion as if turning the pages of a book, and an ancient-looking tome appeared before her, flipping its pages in synchronization with her movements. I came, I saw, I recorded. Furs tapped the book lightly, and it immediately emitted a glow. Abyss shackles, Furs whispered. The moment the book appeared, hazy gray mist surged around her. Upon seeing the gray mist, Sister Hong Ying's and Zhao Kongcheng's eyes widened in surprise, as if they had realized something. However, before they could react, pitch-black chains appeared out of thin air and swiftly bound them. After being bound, the chains lifted them into the air. Furs extended a finger and hooked it backward, pulling the bound Sister Hong Ying and Zhao Kongcheng into the house along with her. The door shut out of thin air, just in time to block a bullet from Leng Xian. His expression was grave as he picked up his walkie-talkie. Captain, things are tricky. Sister Hong Ying and old Zhao have been instantly controlled. They didn't have a chance to resist at all. Captain Chen Mai on the other end of the walkie-talkie was silent for a moment. I understand. Continue observing and inform me immediately if there are any other developments. Leng Xian put down the walkie-talkie and was preparing to change positions so he could see into Chen Cheng's house from the window. But just as he stood up, someone suddenly appeared beside him. It seems you are all in this together. Furz's somewhat lazy voice sounded beside him. Leng Xian reacted quickly, moving a few steps in the opposite direction of the voice. Just as he was about to draw his pistol from his waist, his movements suddenly stalled. He saw the gray mist surrounding the woman. Furs didn't care why he had stopped. She waved her arm, and the abyss shackles that had previously bound Sister Hong Ying and Zhao Kongcheng now bound Leng Xian as well. Just as Leng Xian was about to explain, he found that the moment he spoke, he and the others appeared inside Chen Cheng's house. Although Chen Cheng had moved into Sister Hong Ying's house just days after joining the team, and rarely returned home. Ling Xian remembered the interior from when he had visited with Captain Chen Mai before. Furs looked at the three people she had bound, her expression becoming somewhat helpless. Why are you all in such a rush? Furs lay back on the sofa that Chen Cheng hadn't moved away. She snapped her right fingers, and a bottle of beer appeared in her hand out of thin air, the beer Chen Cheng had used as an offering. Furs skillfully opened the beer, not forgetting to speak. All right, you can explain now. What are you doing here? Furs hadn't originally intended to bother with so much, as Mr. Tower would be back soon, but the blades in Sister Han Ying's and Zhao Kongqing's black boxes couldn't escape her eyes. Coming to find Mr. Tower with weapons in hand looked malicious no matter how you sliced it. Since she was staying here temporarily, she might as well help Mr. Tower deal with some small fries. That was it. Furs was very satisfied with her actions, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. Sister Honging took a deep breath. Seeing that the other two had no intention of speaking, she took the lead. We are friends with Chen Cheng. He is a member of our team, and we are on very good terms. Zhao Kongqing and Ling Xian quickly chimed in, very good terms, the kind where we call each other brothers. Seeing the situation, this woman before them likely had some connection with Chen Cheng, and a significant one at that. Just by the gray mist that was of the same origin as Chen Cheng's, the three of them could determine that the woman's identity must also be a god's proxy, and the deity behind her, like Chen Cheng's, was that unfathomable fool. Furs paused just as she was about to take a sip of beer. She felt her brain had never worked this fast before. The last time was when she had to find an excuse to deceive Mr. Furs found a spot to put down the beer, and said to the three, you guys wait a moment. Subsequently, the gray mist surged and Furs disappeared before the three of them once again. This time, the three confirmed Furs's identity, and guessed that she had most likely gone to verify theirs. It's just. They exchanged glances. She seemed to have forgotten to untie them. Chen Cheng had already returned to the dormitory. It was evening, and the people in the dormitory building had all gone to the cafeteria. Only Chen Cheng had just returned, and before he had time to do anything else, he planned to take a shower first. Just as Chen Cheng had found his clothes and was preparing to walk into the bathroom, Furs appeared before him out of thin air. Furs looked down at the clothes in his hand, then at the ground, seemingly guessing where she had teleported to. The air froze for a moment. Fortunately, Chen Cheng didn't have the habit of taking off his clothes before entering the bathroom. He simply put the clothes in his hand back on the bed and asked, Miss Furs, what's the matter? Because of their relationship, they always used code names in work situations and called each other by their names in private. Chen Cheng suddenly realized that he had spoken in Chinese out of habit, and didn't know if Furs could understand. Chen Cheng then asked in the Lone language, Miss Furs, did you understand what I just said? Furs nodded. Before I set off, I specifically found a few universal language charms from the Church of Knowledge, just in case I couldn't understand the language here. Chen Cheng nodded and asked the original question again, so, is there a reason you suddenly came to find me? After asking this, Chen Cheng saw that Furs's expression was a bit strange, like someone who had made a mistake. It's just, do you know a few people? A lady and two gentlemen. They saw me enter your house and came looking for me. A lady and two gentlemen. Chen Cheng repeated what Furs had said. The only ones who knew where his house was and frequently paid attention to it seemed to be Team 136. The lady should be Sister Honging, and as for the gentleman, one was Ling Xian, and the other should be Zhao Kongqing, who often went out. Although Chen Cheng hadn't seen the scene, based on his familiarity, he was able to guess the three people Furs had encountered. Furs looked at Chen Cheng's expression and knew they must be acquainted. Sure enough, Chen Cheng asked, did you get into a conflict? Furs was a bit embarrassed and raised a hand. They came over carrying weapons, and I thought they were looking for trouble with you, so I tied them up. Chen Cheng couldn't help but laugh or cry, but he couldn't blame Furs either, since she meant well. He could only suggest, go untie them. Then, for that taller gentleman, you can drink with him. As for that lady, you can discuss some clothing matters with her, and you can also talk about the novels you write. As for the remaining gentleman, as long as you build a good relationship with the first two, he will naturally be on good terms with you too. Based on his familiarity with their preferences and personalities, Chin-Cheng offered Furs some suggestions. As he spoke, he suddenly felt that Furs seemed quite suitable for being friends with them. Furs nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Thank you, Mr. Chin-Cheng waved his hand. "Don't mention it. However, remember to check what I'm doing before teleporting next time." Furs smiled embarrassedly. A door opened beside her, and gray mist surged. Furs walked into the door. A moment later, the formless door disappeared. Chin-Cheng sighed, picked up his clothes, and prepared to continue his shower. On the other side, Furs appeared in Chin-Cheng's house again. Upon seeing the three still bound, Furs smiled apologetically. Sorry, I'll untie you right now." Furs snapped her fingers, and the abyss shackles were undone, allowing the three bound people to break free from their restraints. "I just went to ask Chin-Cheng, and you indeed know each other." "Sorry, I was a bit impulsive before." Furs apologized to the three again. Sister Honging shook her head. No need. It was also us being too impatient. The main thing was that Furs's words had made them feel danger. To see what they were carrying in their black boxes at a glance, she couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. Come, sit down and have a drink together." Furs produced several bottles of beer out of thin air, placed them on the table, and beckoned the three over. Ling Xian politely declined and walked aside to explain the situation to Captain Chen Mai, who was rushing over. Sister Honging and Zhao Kongqing rubbed their arms that had just been bound and walked over. Come, let's drink." Zhao Kongqing sat down first. When he had nothing to do, he liked a few things: smoking, drinking, and playing Candy Crush. Moreover, drinking was the fastest way for him to build relationships. Sister Honging also sat down. Although she wasn't like Zhao Kongqing, she didn't dislike drinking either, otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten dead drunk on New Year's Day. Besides, she could take this opportunity to ask about Furs's identity. 73 Chapter 73 Flash Flood Chapter 73, Mountain Torrent. Come, let's have a drink." Zhao Kongqing raised his beer bottle and clinked it with Furs's. After clinking, they both raised their bottles to their lips and took a sip almost simultaneously. A few minutes had passed since they started drinking, but they had no intention of communicating at all. It was purely a drinking contest. Sister Honging sat on the side, unsure whether she should drink or not. "Captain, you're here." Ling Xian's voice suddenly rang out. Zhao Kongqing and Sister Honging turned their heads simultaneously to look, and Captain Chen Mai opened the door and walked in. Sister Honging and Zhao Kongqing stood up together and called out. Captain Chen Mai waved his hand, signaling them not to bother. After Sister Honging and Zhao Kongqing sat back down, Captain Chen Mai's gaze fell upon Furs, who was sitting opposite them. Seeming to feel his gaze, Furs, who had been looking down, lifted her head, and her eyes met Captain Chen Mai's. The star blade at Captain Chen Mai's waist was half drawn, but it was stopped by Ling Xian, who had reacted in time. "What's wrong, Captain?" Ling Xian asked as he pushed the star blade back into its sheath. Captain Chen Mai stared fixedly at Furs and said, word by word, "This woman is at least a god." The temperature around Captain Chen Mai dropped instantly, and the Hall of Yama appeared behind him once again. Sister Honging and Zhao Kongqing stood up abruptly, staring at Furs with wide eyes. Furs sighed another nuisance, she would have to explain things again. Furs stood up and simply pressed down with her hand, and an invisible pressure descended upon Captain Chen Mai. The surrounding Hall of Yama instantly shattered and retracted into Captain Chen Mai's body. Furs controlled it well, not exerting too much pressure on Captain Chen Mai, but it was enough to make him calm down and listen to her. "All right, sir, please listen quietly," Furs said. She looked at Sister Honging and the others. "You all too, sit down. I will explain it to you bit by bit." Sister Honging and the others dared not disobey, and they didn't feel any malice from Furs. Although Captain Chunmai had just said that Furs was at least a god, in the short time they had spent together, Furs hadn't done anything, and she likely wouldn't now either. Furs sat back on the sofa and tried her best to explain the situation to Captain Chunmai and the others, including what she intended to do, what Chen Ching intended to do, and why she had come here. Once things were made clear, the misunderstanding was resolved. Furs removed the pressure from Captain Chunmai and smiled, "Since everything is fine now, let's drink together." Captain Chunmai looked at Zhao Kongsheng, signaling him to proceed. Zhao Kongsheng laughed loudly, Come, continue." Captain Chunmai sat down with them as well. He was a bit tired from running and needed some alcohol to relax. August arrived just like that. Chen Cheng looked up at the sky. During this time, he had made another prophecy, and in the prophecy, today would be the day of the mountain torrent. In fact, today was not too far from the carnival day, but because these past few days had been too relaxing, he was a bit unaccustomed to it for a moment, and time had just passed like that. The weather today was not very good, it was pouring rain, which also brought about a disaster. In the several villages near Jinan Mountain, the villagers watched as people dressed in black trench coats entered the villages. The mountain torrent was all around them, yet they didn't seem afraid. Instead, more and more of them arrived. "Old Hong, what is this all about?" Instructor Hong was pulled over by a villager. It was an elderly man who looked quite weathered. The old man's hands were full of wrinkles but gripped him exceptionally tightly. A few days ago, following Chen Cheng's notification, Instructor Yuan Gang mobilized the night watchers, sending a group to secretly enter the villages to get familiar with the villagers, while the rest remained on standby at the training camp. Instructor Hong patted the old man's hand. "Old Man Li, I forgot to tell you, I am a soldier, sent here to carry out a mission. Sorry I didn't tell you before. I will definitely make it up to you later and treat you to a drink. Remember, you must come. For now, please go with the other villagers and evacuate with our main force. I still need to check if any villagers have mobility issues. We cannot leave anyone behind." The old man gripped Instructor Hong's hand a little tighter. He was trembling, and he reached into his pocket to feel for something. Although Instructor Hong was a bit anxious, he couldn't bring himself to shake the old man off, and could only tell the other teammates to go ahead first. After a while, the old man seemed to have found it and pulled out a bag of beef jerky from his pocket that had been opened but resealed. Instructor Hong's eyes widened in shock. That was what he had left for the old man a few days ago when they were drinking together. The old man placed the beef jerky in Instructor Hong's hand. "Little Hong, your old uncle here doesn't know much else, but I know that being a soldier is a very hard profession. You need to eat your fill." Instructor Hong was stunned for a moment. After a while, he gripped the bag of beef jerky and put it into his pocket. "Old man, I understand." Instructor Hong led the old man to the military truck outside, where many villagers had already gathered. Instructor Hong pointed at it. "Old man, you go with them first, I'll be there in a moment." Only then did the old man let go and nod. With Instructor Hong's help, he climbed onto the truck. After the old man was seated, Instructor Hong turned and left. Behind him, the old man's voice came, accompanied by the agreement of other villagers. "Little Hong, stay safe." "Yeah, stay safe." Instructor Hong waved his hand behind him, and caught up with his teammates to bring out the remaining villagers. In Jinan Mountain, 3 people were hiding everywhere, trying their best to avoid the night watchers who had entered Jinan Mountain. One of the men holding a large axe spat, "Damn it, how did that group of night watchers get here so fast?" Another man wearing a baseball cap had a cold expression. "I don't know what the hell is going on. Just now I even saw a few night watchers walking out of the village. It's obvious they knew about it early on. What exactly is going on?" The man with the axe had a fierce expression. He was least good at these things that required brainpower. All he liked was taking off fresh heads. No need to guess, it must have been that agent of the fool who told them. The last man among them, who was entirely silver, spoke up. "According to the intel, that agent of the fool has a capability that seems to be divination. although I don't know to what extent it can be done. It must be that the kid divined the events here in advance and told those night watchers. The man with the axe fiercely kicked the sand and stones on the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. How the hell is there such a cheating ability? Doesn't that mean everything we do is known? The silverman nodded. I suppose so. At this time, the man in the baseball cap interjected. I said there was something wrong. You might not be able to tell, but in my feeling, that group of night watchers entering the mountain seems to have been searching for something all along. Originally, I thought they were looking for those villagers, but there are too many night watchers entering the mountain. Judging from the traces, there are no fewer than 20 night watchers. Since you put it that way, now I know, they must be here for us. Damn it, when I find that agent of the fool, I must take his head off first. The man with the axe said viciously. This grievance made him really unhappy. He needed to take a few heads to vent his anger fiercely. The situation is like this. I have explained it very clearly. If you still don't understand, ask your friends on the way. Even though you are about to leave the training camp, even though you are about to become night watchers in various cities. But do not forget, you are still soldiers. A soldier's duty is only one, to protect the country. Several military trucks that had been prepared long ago were parked beside Instructor Yuan Gang. The space inside the trucks was large enough to take away all the recruits. Instructor Yuan Gang took a deep breath. Now, everyone get on the trucks. Disaster relief. All the recruits, under guidance, walked onto the military canvas trucks in an orderly fashion. When Chen Cheng passed by Instructor Yuan Gang looked at him, and gave him a look. The general meaning was, I'm ready on my end, are you sure you can handle it on your end? Chen Cheng returned a look of affirmation, and took out a card from his pocket. Magician. Instructor Yuan Gang understood, withdrew his gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. You brats of the ancient god church, daring to touch our people, let us show you what a real night watcher is. In Chen Cheng's house, Furs sat on the sofa, holding a cigarette in one hand, with a faint glow on the tip of the cigarette, and in the other hand, she held a crystal ball, which was emitting a blinding light. Furs looked down at the divination result, stood up and stretched. She stubbed out the cigarette in her hand and threw it into the trash can. While the crystal ball was put away by her, no one knew where it went. Furs thought about it and decided to go take a look herself first. Anyway, it was the same wherever she was. As long as Mr. Tower used that card, she would be able to appear immediately. Then let's go take a look first. And while at it, see if she can save a few more people. Thinking this, she gestured with her arm to open door. In the hazy gray mist, an invisible door was opened. Furs lifted her foot, and walked into the door. Chapter 74, Ancient God Church. Chen Cheng and Lin Chia were assigned to village number 1, just like before, and standing before them was their team leader, Instructor Yuan Gang. Chia, come over here, I have something to tell you. Chen Cheng beckoned towards Lin Chia. Although Lin Chia was a bit puzzled, he still walked over. Once Lin Chia arrived, Chen Cheng repeated what he had previously told Instructor Yuan Gang. After listening, Lin Chia's eyes grew grave. If it was really as Chen Cheng said, weren't they in great danger right now? Chen Cheng waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry, I have a backup plan. Looking at Chen Cheng's carefree smile, Lin Chia felt much more at ease. After all, Chen Cheng wouldn't joke about something like this. Then what do you intend to do? Since Chen Cheng said he had a backup plan, Lin Chia was curious about what he was going to do. Chen Cheng pointed to the ground, then pointed to the mountain. That group from the ancient god church is hiding on the mountain. According to my prophecy, there are 3 of them. Their realms are unknown, so let's assume they are Chuan realm. There is one underground, likely sea realm. He went to find that earth dragon, wanting to tame it. If nothing goes wrong, the earth dragon will flip over in a while, and we will be forced underground. Therefore my plan is to go and finish off those 3 ancient god church members first, otherwise, it would be very dangerous if the new recruits run into them. Since we are treating them as 3 Chuan realm, let's look at our side. Lin Chia nodded and offered, I am currently still in the Pool realm, but I should be able to break through soon. Pang Pang is an ordinary person, but he has many forbidden artifacts. Xinqingzhu is also in the Pool realm, but his air control sequence is quite high, which can be very useful. Lin Chia then pointed to Instructor Yuan Gang walking in front. Instructor Yuan Gang is in the Sea realm. He alone shouldn't have much of a problem. Chen Cheng shook his head. Instructor Yuan Gang cannot come with us. He needs to lure out another big fish. Lin Chia was a bit puzzled. Big fish? Chen Cheng nodded. If nothing goes wrong, there is another existence in the shadows who is at least Sea realm. Instructor Yuan Gang cannot beat him, but once he is lured out, my backup plan will appear. At that time, that Sea realm won't even have a chance to resist. During this time, we just need to take out those 3 suspected Chuan realm ancient god church members, and then wait for the earth dragon to flip. Just now, the magician card that Chen Cheng always carried with him trembled slightly. He knew that Miss Magician had arrived, though he didn't know where she was watching from. Oh, right. As if remembering something, Chen Cheng pointed to himself and smiled. 1 day ago, I broke through to the Chuan realm. This sentence stunned Lin Chia. This speed was just too fast. However, Lin Chia still didn't fully understand the implications of this Chuan realm. It meant that Chen Cheng was now simultaneously a Sequence 7 magician, an astrologer, and a cryptologist. Coupled with the ferryman and the death knell in his hands, it was no problem for him to take out 3 Chuan realm opponents alone. Lin Chia had some thoughts. Is it okay for you to fight 2 Chuan realm opponents alone? Chen Cheng smiled. 3 is fine. Lin Chia nodded. Then let the 2 of us go. I can take 1, maybe 2. Chen Cheng pointed to Instructor Yuan Gang in front. Then I'll go tell Instructor Yuan Gang the situation first, and Pang Pang, and the others too. After saying this, Chen Cheng walked forward and whispered a few words into Instructor Yuan Gang's ear. After finishing, he took out that magician card from his person. Instructor Yuan Gang, if you encounter danger, just infuse it with spiritual energy. The magician card was placed into Instructor Yuan Gang's palm. After putting it away, Instructor Yuan Gang nodded. All right, you guys take care. Bailey Pang Pang and Xinqingzhu looked at Chen Cheng with some confusion. Chen Cheng had just whispered a few words to Lin Chia, and now he was talking to Instructor Yuan Gang, and even gave him a card of unknown origin. It was very strange. Bailey Pang Pang trotted up to Chen Cheng and asked, Chen Cheng, what are you doing? Why did Instructor Yuan Gang tell you to take care? Chen Cheng then picked out some things he could tell them and repeated it, controlling his voice so that all the new recruits could hear, so as not to make them worry. Oh, right. Remembering something, Chen Cheng flipped his wrist, and a coin appeared in his palm. Chen Cheng tossed it up and caught it after it flipped. Tails, the flower pattern. Chen Cheng put the coin away. There should still be some villagers. Wait for me a moment. Chen Cheng took out his star blade, held it against himself, and quickly performed a simple dream divination. After waking up, Chen Cheng told Instructor Yuan Gang the locations of the remaining villagers. Because of the preparation, there aren't many left. Once you find them, just leave, no need to wait for us. Instructor Yuan Gang nodded and noted down those locations. You guys take care. He patted Chen Cheng on the shoulder, his eyes devoid of any worry. Chen Cheng walked towards Lin Chia. Just as they were about to leave, Xinqingzhu called out to them. Chen Cheng and Lin Chia turned back in confusion. Take care. Xinqingzhu clenched his right hand into a fist and raised it above his head. Chen Cheng smiled and mimicked Xinqingzhu by clenching his fist and raising it. Lin Chia did the same. They raised their fists above their heads together. You guys too, take care. First floated in the sky, looking down at Jinan Mountain in boredom. As an angel, being able to fly was naturally normal, but she generally didn't like doing so. Why hasn't Mr. Tower come to find me yet? It would be so much better to get this solved and go back quickly. Furs complained. There hadn't been a single movement from Chen Cheng's side until now, as if he had forgotten about her. Furs seemed to see a black shadow flash by. The black shadow slipped into the mountain, emitting an extraordinary aura, but it was definitely not a night watcher. Furs had seen the uniforms of the night watchers and the soldiers. What the black shadow was wearing was neither, it looked more like a suit. Never mind, I'll go take a look first. Furs took a step forward and instantly vanished into midair, not knowing where she had gone. In the mountain forest, Chen Cheng and Lin Qiye wove through the familiar Jinan mountain. Chen Cheng was leading Lin Qiye entirely based on intuition. Because he didn't know who the three enemies were and lacked a medium, Chen Cheng could not use the divination staff technique to divine. But fortunately, Chen Cheng's intuition was still quite useful. Is it those three? Lin Qiye looked at the three sneaky people in front and turned to look at Chen Cheng. Before coming here, Chen Cheng had pulled both of them into a state of concealment to avoid alerting the enemy. Chen Cheng took out a coin and performed a divination. Chen Cheng then nodded, yes, and judging by their aura, all three are Chuan realm. Wait a moment. Chen Cheng found a nearby tree to lean against and fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Qiye knew Chen Cheng was performing a dream divination, so he observed the surroundings to see if there were any other enemies. After a while, Chen Cheng opened his eyes, got it. Chen Cheng explained to Lin Qiye in detail about the three people's forbidden ruins, including what they were used for, as well as their combat styles. Lin Qiye nodded and raised his star blade, shall we go then? Chen Cheng also took out his star blade, all right. The next moment, both of them rushed out simultaneously. The realm of mystery was not lifted, but the two of them exited the state of concealment. The commotion here was instantly detected by the three people. They turned their heads at the same time. After seeing what the two looked like, the man with the axe among the three sneered, "Two little brats, I've had such a hard time looking for you. I didn't expect you to deliver yourselves to my doorstep." He raised the large axe in his hand, swinging it with a fierce wind. Chen Cheng took a step back, narrowly dodging the axe. His reaction was lightning fast. His other empty hand was raised, forming the gesture of a pistol. Chen Cheng made the sound of a gunshot with his mouth. The man looked at him with disdain, thinking Chen Cheng had a problem with his brain. But the next moment, the hair on his body stood on end, and he subconsciously dodged to the side. A large hole was blasted into a tree behind him, and that position was exactly where the man's head had been. If he hadn't dodged quickly, it would have been his head that blossomed. This kid. The man was still somewhat dazed, unable to understand how there could be a bullet like that. But he didn't know that it wasn't a bullet, or rather, not a normal bullet. That belonged to a magician, an air bullet. Chen Cheng seized this moment of daze, stomped his feet repeatedly, and quickly arrived in front of the man. The star blade in his hand drew an arc and slashed towards the man. The person in the baseball cap standing next to the man was the first to react. He swung his hunting knife down, helping the man block the slash. The man had also recovered by now. Just as he was preparing to raise the axe in his hand to strike down, Chen Cheng retreated immediately after the failed strike, not giving any chance at all. 75 Chapter 75 Earth Dragon turns over. Chapter 75. The Earth Dragon turns over. Don't be careless, that kid is a bit evil. The man in the peaked cap cursed in a low voice. The other man nodded. Understood. Be careful of that kid's hand, it seems he can fire shots, and the power isn't low. On the other side, Lin Qiye was also facing off against the remaining silver-haired man. Lin Qiye was already enveloped by the god's ruins of absolute darkness. Although he was one realm lower than his opponent, relying on his divine ruins, Lin Qiye held the upper hand for the moment. Chen Cheng raised his hand again, this time aiming at the man in the peaked cap. The man in the peaked cap reacted quickly, rolling to the side. After he rolled a certain distance, the expected sound did not come, instead, the warning voice of the other man rang out. At the same time, the sound of blades and axes clashing rang out beside him. Zhuangqi, you've been tricked by this kid. Damn it, this kid is truly devious. The men called Zhuangqi scrambled up in a sorry state, and indeed saw Qin Sheng, and the other men confronting each other. Although the man's forbidden ruins was the sequence 356 great strength, Qin Sheng relied on sheer force, retreating quickly after one failed strike before swinging again to keep the men at bay. Zhuangqi raised his hunting knife, preparing to rush in from the side to assist the axe-wielding men. Qin Sheng took a step back, freed his other hand, and once again made a pistol gesture, aiming at Zhuangqi. Although Zhuangqi had been forced to make a fool of himself just now, nothing happened. This time, Zhuangqi didn't dare to gamble either, so he dove to the side again, attempting to dodge the strike. Still, nothing happened. By the time Zhuangqi stood up, Qin Sheng had already backed away a few steps, creating distance from the other men, and was looking at him with a mocking gaze, as if ridiculing his cowardice. Zhuangqi was truly angry this time. He stood in place, waiting for an opportunity. When Qin Sheng rushed forward again and became entangled with the other men, he lunged forward suddenly, attempting to kill Qin Sheng from the side. Qin Sheng raised his left hand again, aiming at Zhuangqi. Zhuangqi was somewhat disdainful and didn't pay attention to Qin Sheng's actions. As Zhuangqi muttered and prepared to continue forward, a sharp pain shot through his arm. He looked down in disbelief. He saw that a fairly large hole had been torn in his arm, with fresh blood flowing from the wound, soaking his clothes and staining them crimson. This shot is real. Zhuangqi frowned tightly, quickly backing away a few steps to keep as far from Qin Sheng as possible. He tore off a piece of his clothing and, using his years of experience, quickly bandaged the wound. Although the bleeding had stopped, the pain from the wound wouldn't subside anytime soon. Even though he was in the Chuan realm, this wound wouldn't heal for a while, not to mention that his original forbidden ruins weren't of the healing type. Zhuangqi gritted his teeth as he looked at Qin Sheng. He finally understood just how devious the other men had meant. The first time had been real, to let the two of them know he possessed this ability. The second and third times, he had used the lack of any effect to lull them into a false sense of security, making them believe he couldn't fire these attacks consecutively after all. According to the files, he was still in the Pool realm. But the fourth time, he had seized the moment when Zhuangqi let his guard down and made it real, successfully wounding him. This tactic wasn't particularly brilliant, but under these circumstances, it was inevitable that Zhuangqi's emotions would be affected, which is why he succeeded. Damn kid. Zhuangqi looked at Qin Sheng with some indignation, furious at being toyed with time and again, and finally being directly wounded. But for now, he had temporarily lost his ability to fight. Because Qin Sheng's shot had hit his right hand, rendering it temporarily useless, he could only watch to see if the other men could take down Qin Sheng, or if the silver-haired men could take down Lin Xie first and then join forces to capture Qin Sheng. Even in this situation, Qin Sheng smiled at the men in front of him. When the man raised his axe and swung down with force, Qin Sheng lowered his hands, appearing to have given up resistance. The man was overjoyed and increased his speed. But just a moment before he was about to hit Qin Sheng suddenly disappeared, and the man's axe naturally missed its target. Due to the immense momentum, the man was carried forward, stumbling a few steps. Before he could steady himself, a cold sensation suddenly came from the back of his head. "Watch out!" Zhuangqi shouted. This was the last cry the man would ever hear. Following it was a deafening gunshot. For some reason, the man felt this must be a real gun, not the hand gesture he had used before. And that was indeed the case. After the man had his skull blown open and collapsed limply, Qin Sheng picked up the silver-white revolver in his hand, and gently blew on it, clearing away the rising white smoke. Death Knell, the sealed artifact Qin Sheng had previously obtained from Miss Magician. He hadn't used it before just because he wanted to test his own close combat skills, now it seemed they were quite good. Qin Sheng turned his head again, and looked at Zhuangqi, whose face was written with shock. A smile curled at the corner of his lips as he raised the death knell in his hand, and once again made a bang sound with his mouth. The roar of the death knell and Qin Cheng's voice sounded almost simultaneously, weaving together. Zhuangqi couldn't dodge in time, and was accurately struck in the head by the shot, collapsing to the ground in response. Qin Cheng put away the death knell. Good aim. Qin Cheng was very satisfied with his accuracy. He turned his head again to look at the battlefield on Lin Qiye's side, where the fight was in full swing. The silver-haired man had originally been focused on his battle with Lin Qiye, as this kid was simply too bizarre. Those two divine ruins were one thing, but as they fought, magic circles suddenly appeared on his hands. Something emerged from the magic circle. He didn't know what it was. It looked quite strange, a bit like a mummy. He hadn't taken it seriously at first, but then several rocket launchers suddenly appeared on that mummy. He had barely managed to dodge them, but when he turned his head, he saw his teammates had all been taken out by that agent of the fool. Qin Cheng took a step out and instantly vanished from where he stood. On the ground beside the silver-haired man, several snake-eye patterns abruptly appeared. The silver-haired man knew something was wrong, and was just about to dodge when Qin Cheng's figure emerged from the patterns. A deafening gunshot rang out. The death knell fired a shot right against the silver-haired man's skull. Under the immense impact, the silver-haired man's head shattered like a watermelon. Lin Qiye walked over slowly. Resolved? Qin Cheng nodded. Those two over there were too weak. If I hadn't been playing with them, I would have wiped them all out long ago. Lin Qiye smiled, not doubting whether Qin Cheng was bragging. Putting everything else aside, just based on that stealth state, who in the same realm could defend against him? Originally, if one were sturdy enough, they might be able to withstand it, but with that high-damage revolver Qin Cheng had obtained from somewhere, he was truly invincible among those of the same realm now. Qin Cheng looked at the ground. Next up is the Earth Dragon turning over. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground of the entire Jinnan mountain began to tremble, and the trees shook. Qin Cheng and Lin Qiye's eyes blurred, and the next moment when they opened them, they appeared underground. Bailey Pang Pang and Shen Qingzhu, who had just finished rescuing the villagers, had just walked out of a house when the scene before them changed, transforming from the original village into walls of stone. On Instructor Yuan Gang's side, a man wearing a tailcoat slowly walked toward him. Whisper. Instructor Yuan Gang muttered. Behind Whisper, a woman wearing a beige dress appeared and glanced at Instructor Yuan Gang. Chapter 76, Smugness. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Qiye coughed a few times, waving his hand in front of him to clear away the kicked-up dust. Qin Cheng stood to the side, observing the surrounding environment. So we've reached the underground. Lin Qiye also raised his head, looking around at the environment. The sturdy stone walls and the occasional falling grit all told them one thing: they had arrived underground. Qin Cheng nodded, looked around, and said to Lin Qiye, "Let's go. We're going to find that Earth Dragon. If nothing goes wrong, there should be another enemy there." Lin Qiye nodded, but then, as if he had seen something, he looked toward a certain spot. Qin Cheng asked in confusion, "What is it?" Lin Qiye pointed to the spot he had just been looking at. "Over there are two sea realm entities. One should be the remaining enemy, and the other should be that Earth Dragon." Qin Cheng looked in the direction he pointed. Because they were still quite far away, Qin Cheng didn't see anything, but he knew the general direction, and didn't need to search for it himself. As for the two sea realm entities Lin Qiye mentioned, they were indeed quite troublesome. Although he was now in the Chuan realm and fighting one sea realm entity wasn't a problem, the other was an Earth Dragon, a creature much stronger than humans, at the same cultivation level. If it went berserk, it would certainly be impossible to take down. Of course, running away wouldn't be a problem. Qin Cheng shook his head. "Forget it, let's go take a look first. If we can't beat them, we'll just run." Lin Qiye nodded. They might not necessarily be able to win, but if the two of them wanted to run, those two sea realm entities probably couldn't stop them. On the other side, Whisper smiled at Instructor Yuan Gang, his eyes full of mockery. "How about that, Chief Yuan? You didn't expect it to be me, did you? Instructor Yuan Gang's attention was not on him. He ignored him completely and kept looking behind Whisper. Whisper was a bit annoyed after being ignored. After noticing Instructor Yuan Gang's gaze, he turned his head sharply. I want to see what you're looking at. Whisper's field of vision revealed a woman wearing a beige long dress. A faint smile played on the woman's lips, but what terrified Whisper the most wasn't that but the aura she exuded. The aura of a deity, a supreme aura. And she wasn't a god's proxy, this woman herself was a deity. This was a deity. Whisper's expression was instantly replaced by terror. What's going on? How can a deity appear within the borders of Great Xia? What are those night watchers doing? Before Whisper could react, a glowing book appeared in front of the deity. The pages turned automatically, and finally, it stopped on a certain page. Whisper felt a tremendous sense of crisis and without hesitation, wanted to self-destruct and leave. After all, this was just an avatar. But just as the thought crossed his mind, he discovered that his spiritual power had become blocked, and the deity seemed to be chanting something. I came, I saw, I recorded. The next moment, Whisper discovered that all his abilities had vanished, even the ability to self-destruct. He looked at the deity in terror, while the deity looked back at him with a smile. The book turned its pages again. Furs tapped lightly, and pitch-black chains instantly appeared around Whisper, binding him at incredible speed, and making him float in the air. Instructor Yuan Gang smiled and walked past Whisper to Furz's side. Your Excellency, Angel of Stars, this is Whisper from the Ancient God Church. His specialty is nightmares. This should only be a projection he created using nightmares. His true body should be in the Klein realm, and is currently being hunted by our Great Xia medium squad. It's impossible for him to appear here with Xi realm strength. After listening, Furs looked at the bound Whisper and seriously considered how to deal with him. Since she had gone to the trouble of helping out, she might as well do a bit more. She had recorded many abilities, but none seemed quite suitable. Either they lacked lethality, or they were too destructive, and would have too great an impact. A moment later, Furs thought of a certain ability. She flipped through the book and stopped on a page. Furs closed her eyes, and layers of gray mist surged around her. I came, I saw, I recorded. The next moment, Furs opened her eyes. Her pupils turned into vertical slits, meeting Whisper's terrified gaze. Upon seeing that gray mist, Whisper instantly understood something. To be able to enter Great Xia right under the noses of the Night Watchers, and possess the same gray mist as the agent of the Fool, the answer was obvious. The person before his eyes was the Fool. Whisper was quite satisfied with his guess, but he couldn't transmit the message back to his true body, and had to keep it to himself. However, what he didn't know was that the person before him was not the Fool. It was the Angel of Stars under the Fool, the magician, Furs Wall. An island emerged within Furz's vertical pupils. The next moment, Furs felt as if she were in the center of this island, but in reality, she was still standing on the ground, watching Whisper. Standing on that island was Furz's spirit body. A mind island, something everyone possesses. If one wanted to quietly influence the true body through this projection, only Miss Justice's methods would work. Through the mind island, Furs could follow the connection to directly locate Whisper's true body, and thereby exert influence over him. Furz's spirit body looked around and waved her hand lightly. The book appeared in front of her again. Utilizing the psychological suggestion recorded from Miss Justice, Furs influenced Whisper's true body. Whisper, who was only at the Klein realm, naturally couldn't detect the methods of a deity. He didn't even know what a mind island was, let alone that the object of Furz's recorded ability was the strongest spectator in the world at present. Justice, Audrey Hall. Furs left several suggestions on Whisper's true body. They wouldn't affect his daily life or his actions, only taking effect when he encountered Chen Cheng. The first, unconditionally help Chen Cheng, regardless of what Chen Cheng asks for. The second, cannot harm Chen Cheng, including issuing orders to harm Chen Cheng. The third, even if Chen Cheng wants to kill you, you cannot resist. These 3 suggestions completely eliminated the threat Whisper posed to Chen Cheng. Moreover, because they were few and didn't involve his daily life, Whisper wouldn't notice anything unusual. At most, his lackeys would find it a bit strange. At the same time, before returning, Furs added another suggestion aimed only at the projection. Once your abilities are restored, self-destruct immediately. Furs returned from the Mind Island. She looked at the dazed Whisper and clapped her hands. Whisper's abilities instantly returned. His eyes turned ruthless, and he mobilized all his spiritual power to begin self-destructing. Instructor Yuan Gang stepped back a few paces, but Furs merely pressed on Whisper. The self-destruction didn't stop, but the space around Whisper was separated, no longer interfering with the outside world. This way, even if he self-destructed, it wouldn't affect anything. At the final moment of his self-destruction, Whisper didn't discover anything. He was only grateful that he had managed to escape from the deity's hands. But what he didn't know was that his true body in the distance had already been influenced, while he was still feeling smug. Whisper's projection left nothing behind in the end. The space after the self-destruction was restored by Furs, leaving no impact at all. It could be said that Whisper's meticulously designed plan not only failed to accomplish anything, but he also lost an avatar, and had psychological suggestions secretly planted in his true body. Meanwhile, Whisper's true body, located who knows where, sneezed without warning. Whisper was somewhat confused. He was already in the Klein realm, how could he possibly sneeze suddenly? He thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. He couldn't feel any influence, only that his projection seemed to have been forced to self-destruct, but other than that, nothing. Whisper looked toward the distance in confusion. That was the direction of Jinan Mountain in Great Xia. Looks like I need to go and take a look, Whisper murmured. Suddenly, a thick, giant silver pillar attacked him. Whisper snorted coldly. Persistent flies. Whisper's figure vanished from the spot, dodging the attack of the giant silver pillar. The next moment, several figures in black cloaks appeared above the pillar. They frowned as they looked at the spot where Whisper had vanished. One of them raised a hand, and the pillar rose into the air, carrying them off to who knows where. Furs clapped her hands, as if to brush off the dust. Furs said happily. Instructor Yuan Gang also laughed. If it hadn't been for the person Chen Cheng invited, he reckoned he would have suffered today. And now, the suffering was still there, just that someone else would be the one to endure it. Furs turned around and said, "You handle the cleanup. I'm going to find Chen Cheng and the others. If nothing goes wrong, they should be meeting that Earth Dragon soon." Instructor Yuan Gang nodded. Understood. Gray mist surged around Furs, and she vanished from the spot. 77 Chapter 77 Fiery Earth Dragon Chapter 77 Flame Vein Earth Dragon. The underground area of Jinan Mountain stored an unreasonable amount of magma. This magma flowed slowly, carving out underground rooms. Based on surveys, Jinan Mountain could not possibly be a volcano, nor could it contain magma. In such an impossible situation, only 2 words could explain it: supernatural entity. Beside the slowly flowing magma, a man with half his body charred stared with fanatical eyes at the culprit who had turned him into this state, a flame vein earth dragon with a massive body. The flame vein earth dragon was entirely gray, with discontinuous, irregular patterns covering its body. Within these patterns, magma flowed slowly. When the flame vein earth dragon stood up, it reached the height of 17 or 18 stories. This was a rare flame vein earth dragon among its kind. It was currently glaring angrily at the human before it. The flame vein earth dragon roared, spewing thick magma from its mouth. The man floated up, dodging the attack. Flying in the air, he murmured, "If I can subdue this flame vein earth dragon, the ancient god church will gain another fierce warrior. This contribution is no less significant than killing those 2 gods proxy." The man was called Mai Tian, the 14th seed of the ancient god church believers, and the overall leader and highest combat power for this mission. However, before executing the mission, he had accidentally discovered this flame vein earth dragon, so he let the 3 Chuan realm members continue the mission while he came to trouble this flame-vein earth dragon. Ma Yiqian dodged another attack from the flame-vein earth dragon. Dealing with such an innately powerful supernatural entity, it was impossible to do so within the same realm. Only someone of a higher realm could subdue it. Ma Yiqian crushed a small silver ball in his hand and spoke into it. However, what he didn't know was that the whisper he was longing for had no time to deal with him, and the projection that had come here had already been cleared. The remaining 3 Chuan realm members had also been taken out by Chen Cheng and Lin Xie working together, so he was now effectively isolated and helpless. But he didn't know any of this, and was still looking forward to the arrival of Whisper. But arriving faster than Whisper was his death knell. A gunshot rang out from not far away. Ma Yiqian reacted quickly and dodged the shot. He looked in the direction of the gunshot but saw nothing. He scanned the area again, but still found nothing. The flame-vein earth dragon seemed to notice that Ma Yiqian was distracted. It seized this opportunity and roared a column of fire at Ma Yiqian. Ma Yiqian realized it too late but quickly dodged. However, he still failed to dodge in time, and was grazed by the column of fire. Fortunately, it only hit the side of his body that was already charred. The price was that one arm fell off as a result. Ma Yiqian was somewhat angry. He had clearly heard the gunshot, and the wall in that direction had indeed been hit, so how could he see nothing? Invisibility. Ma Yiqian thought of a possibility. If it wasn't invisibility, then there was no way to explain why he couldn't see the person. Or perhaps that person had teleported away immediately after firing a shot, otherwise, it could only be invisibility. Where are you hiding? Ma Yiqian scanned the parts of the underground area not covered by magma, trying to find a flaw. Daring to ambush him, this grudge had to be avenged. Chen Cheng and Lin Xie stood side by side in the magma, looking up at Ma Yiqian's movements. The surrounding magma flowed, but not a single drop touched them. Ma Yiqian's line of thinking was correct but somewhat limited. He guessed it was invisibility, but he didn't guess that the person using invisibility could hide in the magma. This sea realm seems a bit tricky. He can fly, and this flame-vein earth dragon looks like it has a bad temper. Lin Xie frowned, looking at Ma Yiqian in the sky, then glanced at the angry flame-vein earth dragon and said. Chen Cheng nodded in agreement. So we don't need to do much, and we can't anyway. Just wait for my backup to arrive. Lin Xie was silent. Actually, he could do it. As long as he invited Nyx or Merlin to possess him, contending with these 2 sea realm entities for a short time wouldn't be a problem, but the issue was that the cost was quite high, so it couldn't be used lightly. Since Chen Cheng said he had backup, he would just wait calmly. There was no need for him to worry too much. It's here, Chen Cheng said suddenly. Subsequently, he looked up as if sensing something, and Lin Xie followed suit. In the space not far from Ma Yiqian, a woman's figure slowly took shape. The woman wore a beige dress and looked down at the flame-vein earth dragon. A terrifying pressure faintly emanated from her, suppressing the flame-vein earth dragon so it dared not roar again. Magician, Fur's wall. Ma Yiqian looked at the woman before him with a solemn gaze. Even though she was still some distance away, why did he feel like he would be insta-killed, and without any ability to resist? He carefully sensed the woman's realm, but when his perception reached out, the woman turned her head and glanced at him as if she had sensed it. Just one glance made Ma Yiqian feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Ma Yiqian and Lin Xie spoke almost simultaneously. In their perception, this was a genuine god, there was no mistake about it. The flame-vein earth dragon raised its head, staring straight at the god. The pride of the flame-vein earth dragon would not allow it to submit to her. Although it hadn't dared to be angry before due to that pressure, it didn't mean it would submit. Is this your backup? Lin Xie looked at Chen Cheng in surprise. Chen Cheng nodded with a smile and said nothing. He led Lin Xie out of the magma to a clear area. Then, he lifted his concealment state and exposed himself before them. Actually, Furs could have seen Chen Cheng without this. After all, she also carried the aura of the gray fog, being of the same root and origin. It was just that Qin Cheng felt this way was cooler. Furs glanced down at Qin Cheng, vanished again, and appeared in front of Qin Cheng the next second. "Miss Magician," Qin Cheng greeted. Furs nodded. She had intended to reply, but after seeing Lin Chiye beside him, she didn't speak. Furs looked at Ma Yiqian, who was floating in the air. "Come down," she said slowly. Ma Yiqian dared not delay and quickly flew down, standing on the ground. Furs had stopped paying attention to him while he was flying down, and looked back at Qin Cheng, asking, "I've already dealt with the one called Whisper." "Well, just his projection, but I added something to his main body." "You'll know later." Qin Cheng guessed that the added something Furs mentioned was likely psychological suggestion. After all, Miss Justice of the Tarot Club was a specialized spectator, so he understood some of the spectator's abilities. Qin Cheng nodded. "Thank you, Miss Magician." Furs nodded coldly and looked at the flame-vein earth dragon. "How should we deal with this big guy?" Looking at the flame-vein earth dragon, Furs muttered to herself, "If I brought this thing back for Miss Justice, she would probably be quite happy. And it could sell for a lot of money." Qin Cheng had similar thoughts. "I wonder if Miss Justice would like it." However, no matter how much they thought about it, this flame-vein earth dragon couldn't be taken back. It had to be dealt with here. Qin Cheng thought for a moment and looked at Lin Chiye. "Why don't you solve it? It'll add another supernatural entity to your hospital." Lin Chiye pointed at himself. He had thought he was done, but how did it get back to him? Qin Cheng nodded with a smile. "Yes, that's right, just you. But you only need to deliver the final blow, you don't need to do anything else." He turned his head to look at Furs. "I'll trouble you, Miss Magician." Furs nodded indifferently, and that book appeared in front of her again. "I came, I saw, I recorded." The next moment, black chains drilled out of the void, binding the flame-vein earth dragon tightly. Furs's pupils turned into vertical slits again, as she looked at the flame-vein earth dragon. "Due to some matters, I cannot update today. I will resume tomorrow. Today's 2 chapters will be made up over the weekend." Chapter 78, Forgetting. The flame-vein earth dragon did not know what it saw in Furs's vertical pupilled eyes. Its pupils widened for a moment, then it slowly closed its eyes. Its massive body collapsed, and under the gaze of the few, it fell asleep. "It's settled for now. I've made it fall asleep so it won't feel too much pain," Furs said calmly. Fool hadn't also shown her the world line, and if she hadn't known that Lin Chiye could resurrect this flame-vein earth dragon, she would have preferred to spend some effort having Qin Cheng tame it. Lin Chiye nodded. He understood Furs's thoughts. After all, this earth dragon hadn't provoked them. If it weren't for the mental hospital, he wouldn't have thought about killing it. Qin Cheng handed the death knell to Lin Chiye. After explaining the use of the death knell in detail, he added, "If you used a blade yourself, it might take forever to succeed, but with this, it will be fast." Lin Chiye took the death knell and nodded solemnly. He walked directly to the side of the earth dragon. The earth dragon's massive body made him appear so small. Lin Chiye took a deep breath and pressed the death knell directly onto the earth dragon. During the process of Lin Chiye dealing with the earth dragon, Ma Yiqian saw that the situation was bad. He knew that once they dealt with the earth dragon, he would be next. If he didn't seize this opportunity, he would definitely die. He would never doubt the power of a deity, nor would he try to speculate on her thoughts, let alone the fact that this deity was an ally of his enemies, and without a doubt, an enemy to him. Seizing the moment when everyone was focused on Lin Chiye, Ma Yiqian quickly stepped back. Jumping into the air, he didn't fall down but rose rapidly, moving further and further away from the group. Just when Ma Yiqian thought he was about to escape, that deity turned her head and glanced at him. Just that one glance made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The next moment, the space around him was instantly locked. As he was retreating and rising, he slammed into an invisible wall, and he let out a grunt of pain. But in that very instant, he appeared back in front of the group, and several black chains appeared on his body, binding him tightly. "Daring to run away right under my nose, you've got some nerve," Furs said with some surprise, seemingly not having expected this person to dare to run away in front of her. Chen Cheng glanced at him coldly. Chen Cheng was not surprised by his escape. If he didn't seize the opportunity to run, his only ending would be death. He could see this, Lin Chiye could see it, and naturally, Furs could see it too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to catch him back so quickly. It was clearly a case of being prepared beforehand. As for the reaction just now, it was just for fun to trick him. I was wrong, I shouldn't have run away. I beg you to forgive my offense." He knew he could no longer run, and there was no chance to run anymore. Because on Lin Chiye's side, the flame-vein earth dragon had already lost its breath, and in Lin Chiye's hand was that death knell with white smoke still rising from its muzzle. Thus Ma Yiqian, operating on the principle that a wise man submits to circumstances, immediately begged for mercy and apologized, hoping that this deity might be in a better mood and spare him. Even though he knew this hope was very slim, he still had to try in order to survive. Furs looked at him with a smile, but in Ma Yiqian's eyes, it was extremely terrifying. "Running away in front of me and still wanting me to let you go. Don't you think you're looking down on me too much?" Furs shifted her tone and said coldly. Please, I won't dare to do it again." Ma Yiqian was indifferent to the danger in Furs's tone, only mindlessly begging for mercy, hoping to grasp a glimmer of possibility. Furs snorted coldly and looked at Chen Cheng, asking, "Chen Cheng, how do you plan to deal with him?" Chen Cheng rubbed his chin, looking as if he were thinking seriously. "How about we throw him into the magma, and let him fend for himself?" Chen Cheng's words made Ma Yiqian's heart turn to ash, but he hid this emotion and continued to beg for mercy on the surface. Chen Cheng stepped closer and said through gritted teeth, "Everyone in the ancient god church deserves to die." Ma Yiqian continued to beg for mercy, joining Chen Cheng in cursing the ancient god church to distance himself from it. Chen Cheng stepped closer again and said, "Oh," with a long, drawn-out sound. "In that case, are you willing to join the Night Watcher and make up for your crimes with meritorious service?" Ma Yiqian's eyes lit up. He looked up at Chen Cheng and said, I'm willing. Chen Cheng walked up to him, saying as he walked, "Then we'll be teammates from now on." Ma Yiqian nodded frantically, yes, screw you." Ma Yiqian launched his attack the moment Chen Cheng walked in front of him. He activated his forbidden ruins to the maximum extent, attempting to pull Chen Cheng toward him. At this moment, he controlled the spiritual power of the sea realm to run wild within his body. Before long, he swelled up like a balloon. If not stopped, he would continue to expand until reaching a limit. Finally, with a bang, he would explode like a bomb. The explosive power of the sea realm would be enough to collapse this underground cavern. Whether it could kill them or not, they wouldn't have a good time. But just before the explosion, he saw the mockery in Chen Cheng's eyes, the helpless expression on Furs's face, and heard the murmur, "Why do you people all like playing with self-destruction?" Chen Cheng was still standing in that position, without any sign of having come over. Ma Yiqian's forbidden ruins couldn't influence Chen Cheng at all. Around him, gray mist swirled like the most loyal guard. He slowly disappeared, finally leaving Ma Yiqian with a mocking smile. Ma Yiqian finally self-destructed in a state of bewilderment, but at this instant, Furs pressed one hand toward this location. The space around him was locked again, and his explosion was confined to this area. Like his superior, Whisper, he was useless for anything other than setting off fireworks. It wasn't even as good-looking as fireworks, and it didn't even have as much impact as fireworks. Furs sighed. Regarding this ancient god church, she now had only one thought: these people were not quite normal. Why did they all think of self-destruction? Chen Cheng smiled. He had long guessed that Ma Yiqian would think of taking them down with him, but he was just curious about what method he would use to do so. Therefore, for safety, he had kept Realm of Mystery activated. As long as Ma Yiqian made a move, he would immediately enter a hidden state, he couldn't capsize in the gutter at the last moment. Chen Cheng turned to look at the corpse of the flame-vein earth dragon, feeling somewhat troubled. They could go up directly, but how to handle this corpse was a problem. Hand it over to the Night Watcher, Furs said at this moment. If you can't handle it, it's better to hand it directly to the Night Watcher, you can exchange it for something. Chen Cheng nodded in agreement, but he first looked at Lin Chiye. Do you want to use it? Lin Chiye thought about it. This dragon corpse was very useful to him. It could be used as summoning material. This was definitely top-tier summoning material. He might even be able to summon something powerful, but the problem was that the credit mainly belonged to the person beside Chen Cheng, and he had only fired a few shots to finish it off. Seemingly seeing what Lin Chiye was thinking, Furs said understandingly, Chen Cheng can claim my share for me. You can just hand it over directly, communicate with the Night Watcher side yourself, and just take a portion. Lin Chiye's eyes lit up. This was indeed possible, he could just take a little less when the time came. Lin Chiye immediately looked at Furs and thanked her solemnly. Furs waved her hand, signaling it wasn't necessary. Then let's go. Furs looked at the two, seeking their opinion. The two spoke in unison. Furs nodded. Then walk over to the dragon corpse and I'll take you up. Lin Chiye and Chen Cheng obediently walked close to the dragon corpse. To prevent any accidents, they even pressed their hands directly onto the dragon corpse to avoid being left behind. Facing the direction of the cavern, gray mist permeated from Furs's body, wrapping around one deity, two people, and one dragon. The next moment, the gray mist instantly disappeared, along with the few people inside the gray mist. At the moment before disappearing, Chen Cheng's spiritual sense had a premonition, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. In that direction, Shin Qingzhu and Bailey Pang Pang were riding Yaguang, slowly ascending into the sky. However, Chen Cheng could no longer see this. When the gray mist dissipated, he had already appeared outside Jinan Mountain, with Lin Chiye and Furs standing beside him, and behind him was that massive dragon corpse. Chen Cheng always felt something was wrong, but he couldn't articulate what it was. At the moment they appeared, the surrounding recruits, including the instructors, looked over. When they saw that massive dragon corpse, they were all shocked. Good heavens, this thing was a bit too big, it felt like it was even bigger than the dormitory building. For a moment, they were all curious about how Chen Cheng and the others had managed to do it, and some were curious about who the suddenly appearing Furs was. Instructor Yuan Gang squeezed out from behind the crowd and walked in front of them. He first looked at the unscathed Chen Cheng and Lin Chiye, then looked at Furs, and finally looked at the dragon corpse. Even he was shocked by the dragon corpse. He took a deep breath and said to Furs, "Thank you for your help, Your Excellency Angel of Stars." Furs nodded slightly. It was just a small effort. Instructor Yuan Gang said with a smile, "It might be a small effort for you, but for us, the help is immense." The recruits behind him became even more curious about Furs's background. To be able to make Instructor Yuan Gang so respectful, and considering that dragon seemed to have been killed by her, she must be incredibly powerful. Chapter 79. Unchangeable Destiny. Furs Wall maintained a calm, breezy demeanor while chatting with Instructor Yuan Gang, but in reality, she was constantly keeping an eye on the group of new recruits. After seeing the envy and admiration in the eyes of the recruits, just as she had hoped, the corner of her mouth curled up, and her mood having been dragged here to do chores was slightly comforted. After they talked for a while longer and Instructor Yuan Gang roughly understood the situation, he turned his head to look at Lin Chiye and Chen Cheng, asking, "Have you seen Bailey Tuming and Shin Qingzhu?" The expressions on Chen Cheng and Lin Chiye's faces froze, while Furs Wall looked confused for a moment and asked, "Who are they?" Upon seeing their expressions, Instructor Yuan Gang knew the result, and his expression became somewhat solemn. It seems they were also swept into the sinkhole by the earth dragon turning over. If you haven't seen them, then that's a bit troublesome. Chen Cheng took out a coin and quickly performed a divination. After seeing the result of the divination, Chen Cheng's expression became the same as Instructor Yuan Gang's, perhaps even more serious. The coin in his palm lay quietly, showing the reverse side. Having spent so much time with Chen Cheng, Lin Chiya naturally understood what this reverse side represented. Fers Wall knew it even more clearly. If Chen Cheng had been divining whether Shen Qingzhu and the other were in danger, this meant both were in danger. Fers Wall also roughly understood the situation and immediately said, "Then I will go bring them out." Chen Cheng did not decline and nodded, "Take me with you, I can find them." Fers Wall nodded. After all, she didn't know those two. The next moment, Fers Wall vanished from the spot, taking the standing Chen Cheng with her. Only then did Instructor Yuan Gang's expression soften. If this angel of stars were to take action, then there shouldn't be any problems. Although the new recruits behind him didn't know what had happened, seeing the somewhat poor expressions on Instructor Yuan Gang and the others, as well as Fers Wall and Chen Cheng vanishing again, they could guess that something must have happened. Underground, Bailey Pang Pang and Shen Qingzhu were sitting in the Yaguang, twisting and turning to dodge falling debris and some splashing magma. Even with Bailey Pong Pong's temperament, he was in no mood to joke with Shen Qingzhu at this moment, focusing intently on piloting the Yaguang. Shen Qingzhu also understood the severity of the situation, and did not urge Bailey Pang Pang, instead focusing intently on the surrounding environment, occasionally using air control, or the star blade in his hand to deflect some of the debris. A stone wall next to them suddenly erupted with a burst of magma. Shen Qingzhu couldn't dodge in time, and some magma splashed onto his skin. The intense burning sensation stung his nerves, and even though he tried his best to endure it, he still let out a few muffled groans. Bailey Pang Pang heard the sound and turned his head to observe the situation. Upon seeing the skin on Shen Qingzhu that had been splashed, his expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Cool brother, your hand." Bailey Pang Pang thought of something and reached one hand into his freedom space, intending to pull something out. Shen Qingzhu gritted his teeth, and said with some difficulty, "You damn fatty, don't worry about me. It's just a small injury, it's nothing. Quickly pilot the Yaoguang and get us out of here." Bailey Pang Pang ignored Shen Qingzhu's attempt to act tough, and reached into his freedom space even faster. Soon, he touched something. He pulled a thin piece of jade from his freedom space, and regardless of Shen Qingzhu's refusal, shoved it into his hand. This is the Hui Tian jade, it carries the Forbidden Ruins sequence 040, Hui Tian. As long as you have one breath left, it can sustain your life, and it can ignore rank to block one soul attack. Ignore rank. There's only one of these in the entire Great Xia, and my dad treasures it greatly. After speaking, Bailey Pang Pang looked pained. Shen Qingzhu gripped the thin piece of jade in a daze and murmured, "Thank you. I will repay this favor." Bailey Pang Pang turned his head back and continued to pilot the Yaoguang upward, but the speed was getting slower and slower, to the point where it could finally be called crawling at a snail's pace. Bailey Pang Pang looked at the distant, endless cave entrance, his eyes rarely filled with worry. Just then, a figure wearing a tailcoat appeared silently on the Yaoguang. Shen Qingzhu, who had his back to Bailey Pang Pang, was the first to react. He pulled out the star blade and aimed it at the figure, his air control ready to be unleashed, though in this situation, it didn't seem like it would be of any use. "No need to be nervous." Whisper's gentle voice echoed in the ears of Shen Qingzhu and Bailey Pang Pang. Their eyes instantly became unfocused, as if they were controlled puppets. A super high-risk individual, and a young master of the Bailey family. Although I can't find those two gods' proxy, this is not bad either, Whisper whispered to himself. Shen Qingzhu felt as if his soul had left his body. Although he could hear Whisper's words clearly, he couldn't muster any strength, and he couldn't even feel his own body. His thoughts raced. The moment Whisper took action, he understood that this was someone from the ancient god church, and their level was very high, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to control them in an instant. "Let's start with you." Whisper's voice echoed in Shen Qingzhu's ear, getting closer and closer. Damn it, what is he going to do? Shen Qingzhu still couldn't feel his body, and could only rage impotently in his heart. He felt Whisper's hand touch him, and then something entered his body. He finally had some sensation. The injuries on his body were miraculously reversed, the original burning sensation disappeared, and Shen Qingzhu's body was restored to its original state by Whisper. But he still couldn't open his eyes, and could only listen to Whisper's next sentence in this mysterious state. Next is you, young master of the Bailey family. You damn fatty, damn it, stop. Shen Qingzhu shouted in his heart, but it was all in vain. Just before Whisper was about to touch Bailey Pang Pang, a roaring gunshot interrupted his action. A rapidly flying bullet flew between him and Bailey Pang Pang, blocking his next move. Whisper frowned and looked in the direction the bullet came from, but immediately after, he looked as if he had seen something terrifying. His face was full of horror, and he no longer paid attention to Bailey Pang Pang, who was left behind. He grabbed Shen Qingzhu, who was nearby, and took a step back. There an illusory door appeared, and Whisper took Shen Qingzhu and stepped into the door, vanishing from the spot. The next moment, Fur's wall appeared on the Yaoguang with Chen Cheng. Fur's wall frowned, took a step out, and was about to chase after Whisper, muttering something, playing with teleportation in front of me. Fur's wall was about to vanish from the spot, but Chen Cheng grabbed her, because Chen Cheng remembered something. In the original timeline, it seemed that it was because of this incident that Shen Qingzhu joined the Ancient God Church as an undercover agent, which eventually led to the death of all the Ancient God Church believers. Moreover, this joining by Shen Qingzhu had an impact on many subsequent events, such as the prison break at the Abstinence Institute, the Bailey family banquet, and so on, all of which were significantly affected. Thinking back to how it was so difficult for him and Fur's wall, one a former biz or a sorcerer, the other the current key of stars to find two people, arriving just after Whisper had succeeded, an idea seemed to form in Chen Cheng's mind. I cannot change events that have a major impact on the timeline. Even if I change them for a moment, they will eventually happen due to certain things. Chen Cheng had roughly reached a decision. He turned his head to look at Bailey Pang Pang, who had broken free from the restraint but was still dazed. Young Master Tu Ming, did you give the Hui Tian Jade to Shen Qingzhu? Bailey Pang Pang was stunned for a moment and nodded. Yes, before when Cool Brother was splashed by magma, I gave the Hui Tian Jade to him. But then Bailey Pang Pang reacted, how do you know about the Hui Tian Jade? Chen Cheng did not answer, but turned to look at Fur's wall, activating the realm of mystery around him, hiding the two of them. Inside the realm of mystery, Chen Cheng spoke in detail to Fur's wall about Shen Qingzhu going undercover in the Ancient God Church, and also brought up the function of the Hui Tian Jade and Whisper's soul contract. Finally, Chen Cheng stated his thoughts. I believe that the things we can influence in this world are limited, because the timeline is linked ring by ring. If we change some smaller things, then there won't be too much of an impact. The timeline will automatically correct itself, changing subsequent events accordingly. But we cannot change some major things, or rather, things that have a significant impact on the future. Take this time, for example. Because the impact of Shen Qingzhu going undercover in the Ancient God Church is very significant, even if I tried not to let them get too involved in this matter, he was still inevitably swept into it. Similarly, the obstacles we encountered when we just wanted to find them should also have come from this world's correction. It was preventing us from changing this event, in order to let the subsequent events run normally. Therefore, there is no need to chase them anymore. I suspect that even if you chase after them now, you won't be able to catch up for various reasons, or perhaps there won't even be any trace of them left. As long as we can confirm that Shen Qingzhu is not in danger, then there is no need to chase. Chen Cheng tried to explain as detailed as possible, because Fur's wall had not been here long, and had not, like him, personally changed some things without encountering obstacles, so she would not have such a deep realization. Fur's wall's expression was serious. She had listened to all of Chen Cheng's words and roughly understood. Therefore, she no longer dwelled on chasing Whisper, but reached out and grabbed into the air. After grabbing a few times, Fur's wall seemed to have grabbed something. She pulled back sharply and took out an exquisite crystal ball from the air. Seer Pathway Sequence 3, Scholar of Your Historical Projection. Chapter 0, Answering Questions and Clearing Doubts. Since some readers have asked questions about the content of the novel, and considering that some readers might want to ask, but feel too shy to do so, I will answer the questions I have seen here in one go. First, regarding the question of proselytizing, some readers are confused as to why there hasn't been any content related to proselytizing so far. The main reason is simple: there hasn't been an opportunity. From the beginning until now, the protagonist has been surrounded by night watchers. For night watchers, the possibility of wanting to believe in the fool is very low, so there has been no proselytizing. However, in the upcoming Japan arc and the section regarding the construction of the new Tsangnan city, proselytizing will be mentioned, so stay tuned. The second question is about the relationship between what the protagonist is doing and advancing to Attendant of Mysteries. First, we must clarify one point. The principle of advancement in the Lord of the Mysteries world is absorbing potions and acting, which is essentially about aligning with the spirituality within the potion. In contrast, the Zhanshan world is about increasing spirituality to modify the body, thereby achieving the goal of advancement. There is a fundamental difference between the two. Because of the help from the fool, the protagonist can advance using spirituality until reaching the rank of Supreme God. The Supreme God in the Lord of the Mysteries world corresponds to the Attendant of Mysteries. Therefore, what the protagonist is doing now is advancing, taking the first step to reach the status of an Attendant of Mysteries, and then, upon returning to the Lord of the Mysteries world, consuming the potion to fully advance to Attendant of Mysteries. As for rituals, the Scholar of Yours ritual can be completed in the Zhanshan world by detaching from history for 300 years, which will be mentioned later. The Miracle Invoker's ritual, which involves pulling lost history back into the main timeline, is a bit difficult since there isn't that much lost history. The ritual for Attendant of Mysteries is actually simpler than that of a Miracle Invoker because of the help from the Fool, and the fact that the corresponding status has already been attained. Plus, with the Fool's help and since the essence of the ritual is to avoid losing control by using the ritual as an anchor to stabilize spirituality, it is not strictly necessary. The third point is about exploring the connection between this world and the outer deity. Actually, this is just a hook to give the protagonist a reason to enter the Zhanshan world. However, those who have read both books will know that there is actually no connection between the two. If one had to say something, it would be that the prototype of the outer deity is Cthulhu. Those who have only read one of the books will also know this, as I have mentioned it before. In one of the chapters, the Fool said that he already knows there is no connection, so the time spent afterward should be considered as training and compensation for the protagonist. For details, please see chapter 68. It was also mentioned a bit later that one of the tasks for Furs when coming to this world was to go to Olympus to obtain some of Cthulhu's aura. This aura can allow the Fool to study and understand its relationship with the outer deity, and it might also open up a possibility of finding another path to escape the celestial worthy's interference. For readers who haven't read Lord of the Mysteries, here is a quick primer. Simply put, the celestial worthy is like the Fool's second personality, constantly fighting him for control of the body. Due to some reasons, the celestial worthy is currently at a disadvantage, but he will eventually wake up, and the spirit of the Fool, Klein, will eventually fade away. Therefore, a way to escape must be found during this time, such as grafting the celestial worthy's spirit onto Cthulhu. There is also a fourth question. The protagonist said he wants to explore the truth of this world, but so far there hasn't been any action taken. This is actually easy to explain. His strength is not yet sufficient. As previously mentioned, the prerequisite for exploring how this world achieves divination and future prediction is to reach sequence 5, which is the Wuliang realm. This is a prerequisite. Exploring other things, including Cthulhu and the gods, also requires the protagonist to have sufficient personal strength, otherwise, he cannot do anything. For details, please see chapter 13. Alright, that's all the questions for now. I have tried my best to answer them in detail, explaining my train of thought and ideas. I hope this helps you better understand my book. Well, if there is anything else you don't understand, feel free to ask again, and I will answer them one by one. Finally, thank you for your support. Chapter 80, The End of Training. Furs Wall raised the crystal ball. A moment later, the crystal ball burst into a dazzling light. Chen Cheng reached out his hand to shield his eyes. Furs Wall glanced at the divination results, then tossed it aside, and the crystal ball vanished into thin air. In the prophecy, he will be fine, and you will meet again in the future. I don't know when. Chen Cheng nodded thoughtfully. It seemed things were as he had expected. Since they could meet again, it meant the future timeline had not been altered, and his previous theory held true. Then there is no need to look for him, let nature take its course. Fur's Wall nodded. Since Chen Cheng had said so, she had no other thoughts on the matter. Chen Cheng waved his hand to disperse the realm of mystery. Upon seeing the two reappear, Bailey Pang Pang asked anxiously, Chen Cheng, what's going on? Where did Cool Brother go? Chen Cheng explained the situation to Bailey Pang Pang. Upon hearing that Chen Qingzhu had been taken away by Whisper, Bailey Pong Pong's face was filled with anxiety. Can we still find Cool Brother? It's all my fault, it's all my fault. If Cool Brother hadn't been following me, he wouldn't have been taken. Bailey Pang Pang began to blame himself as he spoke. Chen Cheng patted his shoulder and said, I just performed a divination. Chen Qingzhu will be fine, and for him, this is not just a danger, but perhaps an opportunity. We will have a chance to meet again in the future, and Chen Qingzhu will eventually leave the ancient God Church and return to our side. Although Bailey Pang Pang was very anxious, he knew Chen Cheng would not joke about such matters. However, he was still somewhat worried and asked again, I remember that no one can escape Whisper's soul contract. Will Cool Brother be all right? How is he supposed to leave the ancient God Church? Chen Cheng shook his head. He won't. Remember that Huitian jade you gave Shen Qingzhu. That piece of Huitian jade can help Shen Qingzhu resist the soul contract. Whisper won't know about it. Bailey Pang Pang finally felt relieved and asked, then how should we tell the instructors later? Should we say Cool Brother went to the ancient God Church to be an undercover agent? Chen Cheng shook his head and said, if the Night Watchers find out Cool Brother was taken to the ancient God Church, they might not believe our claim that he hasn't been influenced and might just send him straight to the Abstinence Institute. Bailey Pang Pang thought about it. The Night Watchers might indeed do that. While the Night Watchers might be open-minded in other aspects, when it came to gods or the ancient God Church, no measure was too extreme. So if they told the truth, the Night Watchers might really do as Chen Cheng said regardless of whether he was influenced or not, they would throw him into the Abstinence Institute first. Then what should we say? Bailey Pang Pang asked uncertainly. Chen Cheng had already prepared the script. Just say that we couldn't find Shen Qingzhu. Even with divination, we couldn't find him. Later, when we meet Shen Qingzhu again, we can use a more suitable excuse, such as him being near death and rescued by Whisper, but Whisper gave up on him after realizing he couldn't be saved. And since Whisper doesn't know that the Huitian jade can sustain his life, Shen Qingzhu happened to run into us after recovering from his injuries, and successfully returned to the Night Watchers. At that point, there will at least be one inspection, but that doesn't matter. As long as the Huitian jade works, that inspection will be useless. The entire script for dealing with the Night Watchers' inspection was something Chen Cheng had thought of after considering that possibility, because in the original timeline, everyone knew how Shen Qingzhu was forced to join the ancient God Church, so no explanation was needed. But now things were different, so a similar excuse was needed to gloss over it. Bailey Pang Pang nodded, still a bit confused. Regardless, he tried his best to memorize Chen Cheng's words. After all, it concerned Shen Qingzhu's future, and he would never drop the ball on such matters. Seeing that Bailey Pang Pang had memorized it, Chen Cheng turned to Fur's Wall and said, Miss Magician, I would appreciate it if you could also deceive them. Fur's Wall nodded. Very well. Fur's Wall added, then let's go up now, there's nothing left to do anyway. Chen Cheng looked at Bailey Pang Pang, who nodded. Chen Cheng turned back. Fur's Wall lifted her head, and gray fog began to permeate the surroundings, taking her and the Yaoguang beneath her feet as they vanished together. On a beach somewhere in Great Xia, Whisper, dressed in a tailcoat, ran out of the illusory door in a disheveled state, clutching the bewildered Shen Qingzhu in one hand. Damn it, how could a god appear in Great Xia? The illusory door behind Whisper disappeared. Only after confirming that the god had not followed him did Whisper breathe a sigh of relief. Whisper had originally intended to teach a lesson to the person who had hindered him from planting the soul contract on Bailey Pang Pang. However, the moment he turned his head, he felt a majestic aura of a god-a presence that was definitely stronger than the god behind him. The instant he felt that aura, he didn't think twice and grabbed the nearest person, Shinqingzhu, and left. He abandoned Bailey Pang Pang. After all, 10 young masters of the Bailey family were not worth as much as he, Whisper, himself. He had come here in his true form. He took Shinqingzhu because he was close by. It was just a convenient act. Another reason was to use Shinqingzhu as a hostage. If the god was on the side of the Night Watchers, perhaps they would show some restraint. After stabilizing, Whisper looked at Shinqingzhu and found that he had already adapted to the situation, appearing completely calm. Whisper nodded inwardly. Good material. Truly worthy of being someone I have taken an interest in. Shinqingzhu appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was secretly cursing Whisper. He felt the temperature of the thin piece of jade on his chest. It must have been because of this Huitian jade. The sole contract Whisper had placed on him was blocked, but the price was that the Huitian jade shattered into several pieces. Shinqingzhu thought of Bailey Pongpong's face again, but with Whisper right in front of him, he could only sigh silently in his heart and add another entry to the debt he owed Bailey Pang Pang. Whisper nodded with satisfaction and asked, "Are you willing to become a believer under me? With my cultivation, it won't be a problem for you to become the first or second seat in the future." Shinqingzhu did not hesitate in the slightest. Believer Shinqingzhu pays respects to Lord Whisper. The smile on Whisper's face widened, and he could barely contain his joy. Whisper placed his hand on Shinqingzhu's shoulder and patted it heavily. "Not bad, not bad. With your addition, in time, the ancient god church will surely reach an unprecedented height." Shinqingzhu cursed again, but on the surface, he maintained an excited expression. Whisper withdrew his hand and looked at the sky. "We must leave now, or it will be troublesome if those flies find us again." Shinqingzhu asked with some confusion, "Is there something that troubles Lord Whisper?" Whisper shook his head. "It can't be called trouble, just annoying." Shinqingzhu was a bit puzzled, but he did not ask any further. Whisper grabbed Shinqingzhu's shoulder and took him away from there again. Lin Chiya. Bailey Tumming. Mo Lon. After the incident at Jinan Mountain, it was time for the Night Watchers' oath-taking ceremony. Before that, there was a memorial service and a posthumous medal award for Shinqingzhu. Although Qincheng and the others claimed externally that it was just a disappearance, they all knew that disappearance most likely meant martyrdom. The chances of survival were negligible. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Night Watchers decided to handle it as a case of martyrdom. Everyone went on stage to receive their own Night Watcher gear. The expected 3-piece set, Night Watcher cloak, star blade, and emblem. When it was Qincheng's turn, Instructor Yuan Gang approached him, coughed twice, and pulled a beautifully packaged set of tarot cards from his pocket. "This is the additional preparation I promised you earlier. This set of tarot cards is custom-made from special materials. Although they aren't as tough as the Star Blade, they have the advantage of being lightweight. In some situations, they can be more useful than the Star Blade. And while they aren't as tough as the Star Blade, they are harder than any metal material in the world." Qincheng put away the tarot cards. This was good enough. He didn't ask for any special effects, just enough hardness. This way, he could use the tarot cards to perform the magician's paper soldier's technique. Instructor Yuan Gang looked at Qincheng for a few moments, suddenly feeling a bit sentimental. After the team assignments, Qincheng had found him and proactively requested to return to Team 136. Based on his grades, he should have at least been assigned to the Guangzhou Shenzhen Night Watcher squad. Although puzzled, Instructor Yuan Gang reported it according to his request. Unexpectedly, the higher-ups agreed without stating a reason. Although it was a pity that Qincheng could only stay in the small city of Tsangnan, he followed the orders from above, and it wouldn't make sense to object, so he could only do his best to improve the material of the tarot cards. Qincheng was unaware of this, but he did not let Instructor Yuan Gang's kindness go to waste. He tucked the tarot cards away into another pocket. On the other side was the morning bell, which he had packed in a holster. The holster was something he had asked Instructor Yuan Gang for. After all, he couldn't just stuff it into his pants pocket. It would be inconvenient, and it wouldn't look very aesthetic. Chen Cheng walked off the stage, put on the Night Watcher cloak, and pinned on the emblem. In his hand, he carried his own star blade, with the two characters, Chen Cheng, clearly engraved on the blade. After all the new recruits had received their three-piece sets, they stood in formation, wearing their cloaks, facing Instructor Yuan Gang. Instructor Yuan Gang raised his right hand, slowly clenched it, and finally spoke solemnly. The oath-taking ceremony begins. The crowd below followed suit, raising their right hands, as did the other instructors on stage. I, Yuan Gang, swear under the red flag of Great Xia. A unified yet slightly varied sound rang out from below. I, Lin Chiye. I, Chen Cheng. I, Chao Yuan. For the final sentence, they spoke in unison, no longer any difference. Swear under the red flag of Great Xia. Instructor Yuan Gang took a deep breath. If the dark night descends. If the dark night descends. I shall stand before 10,000 people. I shall stand before 10,000 people. Hold the blade against the abyss. Hold the blade against the abyss. Blood stains the sky. Blood stains the sky. 82 Chapter 81 Yesterday once more. Chapter 81, Yesterday once more. After the oath-taking ceremony concluded, the training camp became empty again in a very short time, with only a few instructors and Elder Sun standing at the entrance looking outside. Time really flies, Instructor Yuan Gang, standing at the very front, remarked with a sigh. Elder Sun laughed and scolded, how many times has this happened already? You're still not used to it, kid. Instructor Yuan Gang replied with a smile, even if it happens a few more times, I still won't be able to get used to it. Elder Sun just continued to smile without saying anything. Instructor Yuan Gang looked outside again, toward the direction they had left. I really look forward to their future achievements. After leaving the training camp, Chen Cheng and Lin Chia were picked up by Sister Hongying, who had been waiting for a long time, and taken back to the agency to hold a welcome party for them. However, after entering Sangnan City, Chen Cheng suddenly said he wanted to go home for a bit. Sister Hongying had no objections, and Lin Chia didn't have any thoughts on the matter, so Sister Hongying drove straight to the building where Chen Cheng used to live, and after dropping him off, she said, remember to come back to the agency. Chen Cheng nodded and slowly walked upstairs. Sister Hongying just took a couple of extra looks at his retreating figure before driving off with Lin Chia. Chen Cheng walked slowly. If nothing went wrong, Miss Magician should be sitting on his sofa upstairs right now, waiting for him to return. Originally, after the Jinan Mountain incident ended, Furs should have left for Olympus, but Furs said she still had some things she hadn't given him yet, so she stayed here to wait for him to finish his training. Chen Cheng was very curious about what else Furs had brought for him and couldn't help but start guessing, charms, or other beyonder items. Or perhaps some materials unique to that place. Chen Cheng couldn't figure it out. While lost in thought, he arrived at his door. Although he could have gone straight in, Chen Cheng still took out his key and inserted it into the lock. Chen Cheng opened the door and pushed it open to enter. As he expected, Furs was sitting on the sofa, holding a beer in her hand, and opposite her, a television was playing something. Chen Cheng raised an eyebrow and closed the door behind him. Only then did Furs snap out of it from the TV, turning her head to look at Chen Cheng, who had walked in. Furs put down the beer and stood up. Without any nonsense, she took out a few charms from her person. They weren't the common kind, even Chen Cheng didn't recognize them. What are these? Chen Cheng asked, pointing at the charms. Furs placed the charms on the table and laid them out one by one. There were 4 in total, all looking exactly the same, rectangular and diamond-shaped. Furs spoke up, these are yesterday once more charms created by Mr. Their purpose is to allow you to temporarily return to your original sequence. Furs pressed down on one of them, separating it from the other 3 before continuing. This one is for the task you need to do later. Use this charm to return to the Bizarro Sorcerer sequence during the Tsangnan God War, and at the same time. Furs took out another tarot card. On the face of the card was a young girl surrounded by clusters of flowers. Along the edges of the card were distributed a lion, an angel, a flying eagle, and a divine ox. The tarot card, the world. Chen Cheng stared blankly at this card, while Furs placed the world card next to that yesterday once more charm and continued. When the time comes, channel your spiritual energy and your Bizarro sorcerer aura into it. Afterward, Mr. World will come to your side. By then, your mission will be considered complete. As for this return to your sequence, it can be considered the reward for this mission. To be honest, your missions over these past few months have been far more numerous than ours were before. As Furs finished speaking, she even felt a bit envious. After all, when she had just joined the Tarot Club, she hadn't had so many missions, they only increased later on. Chen Cheng was a bit surprised. Those 3 yesterday once more charms were within his expectations. After all, Mr. Fool had long promised him. He just didn't know in what way it would be realized. But this extra one, and the mission Furs mentioned did surprise him a bit. After all, he couldn't understand why Mr. Fool would get involved in that divine war. But since he couldn't understand it, he wouldn't dwell on it. After all, how could he possibly fathom the thoughts of a deity? Besides, that was Mr. Chen Cheng put away the 4 charms one by one, and finally solemnly tucked the world card into the inner pocket of his cloak. Seeing that Chen Cheng had put everything away, Furs didn't sit back down. Now that I've given you the things, I'm leaving. As for when I'll leave this world, it depends on when things end on my side. It could be early, or it could be late. Chen Cheng nodded to show he understood. Furs continued, although I don't know when I'll be able to see you again, I'll still congratulate you in advance. Furs smiled, I wish you an early promotion to Attendant of Mysteries. Chen Cheng also returned a smile, then I'll take your kind words. Furs waved her hand, then I'm leaving. Chen Cheng raised his hand, bye. After saying this, Furs's figure disappeared from where she stood. Perhaps when she appeared again, it would be in the distant Olympus. Chen Cheng looked at the house, which was empty except for him. He suddenly wanted to tidy up. He placed his star blade to the side, found a broom and other things inside the house, and began to clean the place he hadn't returned to for several months. After a while, Chen Cheng had cleaned many things until they were spotless. Since coming to this world, he hadn't done work like this in a long time. Most of the time, it wasn't necessary, or they did it together. He had never cleaned a house all by himself like this before. Although it was tiring, it reminded him of the past. This is good. Chen Cheng nodded with satisfaction. He couldn't explain why he had the sudden impulse to sweep the floor this time, he just suddenly wanted to. Time to go. Chen Cheng muttered, put the broom back, picked up his star blade again, and walked out the door. After taking one last look, he turned around and slowly closed the door. Chen Cheng carried the black box all the way to the agency. Ding dong, welcome. Chen Cheng walked in amidst the familiar sound. Upon entering the room, Chen Cheng saw the busy Captain Chen Mai and Zhao Kongcheng. Captain Chen Mai was still inside cooking a meal for the whole house, while Zhao Kongcheng was outside entertaining guests. Seeing Chen Cheng walk in, Zhao Kongcheng just smiled and said, back, before turning back to entertain guests. There was no help for it, today was just a bit too busy, and Sister Hong Ying had taken Lin Chiya and Wen Qima out to buy groceries. The captain was cooking, so only he and Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan were free in the agency. Don't look at just him, in fact, Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan was on the other side entertaining other guests. Chen Cheng smiled and said, put down the black box, and helped Zhao Kongcheng ask about the guest situations, finally allowing Zhao Kongcheng to catch his breath. Watching Chen Cheng methodically ask about situations and offer advice, the corners of Zhao Kongcheng's mouth, who had been left aside, curled up unconsciously. He's grown up, he murmured softly. Time passed quickly, and Sister Hong Ying also returned to the agency with Lin Chiya and the others, carrying several bags full of groceries. This time, no accidents occurred. After handing the groceries to Captain Chen Mai, Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan was finally free, but he still had to go and help Captain Chen Mai, though this was much better than solving emotional disputes for guests. The agency was already closed. Chen Cheng, Lin Chiya, and Sister Hongying were sitting in the lobby, chatting idly. As Chen Cheng chatted, he suddenly noticed something was wrong. From the tone of Sister Hongying and the others, he seemed to sense some. Chen Cheng's eyes were filled with doubt. After chatting for a while longer, he finally confirmed his feeling. Sister Hongying and the others were using chatting as an excuse to secretly comfort him and Lin Chiya. Chen Cheng could roughly guess why. It was likely they thought the two of them had been assigned to Team 136 because their assessment scores weren't good. Plus, they were afraid that saying it directly would hurt their feelings, so they could only comfort them secretly like this. Chen Cheng was between laughing and crying. Lin Chiya and he were tied for first place in the assessment scores. As for why they were assigned to Team 136, it was because Lin Chiya could not leave Sangnan City, otherwise the miracle would dissipate, and he had voluntarily requested to follow Lin Chiya. As for why the higher-ups had agreed without hesitation to let him, a god's proxy, return to Sangnan City, he didn't quite understand, but it didn't matter. Anyway, Mr. Fool's arrangements always made sense. To avoid keeping them in the dark, Chen Cheng directly revealed the truth. For a moment, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Sister Hongying and the others had their words stuck in their throats, not knowing whether to speak or not. In the end, it was Zhao Kongqing who broke the silence. He laughed heartily, attempting to gloss over it directly. First place is good, first place is good. You didn't disgrace our Team 136. Sister Hongying could only echo, yeah, I just said, you two had to at least get first place. When Shimo realized what was happening and laughed, you didn't disgrace us, that's great. Chen Cheng and Lin Chiya looked at each other and could only play along with them. Oh, it's all right, it's all right. Chen Cheng even waved his hand faintly. First place is very simple. Thus, Sister Hongying and the three of them refused to admit it even after being exposed, while Chen Cheng and the other continued to play along with them, leaving Sister Xiaonan, who had been unable to get a word in, looking completely bewildered. Chapter 82, The Secret Thief. Chen Cheng walked slowly down the street. Ever since the welcome party concluded, Team 136 had returned to its usual routine. They continued to patrol every day, accepting missions of all sizes. The only difference was that Team 136 now had 2 new members, 2 official recruits. It wasn't Chen Cheng's turn to patrol today, but he suddenly felt the urge to see someone. After telling Sister Hongying and the others, he set off on his own, declining even Sister Hongying's offer to accompany him. Chen Cheng navigated through the twists and turns, eventually stopping in a quiet alley. There was nothing special here, just a sealed-off wall and an ordinary manhole cover on the ground. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, Chen Cheng lifted the manhole cover and vaulted down with one hand. After finding his footing on the ladder, he reached back up and groped around to close the cover. Despite the darkness, he felt his way down to the bottom. Once his feet touched the solid ground, he released his grip on the ladder. Chen Cheng took out the star blade he always carried and performed the divination staff technique right there. He had chosen a relatively clean spot beforehand. While he didn't mind the grime, it wouldn't be good to let the star blade get dirty. Chen Cheng stood the star blade upright and began to chant, the location of Anqingyu. The location of Anqingyu. The location of Anqingyu. After repeating it 7 times, he let go. Miraculously, the star blade did not fall, it remained standing upright. The purpose of Chen Cheng's trip was to find Anqingyu, whom the Night Watchers called the Secret Thief, and to convince him to show himself and participate in the upcoming events. If he remembered correctly, that Sangnan God War would occur shortly after the tavern incident. Although Anqingyu didn't have much of a chance to appear in the tavern incident with him present, he would definitely appear in the Sangnan God War. If the tavern incident were resolved solely by Chen Cheng and Lin Chiya, Anqingyu might not have the chance to surface, and Lin Chiya wouldn't learn of his existence, which could trigger a cascade of reactions. Therefore he had to come. The star blade tipped over, pointing in a specific direction. Chen Cheng looked up, picked up the blade, and followed the indicated path. The surrounding environment was incredibly dim. While not pitch black, it was difficult to see things that weren't immediately obvious. If Chen Cheng hadn't been cautious, stopping to perform divination with the star blade every so often, he probably would have tripped over something eventually, though falling was impossible, given his skills as a clown. Chen Cheng rubbed his fingers together, and a small flame ignited in his palm. It wasn't large, but it was enough for illumination. This was a little magic trick of a trickmaster, though he rarely used it. Why didn't it explode? Because when Chen Cheng used his magic trick, he also pulled himself into a state of concealment. Furthermore, in this world, using abilities inevitably brought about gray fog, which isolated the flame from the sewer environment. It was also for this reason that Chen Cheng didn't end up flying away. Following the divination, Chen Cheng eventually reached the end of the sewer. There he saw An Qingyu, wrapped in black, surrounded by a chaotic assortment of items. For instance, there were pieces of corpses, and for another, some rats that he had domesticated. An Qingyu was somewhat surprised to see Chen Cheng, but only somewhat. He wasn't surprised by how Chen Cheng found him, but rather by the timing of his visit. An Qingyu didn't doubt whether Chen Cheng knew his identity. After all, back at school, he had heard Chen Cheng say his ability was divination. Since that was the case, divining these things was naturally not difficult. "Why are you looking for me?" An Qingyu asked straightforwardly. But after glancing at the star blade in Chen Cheng's hand, he changed his tone. "Are you here to capture me? Or to ask me to join the Night Watchers?" Chen Cheng shook his head. He walked up to An Qingyu with practiced familiarity, and after glancing around and seeing there was nowhere to sit, remained standing. "How long have you been here?" After thinking for a long time, Chen Cheng could only come up with this opening line, and he regretted it as soon as he said it. "That sounded a bit like I was here to hold you accountable." Chen Cheng muttered to himself. Yet An Qingyu merely paused, then pushed up his glasses and said, "Since the incident at school ended until now." Chen Cheng nodded nonchalantly. He felt he had asked a foolish question, but it didn't matter, as long as the conversation had started, that was enough. "Although my primary intention isn't to invite you to join the Night Watchers, I'm still curious, why don't you just join them?" An Qingyu pointed to the scattered remains on the floor, and the operating table beside him. "The Night Watchers have too many rules, and I don't like being constrained. I only like dissection, and the Night Watchers wouldn't allow that." Chen Cheng nodded thoughtfully. Since the conversation had started, he didn't want to waste time. He got straight to the point. "I have a divination regarding the entirety of Tsangnan City." Before An Qingyu could speak, Chen Cheng continued, "In a few days, an extremely serious event will occur in Tsangnan City. When that time comes, no one will be able to avoid it. The specifics of this event, I don't know yet, but I know it involves gods more than one. Therefore, the citizens of Tsangnan City will all be victims. Of course, I'm not saying everyone will die, but after that event, over 80% of the people in Tsangnan City will perish. Therefore, this is an event that can be called a city-destroying catastrophe. However, since it involves gods and not just one, the fact that it isn't total annihilation seems to be considered a good outcome. I came here today to make a deal with you." An Qingyu frowned, asking with some doubt. Chen Cheng nodded. "Yes, a deal. During that event, I need you to help the Night Watcher squad fend off those supernatural entities. Don't worry, although there will be many gods at that time, not all enemies are gods, there will still be some normal supernatural entities. And what I need you to fend off are those supernatural entities. Together with the Night Watcher squad, do what you can. I won't force you to stop them all." An Qingyu nodded thoughtfully, but he frowned again as if thinking of something. He asked, "But since you said that no one can avoid that event, then even if you don't say anything, I will still take action. Why go through the trouble of finding me and making a deal?" Chen Cheng held up a finger, making a one gesture. "That brings us to the reward I'm offering you. The reward is, as long as you take action, regardless of how many you fend off, I will perform a divination for you in the future, a divination concerning yourself. Chen Cheng suddenly smiled, looking at Qingyu. Furthermore, I see some threads on you. Those threads connect you, me, and Lin Qie together. This means we are destined to meet in the future, perhaps even become teammates. This is also the main reason I came to find you. And Qingyu's brow didn't relax, instead, it furrowed even deeper. Although Chen Cheng had spoken directly, he seemed to have only said half of it, determined to save the rest for later. Moreover, he had thrown out another problem at the end, that they would eventually become teammates. Because of what? He knew nothing of these things. This made him, who had always prided himself on being a genius, feel somewhat irritable. If he didn't feel he couldn't beat Chen Cheng, he would have wanted to beat him up right here before talking properly. And Qingyu tried his best to calm down, wanting to use the only correct answer to look at Chen Cheng, to see what kind of person could do such a thing. But Chen Cheng, as if prescient, interrupted his probing. I advise you not to use that forbidden ruins of yours to look at me. Otherwise, there will be very bad consequences. Trust me, it's a consequence neither you nor I want to see. Just kidding. If he let Qingyu use the only correct answer to probe him right now, he would only see the bizarro sorcerer status, and the realm of mystery hidden within his body. At that point, there would only be two outcomes, either Qingyu would lose control and die, turning into a pile of rotten meat, with the world line being too heavily affected and Chen Cheng being erased or expelled. Or Qingyu would awaken early, and his body would be controlled by the key of the gate. In that case, he could only try to be as fast as possible, seeing if he could summon Mr. World before he died, which was the only way to survive. But regardless of which outcome, the fool's mission would fail. This was something he didn't want to see, so he had to curb Qingyu's curiosity, or the consequences would be too great. While Qingyu was stunned, Chen Cheng continued, and I advise you, in the future, don't try to use your forbidden ruins to probe me, or the consequences will be very serious. And Qingyu had no choice but to give up the idea, and stopped using the only correct answer to look at Chen Cheng. To suppress his curiosity, and Qingyu could only continue the conversation. Then after that event, how will the night watchers view me? If I show myself, will I be arrested? Chen Cheng shook his head. I will explain it to them. At that time, no one except our night watcher squad will know who you are. And our side won't arrest you either. One reason is that we will take into account that you helped, and the other is that I will intercede for you. Of course, if you insist on being arrested, there's nothing I can do. With that last sentence, Chen Cheng also had some implied intentions. After all, later when Lin Qie was sent to the mental hospital in the Abstinence Institute, and Qingyu ended up getting in by getting arrested himself. 84 Chapter 83 Tavern Chapter 83 The tavern and Qingyu did not know if he had understood, perhaps he had, perhaps not, but Chen Cheng did not care about that. In any case, he had finished speaking, as for whether Qingyu would be able to recall it when the time came, that was his own business. And Qingyu was silent for a moment, then finally spoke, I understand. Chen Cheng raised an eyebrow, it seemed he had agreed. Chen Cheng did not say any other nonsense. After all, for a smart person like Qingyu, such nonsense was far less practical than a simple sentence promising not to capture him. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Chen Cheng prepared to leave. However, before leaving, Chen Cheng left behind one sentence. I will bring Lin Qie over later. I hope you will not tell him about the deal between us. After saying this, he turned and left, leaving Qingyu to note down Chen Cheng's words, and watch him leave with a complex expression. Only when he was completely out of sight did he return to the operating table to resume the interrupted surgery. Chen Cheng returned the way he came, climbing all the way up to the manhole cover he had originally descended from. Just as Chen Cheng climbed out of the ground, brushed off his clothes, and put the manhole cover back in place, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look at the alley entrance. There, a little boy holding a candied hawthorn stick, looking about 3 or 4 years old, was staring blankly at him, seemingly curious as to why Chen Cheng had climbed out from below. Chin Cheng was stunned for a moment, then reacted, quickly walking over to the little boy, straightening his face, and telling him with a serious expression, "Little friend, actually, I am a great hero who protects the city in secret. This kind of thing cannot be known by others. Since you met me today, it means we are fated." Chin Cheng fished a few yuan from his person, took the little boy's hand, and placed the money in his palm. "Here, I will treat you to another candied hawthorn stick. You cannot tell anyone about this matter, do you understand?" The little boy looked down blankly at the money placed in his hand, then raised his head to look at the serious-faced Chin Cheng, and finally nodded, I will." Only then did Chin Cheng show a smile and pat his head. Wonderful, that's a good boy." Chin Cheng used a little force to turn the little boy in another direction. Then, with a gentle push, the little boy walked away just like that. Only when he completely disappeared from view did Chin Cheng heave a sigh of relief. "In the future, I must divine before coming out," Chin Cheng said to himself silently, but then suddenly shook his head. No, unless necessary, I cannot come here again in the future." Chin Cheng nodded to himself, seemingly agreeing with his own thoughts. He walked out of the alley, and right next to him was the little boy, who was holding 2 sticks of candied hawthorn and showing them off to his mother. Seemingly not noticing Chin Cheng, the little boy was just talking about where the money came from. However, just as he had agreed with Chin Cheng, he did not mention the matter of Chin Cheng coming out of the sewer, only saying that a kind big brother had given it to him. His mother seemed to frown, pressed a finger against his forehead, and scolded him a few times, but she did not yell at him, only warning him not to casually accept things from strangers in the future. The little boy nodded and loudly said he knew, and only then did his mother feel at ease, and turn around to continue chatting with her friend. The little boy could only eat his candied hawthorn stick boredly by himself. In his boredom, he could only look around, and with this look he actually saw something. Chin Cheng had not left, he was standing not far away, watching him. Upon seeing him look over, Chin Cheng smiled at him, and gave him a thumbs up. The child was even happier now, seemingly because he had received validation. He mimicked Chin Cheng, and gave a thumbs up back. Children of this age have a hard time remembering things, but perhaps one day in the future, he would recall that on a very unremarkable day, he met a mysterious big brother and indirectly participated in a supernatural entity incident. After Chin Cheng returned to the agency, he saw Wen Qima and Lin Qiye walking out in a hurry. Seeing the returned Chin Cheng, Wen Qima's eyes showed surprise and he said, "Perfect, Chin Cheng, come with us. There is a supernatural entity incident that might need your help." Chin Cheng nodded slightly. He hadn't expected that just as he returned, he would run into them preparing to go out to handle an incident. If nothing went wrong, it should be that tavern supernatural entity incident. Seeing that Chin Cheng had no objections, and that Chin Cheng was also carrying the star blade, Wen Qima did not waste time waiting for Chin Cheng to prepare, and walked out without any nonsense. Chin Cheng and Lin Qiye followed behind, and got into Wen Qima's car. On the road, Wen Qima explained the situation to them while driving. This incident occurred in a tavern. The deceased was a waiter at the tavern. In short, it can basically be determined that there are traces of a supernatural entity in this incident, so we need to intervene. Chin Cheng listened silently, nodding inwardly to himself. It was just as he had thought, it was the tavern incident. According to his memories, it seemed that before the Tsangnan God War, there were no other supernatural entity incidents besides this one. Seeing that they had no intention of asking questions, Wen Qima continued, "I have already been there once, so I am bringing you along this time. One reason is to see if you can find any other clues. Especially Chin Cheng, perhaps with the help of your divination, we can know more things. Lin Qiye, your ability can also help us find that supernatural entity." Chin Cheng and Lin Qiye nodded simultaneously, each having their own thoughts. One was thinking about how to resolve this matter as quickly as possible, and not let it develop to the final, worst stage. The other was thinking that with Chin Cheng's divination and his own sensing plus magic, handling a supernatural entity incident should not be difficult, but he still needed to be a little careful. He would let Qin Cheng perform a divination first later. The three of them chatted along the way. Qin Cheng took the time to look out the window and, as wished, saw the tavern cordoned off with caution tape. Wen Shima also took a look and said to the two, "We have arrived." After the three got out of the car, they crossed the caution tape and walked straight into the tavern. Lin Chiya looked around along the way with a somewhat puzzled expression. Wen Shima noticed his confusion and spoke up beforehand, "If you have anything you want to ask, just ask." Lin Chiya nodded and did not hide it. "I am curious, at such a major crime scene, there isn't a single guard. It's very strange." Wen Shima then smiled and explained to him the situation where the police could not intervene in supernatural entity incidents, because once ordinary people encounter a supernatural entity, not only would they be ineffective, but they would also cause unnecessary casualties, so usually, no one is left to guard. However, it wouldn't work if it really wasn't guarded, so in these times, personnel from our internal professional handling department of the Night Watcher would take over. Lin Chiya nodded, indicating he understood. Wen Shima then looked at Qin Cheng. "Do you have anything you want to ask?" Qin Cheng pondered slightly, and since he really couldn't think of anything to ask, he could only shake his head. Wen Shima gave an and did not ask further. Just at this moment, a figure dressed in black walked in from the door. Upon seeing the three, he was first a bit surprised, then greeted Wen Shima with some familiarity. "Brother Wen, here to look for clues." Wen Shima nodded and introduced Qin Cheng and Lin Chiya beside him. These two are members who have newly joined us, Lin Chiya, Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng and Lin Chiya greeted the person. Wen Shima continued to introduce him to the two. "Chiya, Qin Cheng, this is the personnel from the professional handling department that I mentioned to you before, Xiaohei." Because they had already exchanged greetings, the group did not say much more. Wen Shima pointed to the two and said, "Xiaohei, please introduce the specific situation to them again." Xiaohei nodded, his expression becoming serious, and said, "This incident occurred yesterday, which is August 26th at 10:45 a.m. Afterward, the tavern service staff, Sun Xiao, was found dead inside." Xiaohei led the group into the backyard. On the way he continued, "The deceased, Sun Xiao, male, 28 years old. The death was tragic. There are 5 marks on his body where nails were inserted." Xiaohei pointed to the marks circled in the backyard. 4 of them are distributed on the limbs. These are the positions marked with red dots. Lin Chiya and Qin Cheng looked in the direction Xiaohei pointed, and indeed saw several red dots in different positions. If these red dot positions were placed on a body, they would be exactly the positions of the limbs. Xiaohei continued to point to one position. "This is the heart, and also the final cause of death. This nail that pierced through the heart was a fatal blow. There was no possibility of resuscitation. Furthermore, all the knuckles of the deceased's hands were cut off. It is unknown where they went. The cuts at the severed fingers are clean, and the corresponding murder weapon could not be found within the tavern." Lin Chiya touched his chin, recalling the previous Ghost Face King incident. Some supernatural entities indeed have some strange habits, such as Ghost Face King liking to peel off people's facial skin, or like the current one, liking severed fingers. Qin Cheng, on the other hand, was somewhat distracted. He was first thinking about how to find a reason to obtain some reasonable divination materials to directly find the mastermind behind the scenes. He quickly switched his train of thought again, starting to think about how to take Lin Chiya to find Qingyu. Should he just say it directly? Or use some other words to lure him into going? Thinking and thinking, Qin Cheng felt he had so many worries, and suddenly had the urge to scratch his hair. But the fact was that he did indeed do so, as it seemed to be able to relieve a little bit. The other 3 saw Qin Cheng's strange actions but did not pay attention, just assuming it was his personal habit or something similar. Chapter 84, 10-Cut Ghost Child. Lin Chiya and the others ignored Qin Cheng's strange behavior. The 3 of them began another round of discussion about the traces, but since Qin Cheng hadn't reached any conclusions, he had to give up for the time being. As the 3 discussed, Xiaohei took out a video recorder. "Let's look at the surveillance footage first." We won't get any results just by discussing it here. Chen Cheng also stopped thinking and leaned over to watch. The earlier footage was quite ordinary, mostly showing the tavern's operations. Later on, the victim, Sun Xiao, appeared, which was also quite normal. Just when they couldn't see anything, the surveillance seemed to be affected. It flickered for about 10 seconds. When the footage became clear again, Sun Xiao appeared on the screen. But this time, Sun Xiao in the footage seemed to be manipulated. His whole body was incredibly stiff. He mechanically spread his arms wide and brought his feet together. Then, as if lifted by invisible hands, he floated up vertically, stiff as a board, just like Jesus on the cross in the Bible. Chen Cheng noticed that at this moment, the joints of Sun Xiao's fingers were still normal and hadn't disappeared. After floating into midair, Sun Xiao seemed to suddenly wake up. He grabbed his own throat tightly with both hands, his face contorted in agony. One could feel his pain even through the screen. But soon, Sun Xiao's struggle ceased. He returned to being a puppet, his hands spread out. Under the four's gaze, the nails on the ground flew up one by one and pierced into his body from left to right, 4 in total. During this period, Sun Xiao's fingers disappeared bit by bit. It didn't look like they were being cut off, it looked more like they were being erased by some kind of power. Chen Cheng's realm of mystery had a certain stealth effect, and the manifestation of that stealth was similar to this, so he could describe this phenomenon best. After Sun Xiao's fingers completely vanished, the last nail flew up. This time, it pierced his heart. Sun Xiao seemed to suffer briefly, let out a wail, and then, his head hung down powerlessly, and he made no further sound. After a few seconds, the recording turned completely to darkness, indicating there was no follow-up, or that the follow-up could not be seen. Lin Chiye stared at the black screen, frowning as if thinking about something. Something's not right, Lin Chiye said suddenly. This exclamation drew the attention of Wen Qima and Xiao He. Wen Qima looked at Lin Chiye and asked, "What's not right?" Lin Chiye pointed to the position of the fingers in the traced marks. According to the description, these fingers were cut by a sharp weapon, and the wounds were smooth. But in the video, those fingers clearly disappeared bit by bit. Wen Qima fell into thought as well, but quickly proposed a possibility. Could it just be that we can't see it clearly, but it was actually cut bit by bit with a knife? Lin Chiye did not refute this, as he didn't know the specifics. That possibility cannot be ruled out, but we won't know for sure until we investigate. Wen Qima nodded in agreement. By the way, didn't you say there were other similar incidents? Lin Chiye suddenly thought of something and asked Wen Qima. Wen Qima explained, the previous cases weren't suspected to involve a supernatural entity, so we didn't take them over. He then looked at Chen Cheng, deliberately explaining to avoid any misunderstanding. That was mentioned before you came back, I forgot to tell you later. Chen Cheng nodded, not minding. He suddenly thought that dream divination didn't seem to require many mediums. If he used dream divination, he should be able to find the general location of the supernatural entity behind the scenes. Once he found the general location, he could tell Wen Qima, and with the help of the Night Watcher, it shouldn't be difficult to find it. Chen Cheng was used to doing things as soon as he thought of them, so he immediately said to Wen Qima, I want to go back to the agency first. There are some things I want to verify. Wen Qima did not refuse and nodded. All right, I'll take you back first. Lin Chiye looked at Chen Cheng, and the latter gave him a look, he understood instantly. Lin Chiye stopped paying attention to Chen Cheng, and said to Wen Qima, if possible, I'd like to see the bodies. Wen Qima nodded as well. Then I'll take Chen Cheng back first, then go with you to see the bodies. Lin Chiye nodded. After being sent back to the agency by Wen Qima and the others, Chen Cheng didn't waste time. He quickly found the lounge in the agency, sat on the sofa, and fell asleep with the help of meditation. In the dream, Chen Cheng saw a dilapidated small room, piled with miscellaneous items, tables, chairs, and even hot pot utensils. There, the tavern owner he had seen in the video was kneeling, seemingly paying respects to something. Beside him, a childlike supernatural entity was doing the same. The dream perspective changed at this moment, and Chen Cheng was able to see what the tavern owner was worshipping, a bug, or rather, a dying bug sealed in a crystal. Chen Cheng woke up with a start. He scrambled up, grabbed the star blade he had placed aside, and rushed out the door. On the way, Chen Cheng didn't forget to call Captain Chen Mai. After briefly explaining the situation, Chen Cheng hung up. Chen Cheng's second call was to Lin Chiye. Soon, Lin Chiye answered. Judging by his voice, he had already finished examining the victims' bodies, and was on his way back. What's wrong? Lin Chiye's puzzled voice came from the other side. Chen Cheng quickly explained the image he had foreseen, and the small room that might be near the hot pot restaurant. Lin Chiye on the other end frowned. If that was really the case, then that tavern owner was too insidious, having laid out his plan from a long time ago just for today's scheme. Just as he was about to say something, Chen Cheng's voice came through again. Right now, stop the car on the side of the road. Let Chima go pick up the captain. I'll take you to see someone. After that, let the captain and the others come pick us up. Don't tell Wen Chima about this sentence, just let him drop you off. Although Lin Chiye had some doubts, he still followed instructions. He told Wen Chima the predicted content Chen Cheng had mentioned, let him go pick up the captain, and then told him to drop him off. Although Wen Chima was a bit confused at first, when he heard it was Chen Cheng's request, Wen Chima had no objections. After all, that kid was very smart, and always acted like he knew everything. Wen Chima dropped Lin Chiye off nearby, and after giving a few instructions, drove away. Chen Cheng didn't make Lin Chiye wait long. A few minutes after Wen Chima left, a cloud of gray mist enveloped him. Chen Cheng appeared before Lin Chiye. Without saying much, he explained his prediction and his speculations in more detail. For example, the sacrifice, the ritual of course, they were talking while walking, wasting no time. Chen Cheng led Lin Chiye through streets and alleys, arriving once again at a deserted, remote alley. Then, to Lin Chiye's shock, Chen Cheng walked up to a manhole cover. He skillfully opened the manhole cover and jumped down. Before Lin Chiye could keep up, he poked his head out and urged him to hurry down. Lin Chiye had no choice but to trust Chen Cheng and jumped into the sewer with him. Since he was on top, it was naturally up to him to close the manhole cover. This time, before Chen Cheng even reached the ground, he jumped down from the ladder. After steadying himself, he rubbed his right hand, gathering a flame in his palm again. With his own perception and the light of the flame, Lin Chiye also boldly jumped down. Fortunately, he landed safely. Chen Cheng didn't explain much, just said to Lin Chiye, you might be surprised to see that person, or you might not, but you should have some guesses. It's fine, you'll know when we get there. Lin Chiye was completely bewildered, but because he was already used to Chen Cheng's way of speaking about such things, he wasn't that angry for the moment. If it had been back in the beginning, he couldn't have helped but try to beat him up. Chen Cheng raised his right hand, letting the light of the flame illuminate as large an area as possible. Lin Chiye followed behind him. Even without the light, he could walk quite steadily, relying on the perception of the mortal god realm. Not long after, Chen Cheng brought Lin Chiye to the end of the sewer. Here, just like Chen Cheng had been before, Lin Chiye saw the figure wrapped in black clothes. When that person turned around and took off his hood, Lin Chiye's pupils dilated, as if he understood what Chen Cheng meant by being surprised. And Qingyu? Lin Chiye asked with a tone of confusion. And Qingyu smiled. It's me, Lin Chiye. We meet again. Lin Chiye looked at Chen Cheng with some suspicion, then at Qingyu. When did you two meet? Chen Cheng had clearly been staying at the agency for the past few days. Even when he went out, he was either with Sister Honging or with him. It seemed he had never been alone. If he had to say, it would be this morning. Chen Cheng went out of the agency by himself and bumped into Lin Chiye and the other, who were preparing to go out, upon his return. Was it this morning? Lin Chiye asked himself. Chen Cheng didn't let him wonder for too long and nodded, effectively confirming his suspicion. 86 Chapter 85 Hot Pot. Chapter 85, Hot Pot. After answering Lin Chia's questions, Chen Qing continued, though of course, he was making it up. He started from when he discovered the traces of the secret thief, continuing until he followed the divination to the sewer, during which he had a fight with Qingyu and discovered his identity. Along the way, he embellished and added a few details at his discretion. By the end, what Chen Qing said was true, except that Chen Qing did not tell Lin Chia about the deal between them. Lin Chia listened silently while pondering the authenticity of what Chen Qing said in his mind. The logic is sound, and it fits his personality. Lin Chia nodded inwardly. After thinking carefully for a while and finding no issues, Lin Chia asked the question he had been wanting to ask on the way. So why did you bring me to find him? Chen Qing pointed at Qingyu and smiled. No reason, I just wanted you to get to know him well, get to know him again. Lin Chia looked at Chen Qing, then at Qingyu. It seemed to fit Chen Qing's style of doing things, so he didn't suspect much else. Lin Chia looked around. So you've been staying in here the whole time? Qingyu pushed up his glasses and smiled. Yes, I rarely go out, otherwise, it would be easy for you night watchers to catch me. Lin Chia couldn't help but admire Qingyu's endurance. If he remembered correctly, more than a year had passed since the Nanda snake demon incident at the school. That meant he had been staying here for over a year. Lin Chia clicked his tongue. Having nothing else to say, he turned to look at Chen Qing. Let's go, there are still supernatural entities waiting for us to deal with. Chen Qing nodded. By his rough estimation, Captain Chen Mai and Wen Qima should be together by now. Once they went out and contacted them, and were picked up, the next step would be to find the hidden supernatural entity and the tavern owner. Chen Qing turned to say goodbye to Qingyu. We're leaving now. We'll come find you again when we have time. Qingyu nodded, pushed up his glasses again, and smiled. Honestly, if it weren't for you, I would have wanted to go out and help. But now, I don't think I can be of much help. After all, with Chen Qing around, a single divination would reveal everything. There was no need for Qingyu's help, especially since anything he could obtain wouldn't be more than what Chen Qing could get. Chen Qing and Lin Chia didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Qingyu watched their retreating figures, seemingly lost in thought. Once they disappeared, Qingyu seemed to think of something happy, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Chen Qing led Lin Chia to the spot where they had originally come down. After sending a location to Captain Chen Mai and the others, Lin Chia was just about to climb up when he was suddenly pulled back by Chen Qing. Lin Chia turned to look at Chen Qing in confusion. Chen Qing shook his head, first taking out a coin to perform a divination. Only after getting the desired result did he breathe a sigh of relief and signal to Lin Chia that he could go up. Although Lin Chia was somewhat confused, he just assumed Chen Qing was being cautious and didn't think much of it. Not long after the two climbed back to the original spot and replaced the manhole cover, Captain Chen Mai and the others arrived. Lin Chia opened the car door and sat in the back seat, with Chen Qing following right behind. Wen Qima and Captain Chen Mai sat in the front, with Captain Chen Mai driving. Captain Chen Mai started the car and asked while driving, "Is that tavern owner still where he was?" Chen Qing took out a coin and performed a divination heads. Chen Qing nodded. "He's still there. We can just head straight over." Captain Chen Mai, sitting in the front seat, nodded and slammed on the gas, accelerating the car. Lin Chia and Wen Qima held onto the handles firmly, although it was a bit bumpy, it didn't matter. Chen Qing, relying on the coordination abilities of the clown, remained steady in his seat. With his other hand on the handle, he didn't even sway. The spot where Chen Qing and Lin Chia had gotten into the car wasn't far from the tavern, so within a few minutes, they parked the car in front of it. Before getting out, Chen Qing performed one more divination to be safe. Only after confirming he was still there did he get out of the car. Although they got out at the tavern, the group didn't walk into the tavern, but instead went around to the hot pot restaurant on the other side. This was something Chen Cheng had told them about on the way. Of course, they could figure that much out. After all, when Chen Cheng was explaining the precognition, he had made it very clear: hot pot utensils. No matter what, a tavern wouldn't have hot pot utensils. But if they changed their perspective and considered that the location wasn't actually inside the tavern, but in the hot pot restaurant next to it, then everything seemed reasonable. Chen Cheng and the others walked into the hot pot restaurant. It was afternoon, and there were many people eating hot pot. The sounds of conversation and shouting intertwined, filling the not-so-large hot pot restaurant. When the staff member saw Chen Cheng and the others walk in, she professionally stepped forward and asked, "Hello, how many people?" Captain Chen Mai looked at Chen Cheng and the others behind him, paused for a moment, and replied, 9. He included the others who were still at the agency. Captain Chen Mai thought that it had been a long time since he had taken them out for hot pot, so this was perfect. Resolve the matter early and eat early. When Shima understood what Captain Chen Mai meant and smiled. Splurging today, Mai. Because the hot pot restaurant was crowded and there were many eyes around, when Shima directly addressed Captain Chen Mai by his name. Captain Chen Mai smiled. It's been a while since I've taken you all out to eat. Yeah, this is just right. When Shima turned to look at Chen Cheng and Lin Chiye. You two are in for a treat today. Captain Chen Mai patted Wen Shima. Why are you so happy so early? We haven't finished yet. Wen Shima sidestepped to dodge Captain Chen Mai's slap and laughed out loud. The server noted it down seriously. After checking with the back office, she said apologetically, "Sorry, we don't have a table that big at the moment. You can wait a while, we'll let you know once some customers finish." After speaking, the server pressed a few times on the tablet in her hand and continued, "If you want to wait, you can take a number first, and we will notify you when it's your turn." Captain Chen Mai nodded. All right, then please give us a number. Sorry for the trouble. The server quickly shook her head. It's fine, no trouble at all. She pressed the tablet in her hand a few more times, and walked over to the machine next to the cash register to operate it for a moment. After a few seconds, she reached out and took a piece of paper from next to the machine, on which was written 83. The server handed the number to Captain Chen Mai and pointed to the chairs prepared by the hot pot restaurant. You can sit there for a while. Captain Chen Mai thanked her and put the number away. But they didn't go to sit on the chairs. Instead, after waiting for the server to go busy herself with other things, he turned and signaled to Chen Cheng. Chen Cheng understood and turned to walk out of the hot pot restaurant. Lin Chiye and the others followed closely behind. When they came back in, it was as if they had ceased to exist. Neither the diners nor the servers paid them any mind. Relying on the guidance of his spirituality, Chen Cheng led Captain Chen Mai and the others around a few tables of diners in the hot pot restaurant, and walked up to a few boxes of miscellaneous items. Those miscellaneous items were piled up in a heap, blocking a wall. Anyone passing by would subconsciously ignore this area, and would never discover that there was actually a room inside. Chen Cheng stepped forward, gray mist surging around his body and spreading outward. At his current level, wrapping the entire hot pot restaurant would be a breeze, let alone just the room in front of them. After confirming that the gray mist had completely enveloped the room and the surrounding area, Chen Cheng reached out a hand, aiming it at the pile of miscellaneous items. As he injected spiritual energy, the gray ferryman glowed faintly. Chen Cheng switched the ferryman to the soul of the space Rubik's Cube. With a twist of his hand, the miscellaneous items in front of him were immediately switched out of their original positions bit by bit. In less than 3 seconds, the pile of items was moved elsewhere, and on the wall where they had been, a door appeared before the group. What's the next step? Chen Cheng first asked for Captain Chen Mai's opinion. After all, Captain Chen Mai was the captain, so the plan naturally had to be decided by him, and he also trusted Captain Chen Mai's experience. Captain Chen Mai didn't hesitate and immediately said, switch space, isolate that bug of unknown identity, then. That child supernatural entity should be the culprit behind the tavern incident. Since we don't know its abilities for now, let's isolate it first too, and then we'll all take on the tavern owner together. Chen Cheng nodded and twisted again, aiming at the room. With the help of the ferryman in his hand, he could see the situation inside just as clearly. The sealed bug was switched separately into the wall, with stones packed around it, leaving no gaps. The situation for the 10-cut ghost child was even worse. Chen Cheng forced some wall positions to pack around it, making it difficult for it to even move. The next second, the tavern owner immediately appeared before the group. The tavern owner, who had appeared here abruptly, was still a bit dazed and hadn't reacted to the situation. But Lin Chiye and the others had been waiting for a long time. Within the first second of the tavern owner's appearance, he was met with the overwhelming aura, the absolute darkness of the god's ruins of absolute darkness, and several invisible air bullets. In an instant, the tavern owner was torn until he was bloody and mangled. The air bullets also penetrated his body without obstruction. In just a short second, he had become a cripple with no ability to fight. Chapter 86. Hot Pot. Although the tavern owner had suffered heavy damage, he still seemed to have some combat capability left. Lin Chiye frowned, and the god's ruins of absolute darkness eroded over once more, attempting to tear his body apart again. Chen Cheng reached out to stop him. "It's fine, leave it to me. I guarantee he'll be dead beyond any doubt." Lin Chiye chose to trust Chen Cheng, but he did not withdraw the god's ruins of absolute darkness. Gray mist surged within Chen Cheng's pupils. In truth, there was a faster solution, but he didn't know what the consequences would be. Chen Cheng raised his right hand, and the ferryman shifted to the soul of the snake lady. Amidst flickers of faint light, a snake-eye pattern appeared on the ground beside the tavern owner. Chen Cheng took a step and vanished from his spot, reappearing beside the tavern owner in the next second, reaching out his right hand toward him. The tavern owner was startled and tried his best to throw a punch at Chen Cheng, but Chen Cheng dodged it nimbly. Chen Cheng swatted his hand away and closed the distance, dodging the tavern owner's ghost threads along the way. Chen Cheng continued to reach out, forcefully grabbing the tavern owner's neck. At the same time, he switched the soul within the ferryman back to the Rubik's Cube. He extended the gray mist down to his maximum range and forcibly straightened the tavern owner's head, making him lock eyes with Chen Cheng. Even though the tavern owner struggled desperately, it was to no avail. As Chen Cheng straightened his head, one of his arms quietly rose, intending to use the ghost threads to ambush the young man in front of him. But at that moment, he saw the swirling gray mist in the young man's eyes. The tavern owner began to struggle desperately in Chen Cheng's grasp. This struggle was more violent than any before, and Chen Cheng nearly lost his grip. Strands of blood began to seep from the tavern owner's body. His pupils were congested, and his hideous eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. As that blood flowed across the ground, the tavern owner's body began to swell. Meanwhile, the surrounding ghost threads began to riot, scurrying about in the tight space like tiny snakes. Lin Chiye and the others narrowly dodged the attacks of several ghost threads, frowning as they watched the swelling tavern owner. His originally normal arms ballooned to a meter in thickness, and his body expanded outward as if he were an overinflated balloon. Chen Cheng, having been prepared, took 2 steps back to avoid the tavern owner's swelling body. On Lin Chiye's side, they watched the gradually swelling tavern owner as if facing a formidable enemy. If the tavern owner were to truly explode in such a small space, the power would definitely be immense. Chen Cheng had been prepared. After steadying himself, he pressed his right hand down lightly, and the swelling tavern owner vanished instantly, replaced by an equal volume of soil and rock. As for the tavern owner, he had been moved by Chen Cheng to a position several hundred meters underground. Regardless of whether he lived or died afterward, at least he would no longer have any impact. As for those ghost threads, they were naturally left where they were. Without the tavern owner's control, the ghost threads lay limply on the ground. Chen Cheng bent down, picked up the ghost threads, and put them into his pocket. After finishing all this, Chen Cheng clapped his hands. Lin Chiye and the others stared in shock at the suddenly appearing soil and rocks. Where did this come from? Where did the tavern owner go? Seeing that everyone was still stunned, Qin Qing clapped 2 more times, which finally brought them back to their senses. Lin Chiye shook his head. What about that tavern owner? Captain Chen Mai and Wen Qima also looked over. Where did he go? Qin Qing smiled and pointed to the ground. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be deep underground. Lin Chiye and the others were stunned again, looking almost simultaneously at the spot Qin Qing pointed to. You mean he's underground? Wen Qima asked, somewhat incredulously. Qin Qing nodded. After all, if we want to avoid being affected by him, we can only throw him underground. The 3 of them didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only silently give Qin Qing a thumbs up. Qin Qing smiled and reminded them, all right, next. As he spoke, he reached out toward the pile of soil and rocks. Following his movements, the 3 of them stood ready, prepared to launch an attack at any moment. Qin Qing whispered. With a twist of his outstretched hand, the soil and rocks vanished instantly. The 10-slashing ghost child, which had been struggling to breathe due to the intense pressure, suddenly had oxygen. Just as it was preparing to take a few deep breaths, its surroundings were replaced by darkness, followed by an overwhelming barrage of attacks. Because its own realm wasn't particularly high, the 10-slashing ghost child could only be slaughtered. However, by relying on its extremely fast reaction to create several clones to shield itself, it forcibly survived. But waiting for it was Qin Qing, who had teleported beside it once more. It was the same routine, forced pressure infusion, and the 10-slashing ghost child's reason was instantly occupied. Unlike the owners of Forbidden Ruins, the loss of control for a supernatural entity is more violent and insane. But at the same time, a supernatural entity in this state has no reason, and naturally forgets to use its own Forbidden Ruins. Qin Qing teleported away, and a massive wave of attacks surged from behind, tearing the 10-slashing ghost child to shreds in less than a moment. This time, it had no possibility of survival. Only a pile of the 10-slashing ghost child's remains were left on the ground. If nothing went wrong, the 10-slashing ghost child was dead beyond any doubt, with no possibility of resurrection. But Qin Qing, still uneasy, performed a divination. Of course, he did it together with the tavern owners. The result was good, heads. This indicated that both the tavern owner and the 10-slashing ghost child were dead beyond any doubt. All that remained was that supernatural entity that Qin Qing had sealed away. All right, the last one. Qin Qing turned around and said. The 3 of them nodded, indicating they were ready. Qin Qing reached out his hand for the 3rd time. The soul within the ferryman had already been switched back to the Rubik's Cube. This time, Qin Qing waved his hand directly, as if waving hello. The remains of the 10-slashing ghost child vanished instantly, and a bug encased in crystal began to fall from the air. Before it could fully hit the ground, the attacks from Lin Chiye and the others arrived. Because the supernatural entity was still severely wounded, it didn't even have the ability to open the crystal, let alone resist. Therefore, eliminating this supernatural entity was a bit easier than eliminating the 10-slashing ghost child and the tavern owner. No accidents occurred. The moment their attacks arrived, the bug completely dissipated. Qin Qing performed another divination, just to be safe. A very good result. He put away the coin. All right, confirmed dead. Captain Chen Mai nodded. He sheathed the star blade and smiled. Since it's resolved, should we? Wen Qima was the first to respond loudly, eat hot pot. Captain Chen Mai laughed out loud. Yes, eat hot pot. After speaking, he waved his hand grandly. Let's go eat hot pot. Qin Qing and Lin Chiye exchanged a glance, both seeing the amusement in each other's eyes. Captain Chen Mai led the way, with Wen Qima and Lin Chiye following behind, while Qin Qing deliberately walked at the very back. On his hand, the ferryman was still glowing faintly. The layout and structure he had originally altered were swapped back, and some traces were also cleared or replaced. The miscellaneous items were restacked in front of the door, and everything basically returned to its original state. After finishing all this, Qin Qing withdrew his hand, and the ferryman stopped glowing. Around him, gray mist appeared for an instant, then vanished completely. He caught up with the others. Eat hot pot, eat hot pot. Wenchima smiled and put his arm around Chen Cheng's shoulder. You've rendered a great service this time. Maybe the higher-ups will have a lot of rewards for you. Chen Cheng kept that same smile and said modestly, not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to you guys being so powerful. I was just a little bit of support. Wenchima patted his shoulder. Humility is a good thing for a young person, but you can't be too humble. Young people, after all, should be bold. Chen Cheng touched his chin. Why do I feel like that's something old Zhao would say? Wenchima smiled. After spending a long time with old Zhao, it's inevitable to be influenced by him. Watching them chatting and laughing, Lin Chiya also started to smile. However, hearing the last part, he seemed to remember something and turned to look at Captain Chen Mai. Captain, have you told Sister Hong Ying and the others? Captain Chen Mai, who was walking in front, stiffened. He turned his head mechanically and smiled somewhat awkwardly, no. Lin Chiya sighed. Then I'll send them a message. Let's go order food first. Captain Chen Mai's awkwardness came and went quickly. He waved his hand grandly, let's go, Wenchima, come with me to order food. You guys go check if they've arrived yet. Wenchima withdrew his hand from Chen Cheng's shoulder, walked over to Captain Chen Mai and smiled. Understood. Chen Cheng imitated Wenchima and also said, understood. Lin Chiya finished sending the message and watched this scene with a smile. Chen Cheng walked over. Let's go, let's go, let's go check if they've arrived. Lin Chiya said softly. 88 Chapter 87 Shiva's Lament Chapter 87, Shiva's Resentment, what do you mean, let us go back. On a plane flying towards Songnan, Xia Siming shouted loudly into the phone in her hand. What do you mean it's already been resolved and we're no longer needed? Xia Siming's voice grew louder with each word, shaking the teammates sitting next to her so much that they had to cover their ears. Fortunately, the person on the other end seemed to say something, and Xia Siming finally accepted it. Turn around, we don't need to go to Songnan anymore. Xia Siming shouted towards the cockpit. After saying this, she slumped into her seat, still looking quite indignant. Lin Chiya and Chen Cheng, I will definitely catch you too. Xia Siming looked at the scene outside the window, one hand clenched tightly, her expression serious. Master Chen, Commander Yi says you don't need to go to Songnan anymore. A horse-drawn carriage wove through the traffic, occasionally dodging a car, moving steadily towards the other side. As for this unconventional carriage, those drivers seemed unable to see it and drove straight past, but even so, the carriage still dodged one small car after another in front of it, seemingly taking this task extremely seriously. On the carriage, Master Chen slowly finished a cup of tea, glanced outside the carriage, and said in a deep voice, let's go. Songnan is a hellish place, it's best not to come if you can avoid it. The carriage boy flicked his whip and replied, understood. Master Chen poured himself another cup of tea, seemingly recalling something. By the way, what was the name of that god that appeared in Songnan City last time? The carriage boy looked ahead with a serious gaze and replied, Master, there were 3 in total. Which one are you asking about? Master Chen sipped the tea in his hand, looking somewhat surprised. 3, huh? He put down the teacup, tell me about all of them. This old man's memory is a bit poor, I can't remember. The bookboy smiled, not taking these words seriously. After all, Master Chen was one of the few human sealings within Great Xia. How could one judge him by ordinary human standards? But he still replied earnestly, the first one to appear was that fool, sequence 043. The specific background and abilities are currently unknown. But judging from the performance of that agent of the fool, it shouldn't be too weak, appearing comparable to that seraph ranked 003. The second one to appear was that Evernight goddess from ancient Greece, sequence 044, who chose that seraph agent as her proxy, creating a unique dual god proxy. The third one, according to the data, seems to be just an angel under that fool's throne, temporarily named Angel of Stars, Sequence 045, with abilities and strength currently unknown. Master Chen sighed, it's a troubled time. In a small city like Tsangnan, 3 gods have actually appeared, and 2 gods proxy have emerged. This hellish place is a bit eerie, best stay away, best stay away. By the end, Master Chen sighed again, and the book boy in front acted as if he hadn't heard. Master Chen picked up his teacup, seemingly thinking of something, and murmured, if I recall correctly, the time is almost here. He raised his head, looking at the sky outside, a troubled time. Ever since that tavern incident, everything seemed to return to normal. Songnan City was not large to begin with, and supernatural entity incidents were rare. Until today, half a year had passed since the last incident, yet there had basically been no supernatural entity incidents. Before Lin Chiye and the others joined, the previous frequency was basically equivalent to several years' worth. Chen Cheng didn't go out today and stayed in the agency. Sister Hong Ying and Zhao Kongcheng went out to patrol. Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan and the captain were chatting inside. Lin Chiye, Sister Xiaonan, and Wen Qima went out to purchase today's ingredients. Chen Cheng opened the birdcage and fed some water to the pure black crow inside. After feeding the water, he took out birdseed from the side and poured a little into the food box placed inside. While the crow was lowering its head to eat the birdseed, Chen Cheng gently smoothed its feathers. I pity you. Chen Cheng said something very inexplicable. Naturally, the crow couldn't understand. After smoothing the feathers, Chen Cheng closed the birdcage, letting it eat slowly by itself, while he walked over to the sofa on the side, lay down comfortably, and took out his phone to scroll. At this moment, Captain Chen Mai walked out of the conference room. Seeing Chen Cheng scrolling through videos, he smiled and said, so comfortable. Chen Cheng moved his phone aside, revealing his face. Seeing it was Captain Chen Mai, he smiled, yeah, there's nothing to do, and no one to chat with, so I can only feed the little crow. Captain Chen Mai walked over to the birdcage, looked at the crow lowering its head to eat, stretched out his hand, and gently shook the birdcage. The crow raised its head to look at him, seemingly complaining about the disturbance, but it didn't persist for long before continuing to lower its head to eat. After doing all this, Captain Chen Mai seemed to feel a bit wicked himself, but he had no intention of making amends, just laughed out loud twice. He looked at Chen Cheng again, at least it has a nice name, Crow of Calamity, why do you just call it Little Crow? Chen Cheng waved his hand, calling it Little Crow is already generous. If it weren't for the fact that you all thought it sounded bad, I would have insisted on changing its name. How about Amon? Why is no one willing? Captain Chen Mai walked to Chen Cheng's side with a smile. It's not that we aren't willing for you to change it, it's just that they all think it sounds bad. Because of this, a name war even broke out, but unfortunately, no one could convince anyone else. Captain Chen Mai asked curiously, why does this name sound a bit strange to me? It feels like my nose is a bit itchy, like something is missing. How did you come up with this name? Chen Cheng just smiled without saying anything. Captain Chen Mai and the others wouldn't know what this name represented on his side. He just thought of that name when he saw the crow, so he wanted to use it, but unfortunately, it was rejected. Captain Chen Mai walked to the side, sat down together, and stretched. This is indeed comfortable. Captain Chen Mai sighed with emotion. As he spoke, he took out his phone and started scrolling, imitating Chen Cheng. After a while, Captain Chen Mai received a call. Upon seeing the caller, Captain Chen Mai's expression changed. He stood up abruptly and walked outside before answering the call. How much longer? The voice on the other end of the phone asked. Captain Chen Mai's expression was somewhat bitter, and he said slowly, less than half a month. The other side of the phone was silent for a while, then Captain Chen Mai continued, Commander Yi, Shiva's resentment cannot be given to them. The tragedy of that year cannot be repeated. The person on the other end was none other than the great Xia Night Watcher Commander-in-Chief, Commander Yi Fan. He sighed and said, the Night Watcher will not hand over Shiva's resentment, but you will also be in great danger. Even though Captain Chen Mai knew Commander Yi Fan couldn't see, he still shook his head, it's fine, it's just that I'm afraid my teammates. He turned to look at the agency, and through the door, he saw Chen Cheng still scrolling through videos, feeling a bit relieved. You can let them come to Shangjing first, but Chen Cheng and Lin Chiye cannot. You should know this. Commander Yi Fan's voice came over again, surprisingly mentioning Chen Cheng and Lin Chiye. Captain Chen Mai's expression was somewhat complicated, but he nodded, I understand. Commander Yi Fan sighed, do you regret accepting Shiva's resentment back then? Captain Chen Mai answered firmly, no regrets. Ever since I came back to life and saw Shiva's resentment for the first time, I knew I wouldn't regret it. Commander Yi Fan seemed unable to say anything more, only urging, stay safe. Understood. Captain Chen Mai nodded and said. However, when Captain Chen Mai couldn't see, Chen Cheng put away his phone, looked at the door with a silent expression, and after a moment, stood up and walked back to his room. Inside the birdcage, Crow of Calamity seemed to be full, and chirped happily twice. Chapter 88, World. We can go to Shangjing City to observe and learn with the team there. Sister Honging looked at Captain Chen Mai with excitement. Seeing Captain Chen Mai nod, she spun around happily. Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan, as the vice captain of Team 136, first thought about the safety issues in Sangnan City. If we all leave, what if a supernatural entity incident occurs in Sangnan City? Captain Chen Mai already had his excuse ready. I will stay behind. Additionally, because Chen Cheng and Lin Chiye are still rookies, they will also stay behind with me. He looked at Chen Cheng and Lin Chiye standing next to him. Do you two have any problems with that? Lin Chiye nodded without hesitation. No problem. Chen Cheng also nodded. I can do that too. However, secretly, he muttered to himself, Captain, oh Captain, why do you always like to shoulder everything alone? Wen Qima was a bit puzzled. But we don't have much of a connection with Shangjing City, and our ranking isn't very high. Why would they let us go? Captain Chen Mai pointed at himself and said with some pride, because of me, your captain. Wen Qima was even more confused. Because of you. Could it be that you, Captain? Captain Chen Mai nodded. That's right. I have some connections in Shangjing City. It just so happens they are looking for people to observe and learn, so I pulled some strings with people I know and managed to squeeze our team in. After hearing this, Zhao Kongqing laughed loudly. Haha, I never thought our team would have a day where we use connections. Sister Honging also laughed along and deliberately put on an indignant tone, the evils of connections. The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Captain Chen Mai felt a bit helpless but couldn't say much, so he could only continue, this study trip will last from 3 days at the shortest to a week at the longest. I received the notice this morning, so you can pack your luggage tonight, and tomorrow you can just head to the airport. By the time you wake up from a sleep, you should have already landed in Shangjing City. Sister Honging and Sister Xiaonan were excited, each calculating what to bring. Seeing Captain Chen Mai, Sister Honging seemed a bit embarrassed to leave him as a nest-empty elder, and specifically comforted him, Captain, don't be sad. We will bring back some local specialties for you. After saying that, she remembered that Chen Cheng and the others were also staying behind, so Captain Chen Mai didn't count as a nest-empty elder, and added, little brother Chen Cheng, little brother Chiye, remember to take good care of the captain. Chen Cheng replied helplessly. Sister Honging seemed a bit too excited. If Lin Chiye knew Chen Cheng's thoughts, he would only express that he thought the same. Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan still seemed a bit skeptical, and was just about to open his mouth to continue asking when he was blocked by a document Captain Chen Mai pulled out. Fine then. Even if Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan was skeptical inside, his doubts were dispelled after seeing the document. He completely believed Captain Chen Mai's words, so he also smiled and said, then I must prepare well. Go on, go on. Captain Chen Mai waved his hand, looking like he was shooing them away. Right, Chiye and Chen Cheng stay. I want to tell you two something. Captain Chen Mai seemed to have remembered something and added. Sister Honging was suddenly a bit sad. Captain, you're being biased. Captain Chenmai laughed and scolded, go pack your luggage. I have serious business to discuss with them. Sister Hongying giggled, grabbed Sister Xiaonan, and ran away quickly. Even from a distance, a voice came, Naya, just saying, Captain, you're biased. Captain Chenmai could only look at Sister Hongying's departing back with some helplessness. Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan and the others also left at this time. Wen Qima and Zhao Kongcheng were even discussing going out to buy some things together. After they all left and only Lin Qiye and Chen Cheng remained, Captain Chenmai opened his mouth. I kept you two behind because I want to tell you something. Lin Qiye and Chen Cheng listened quietly as Captain Chenmai continued. Their observation and study trip is real, there's no need to doubt that. But I want to remind you of one thing. A major event might happen in Songnan City later. It might happen, or it might not. If it doesn't, that's naturally the best. But if it does, I hope you can be careful. After confirming that Captain Chenmai had finished speaking, Lin Qiye slowly opened his mouth. Captain, I have a premonition, so I saw the whole process of you forging the document this morning. Captain Chenmai was stunned and looked at Lin Qiye with some helplessness. The document was indeed forged, but I also said that going to Shangjing City to observe and learn is also true. Lin Qiye was a bit confused. Captain, then why didn't you let them stay? If a major event really happens, wouldn't it be better if we carry it together? Captain Chenmai shook his head. You don't understand. If it really happens, then this major event will be too big. So big that our whole team combined couldn't handle it, so big that even if we threw our lives away, it would be useless, so big that. Captain Chenmai raised his hand and pointed outside. So big that this entire Songnan City will not be spared. Lin Qiye followed Captain Chenmai's hand and looked outside. Compared to Captain Chenmai, he could see the scene outside even more clearly. Lin Qiye was shocked by Captain Chenmai's last sentence. If it was really as Captain Chenmai said, then what would this major event involve? Human sealing. Or perhaps, gods. Lin Qiye didn't dare to think about it. If it was the latter and it involved gods, then indeed, the entire Songnan City would not be spared. After all, there were two ancient gods in his mental hospital, and he had seen the Angel of Stars before, even if they didn't show any terrifying displays. But just that aura was scary enough, not to mention that if they exploded with full power, perhaps one Songnan City wouldn't be enough. Lin Qiye's expression became solemn for the first time. He couldn't help but start thinking about what he should do if such a thing really happened. No matter what, he was only in the pool realm. Even if he let Nyx or Merlin Hermes possess him, it was impossible to contend with a god. Seeming to see through Lin Qiye's thoughts, Captain Chenmai shook his head. You don't need to step forward. All you need to do is find a place to hide and protect yourselves. Lin Qiye was a bit anxious and was about to say something, but Chen Cheng said at this time, Captain, I can perform divination. Sometimes when things are dangerous, I also get news in advance. Chen Cheng seemed to be just stating this one thing, but Captain Chenmai understood the subtext of Chen Cheng's words. He knew everything. Captain Chenmai looked at Chen Cheng with complex eyes. So what if you know? You still can't interfere. After all, in that kind of situation, there's nothing you can do. Lin Qiye looked at Chen Cheng, then at Captain Chenmai. Combining the previous information and this inexplicable sentence from Chen Cheng, Lin Qiye confirmed one piece of information: this incident would indeed involve gods. If it were just Klein or the human sealing, the captain wouldn't be so pessimistic, or even stop them from intervening. He could have just asked for a special team to reinforce them. But only when it involved gods could the special team not help. Lin Qiye was in a bit of a dilemma. If he still held a glimmer of luck before, now he was completely worried. If it really involved gods, he couldn't think of any way to solve it except for letting Nyx or Merlin Hermes leave the hospital. But whether it was Merlin Hermes or Nyx, they still needed a long distance to leave the hospital. There wasn't enough time. However, according to the captain, that event seemed not far off. Chen Cheng did not deny Captain Chen Mai. Indeed, we can't do anything, but that doesn't mean the god behind me can't do anything. Captain Chen Mai suddenly raised his head and stared at Chen Cheng. The god behind you wants to intervene. That fool. Chen Cheng nodded. Yes, at that time, he won't take action personally, but he will send an angel to help us. Well, another angel. Which angel? Apart from the angel of stars, which one of the remaining 5 angels? Captain Chen Mai was a bit anxious. If it were really as Chen Cheng said, then this incident might not be perfectly resolved, but at least it would be much better than before. If handled well, perhaps nothing would happen. Chen Cheng took out a tarot card made of special material from his pocket. It wasn't the kind Instructor Yuan Gang prepared for him, but the kind brought by Furs, which members of the tarot club all had. On that tarot card, a woman inside a wreath was drawn. Around the woman, a lion, an angel, a flying eagle, and a divine bull were distributed. The World card. This is Monday's chapter. I'm making up one chapter today. There will be one tomorrow. I won't forget. 90 Chapter 89 Shuhei. Chapter 89 Sword Saint Zhou Ping Chen Cheng withdrew his hand, and explained to Captain Chen Mai, this is the angel of redemption under my lord's command. As for its strength, it should be equivalent to a supreme god. What kind of joke is this? Captain Chen Mai was shocked by Chen Cheng's words and stepped back a few paces. As a night watcher who had participated in that divine war years ago, he knew better than anyone what a supreme god represented. If Chen Cheng was not lying, it meant that even the angels under the command of the fool behind him were supreme gods. Adding the angel of stars, whose specific strength was unknown, there were already 2 known gods under that command. Not to mention the remaining 6 angels whose strength was unknown. If they were all gods, then to what terrifying extent must the fool be to achieve such a thing? The first thing that came to Captain Chen Mai's mind was not that Sangnan would be safe if the divine war happened again, but rather what exactly the fool behind Chen Cheng was planning. With such terrifying power, even if it couldn't be firmly established as the top tier of god-level strength, at the very least, there shouldn't be a complete lack of records about him. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Seeing Captain Chen Mai's reaction, Chen Cheng knew he had been frightened and could only sigh inwardly, then I can only give the great Xia a little bit of world-shaking shock. Lin Chiye was also somewhat shocked upon hearing Chen Cheng's words, but his reaction was not as extreme as Captain Chen Mai's. After all, Nyx, one of the Greek primordial gods, was still in his hospital room. But precisely because of this, he could also understand the sheer weight of an angel under one's command being a supreme god. The fool behind Chen Cheng seemed increasingly unfathomable. Chen Cheng withdrew the world card and coughed twice in front of Captain Chen Mai, which finally brought Captain Chen Mai back from his state of shock. Captain Chen Mai calmed himself down before speaking in as calm a tone as possible. If it really is as you say, then there shouldn't be any major issues. I just want to ask, will there be any side effects? Captain Chen Mai immediately thought that such things always had some kind of side effect. After all, this was a supreme god. Could one really ask a supreme god for help without giving anything in return? Chen Cheng hadn't expected such a question. After bowing his head to think for a moment, Chen Cheng replied, there are no side effects. If I had to say, using it once would consume my mental energy. That's it. That's it. Captain Chen Mai stared fixedly at Chen Cheng, as if trying to discern something from his expression. Chen Cheng felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze and added, actually, there is more. I knew it. How could it only consume mental energy? Tell me, is it consuming lifespan or something else? If that's the case, don't use it. Every minute I use it, it consumes 60 seconds. Chen Cheng said with a straight face. Captain Chen Mai and Lin Chiye. Do you think you're being humorous? Lin Chiye felt his face darken as well. Chen Cheng's remark was simply too unserious. What did he mean by consuming 60 seconds for every minute used? Isn't this just nonsense? Captain Chen Mai took a deep look at Qin Cheng. After confirming that he didn't seem to be lying and was genuinely sincere, he could only close his eyes, lift his head, and pretend he couldn't see him. Qin Cheng feigned a sigh, speaking in a preachy tone, "You insisted I tell you, and now that I have, you're unhappy again." As he said this, he mimicked Captain Chen Mai and sighed up at the sky. Why is it so hard to be understanding? Captain Chen Mai couldn't stand it any longer. His closed eyes couldn't help but snap open, and he glared at Qin Cheng. However, thanks to Qin Cheng's interruption, the originally heavy atmosphere had improved quite a bit. "Qin Cheng, I have a question for you. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to. If you aren't sure, you don't have to answer either. Only answer me if you are certain, understand?" Captain Chen Mai's expression became serious as he looked at Qin Cheng. Qin Cheng also put away his smile and nodded without hesitation, "Understood." Captain Chen Mai took a deep breath. "I ask you, will the god behind you be detrimental to the Great Xia?" "I need an accurate answer." Qin Cheng still did not hesitate, though this time he shook his head. "No, absolutely not. Fool will not be detrimental to the Great Xia. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't interfere in any matters of the Great Xia. He once said that even something like missionary work depends on an individual's willingness, and cannot be forced. He also won't help me, he wants me to find my own way." Captain Chen Mai nodded, and the weight in his heart was completely lifted. "Then I will report this matter to the Night Watcher High Command now. You have no objections, right?" Qin Cheng shook his head. "No objections." "Good, I understand." After saying this, Captain Chen Mai turned and walked back to the conference room to call Commander Yi Fan. After reporting what Qin Cheng had said, as well as the Angel of Redemption, Commander Yi Fan remained silent for a long time before replying, "Understood." Captain Chen Mai nodded. Since Commander Yi Fan knew, he had nothing else to say. He hung up the phone and, not in a hurry to leave the conference room, found a seat, sat down, and leaned back against the backrest. He fished a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and put it in his mouth. The tip of the cigarette glowed with sparks. Captain Chen Mai held the cigarette in his mouth, and seemingly lost in thought, a faint smile appeared on his face. Qin Cheng and Lin Chiye stared at each other outside. After half a minute of silence, Qin Cheng spoke first. "Do you remember the prophecy I gave you earlier?" Lin Chiye frowned, recalled carefully, and said tentatively, "Are you talking about the one that says, 'Do not trust your own eyes'?" Qin Cheng nodded, "Yes. The reason I bring this up is because this prophecy will appear in a future major event, so be careful." Lin Chiye nodded, "Understood." Although he did not understand what the prophecy meant, since Qin Cheng said it, he would not doubt it. This was due to the trust forged from fighting together, as well as the words Qin Cheng had said to Nix back then. "I truly treat Thanatos as a friend." Lin Chiye had always followed the principle of repaying kindness. He never forgot the good things others did for him, not to mention that Qin Cheng had helped him countless times and truly treated him as a friend. Therefore, his trust in Qin Cheng was more than sufficient. "Master Chen, Commander Yi Fan told us not to rush away, but to stay in the vicinity of Tsangnan for a while." On Master Chen's carriage, the page boy had just hung up the phone with Commander Yi Fan, and turned to speak to Master Chen. Master Chen sighed, "Understood. Let's find a place near Tsangnan to stay for a while." The page boy nodded, waved the horsewhip in his hand, turned the carriage around, and headed in another direction. In the Great Xia Command headquarters, Commander Yi Fan put down the phone and sighed. He picked up the documents to the side, on which a few large characters were written in red ink. Tsangnan City Shiva's resentment file, security level, top secret. He opened the file, took out the documents one by one, and looked at the past incident. The first page was a photograph. In the photo was a city riddled with holes. Where there should have been high-rise buildings, only patches of flat ground remained. It was as if the city had been erased, forcibly deleted from the territory of the Great Xia by that Indian Shiva. If not for the help of the Seraph back then, perhaps the Great Xia would not have the city of Tsangnan today, let alone Captain Chen Mai, Team 136, and naturally, not Linchia and the others. Commander Yifan put the materials back into the file bag and picked up the phone again. After dialing a few times, the phone rang twice, and a voice came from the other end. "What is it, Yifan?" "Sword Saint Zhou Ping, I may need to trouble you later." The voice on the other end of the phone did not hesitate. "I understand." Commander Yifan gave a grunt of acknowledgement and hung up the phone. After hanging up, Commander Yifan put down the phone and leaned back in his chair, not knowing what he was thinking. He suddenly chuckled twice. "A supreme god, I wonder if this is a good thing or a bad thing." On the mobile phone, the note for the call just made remained, "Sword Saint Zhou Ping." Chapter 90, Poseidon. The waters surrounding Great Xia began to churn without warning, waves rolling in one after another, blotting out the sky, each one powerful enough to capsize a yacht. Fortunately, the local fishermen had been notified in advance not to go out to sea these past few days, otherwise, the casualties would likely have numbered in the thousands. Not only was the sea turbulent, but the sky above was also densely blanketed with dark clouds. Thunder and lightning roared from time to time amidst the clouds, illuminating the sky, but when the lightning fell silent, the sky plunged back into darkness. A deafening clap of thunder exploded across the sky, followed by a wave 1,000 meters high rushing straight toward the shore. If this wave actually made landfall, it would not only affect the passers-by who couldn't escape in time, but even houses could be swept away. Along the horizon where the sky met the coast, several aircraft hovered in midair. The helicopters' rotors had to run at maximum power just to avoid being swept away by the gale. The people aboard the helicopters watched the 1,000-meter-high wave with solemn expressions. "What on earth caused this?" they murmured. "Attention, attention. All units, fall back. Do not approach the coastline. That thing is coming, and it's not something you can handle. Fall back. You are not its opponent. Someone will deal with him." Upon hearing the message in his headset, the pilot pulled the helicopter back a bit further, moving away from the coastline. Just as the wave was about to crash onto the shore, a sharp, ear-piercing sword chime rang out, and the wave was actually sliced clean in half. Then, successive sword chimes echoed, completely parting the waves and rendering them utterly harmless. Under the watchful eyes of dozens of people in the helicopters, a young man carrying a long case walked past the coastline, taking step after step to the water's edge. With a gentle leap, he floated into the air, defying the laws of physics. The long case in his hands opened, but the long sword inside remained unsheathed. Even so, invisible sword chi swirled around the young man like loyal soldiers, clearing away all obstacles for him. As sword chi filled the sky, the young man raised his sword fingers and pointed toward the boundless sea. "Go," he uttered softly, and several streams of sword chi shot into the ocean under his guidance. At that moment, the sea suddenly churned violently again, parting to both sides with the young man as the boundary. This did not seem to be the young man's doing, but rather as if it were making way for a certain person. The sea parted as it rolled back, slowly revealing a grand pathway. Beneath this path, there was no seawater, no marine life, and no dead coral. There was only a magnificent figure. The figure approached from the depths of the ocean. He did not move fast, but every step sounded like a beat on a drum, reverberating deeply. Holding a trident, he had a western face, was bare-chested, and exuded an indescribable majesty with his every movement. He stepped down hard, sending sand and stones flying, before swiftly soaring up over the sea, and hovering steadily right above the young man's head. He disliked looking up at people, so he wanted to make this arrogant young man look up at him. The young man did not grant his wish, he simply took a step back and flew higher, bringing himself level with him. "Mortal, you are very bold," the figure spoke slowly. "Do you know who I am?" "Deity code 009, Poseidon, god of the sea," the young man replied calmly, entirely unfazed by the oppressive pressure in his voice. Poseidon snorted coldly. "How foolish and arrogant you humans are, daring to define gods by your own standards. How can a god be so casually defined by the likes of you?" The young man did not get angry at the mockery and contempt in Poseidon's tone. Instead, he pressed down on the long case in his hand, and sword chi instantly erupted into a wild frenzy, making the surrounding air feel as though it were being shredded. He was using action to state his stance. Poseidon showed a look of interest and asked, "Mortal, what is your name?" "My name is Sword Saint Zhou Ping. They call me the Great Xia Sword Saint," Sword Saint Zhou Ping said. Sword Saint Zhou Ping, Poseidon repeated the name, and the majestic pressure around him surged violently, dispersing the sword chi. "I admit, among all the humans I have ever met, you are the strongest. With your mere mortal body, do you truly think you can block my path?" Sword Saint Zhou Ping pushed the long case in his hand, and the sword chimed once more. The surrounding pressure was instantly neutralized by the sword chi. Poseidon's expression shifted slightly, but he said nothing more. "You needn't worry about that," Sword Saint Zhou Ping replied calmly. Then, as if remembering something, he added, "It seems your Olympus has suffered a bit of a blow." Poseidon's expression turned volatile as he glared at Sword Saint Zhou Ping. "How did you know?" Sword Saint Zhou Ping repeated, "You needn't worry about that." Poseidon's face darkened. Though he did not speak, the rapidly intensifying aura around him, and the wildly churning sea both testified to his fury. Who could have imagined that the grand Olympus would be broken into by a supreme god of unknown identity who had suddenly appeared? Not only could the numerous gods do nothing to her, but they were all sealed, unable to interfere. They could only watch helplessly as she stormed into the Hall of Heroic Souls, gave Zeus a beating, and left behind only a single sentence, "I got the wrong place." Afterward, Zeus was furious, yet he warned them not to provoke that supreme god, or they would face the consequences. Anyone would be unhappy if their home were broken into, let alone having the matter brought up so casually by a human. Poseidon already had a bad temper, and now he was utterly enraged. He took a step forward, and the tide surged forward by an inch. Sword Saint Zhou Ping tapped the long case, and the long sword within unsheathed itself. Grasping the sword, he gave it a gentle swing, slicing exactly 1 inch in front of Poseidon's feet, cutting the surface of the sea and forcing the tide to recede. "Sword Saint Zhou Ping, are you testing my limits?" Poseidon glared at Sword Saint Zhou Ping, and demanded angrily. Sword Saint Zhou Ping shook his head calmly. "No, it is just." Sword Saint Zhou Ping also took a step forward, bringing his invisible sword chi to clash against Poseidon's majestic pressure. Within the borders of Great Xia, deities are forbidden. At the border of Great Xia, pure white snow blanketed the contours of the mountains, tracing another distinct outline. A shroud of darkness suddenly rose in the distant sky, enveloping the heavens. Wherever the darkness passed, life perished, whether on the ground or in the sky. This darkness was like death, harvesting all life within its domain. Just as the darkness continued to expand, and was about to reach the borders of Great Xia, it came to a halt. Standing on the boundary line between the darkness and the border was a man draped in a dark red cloak. He appeared to be in his 40s, and embedded in the snow beside him was an ordinary, standard-issue star blade. The man reached out and pressed his hand onto the star blade. At that exact instant, a burst of Buddhist light erupted from him, forming an invisible domain that expanded outward with him at the center. The Buddhist light clashed against the shroud of darkness like a raging wave, slamming violently into it. At that moment, bursts of Sanskrit chanting echoed, reverberating through the mountain peaks. The shroud of darkness was thus blocked right in front of him, unable to advance even an inch further. The man took out a cigarette, lit it as if completely ignoring the darkness before him, and took a drag. Lowering the cigarette, he spoke calmly, "Let me introduce myself. I am Commander Yi Fan, Commander-in-Chief of Great Xia." From within the darkness, a majestic voice echoed, "I recognize you, Venerable Commander Yi Fan, whose body was shattered by Gaia. I did not expect you to still be alive." At the same time, a figure slowly outlined itself within the darkness. The figure had no physical form, drifting before Commander Yi Fan like a gentle breeze. He was like nothingness itself, formless and colorless. Commander Yi Fan looked at this mass of nothingness and said nothing, only taking another drag. The cherry of the cigarette glowed with a faint spark. Commander Yifan removed the cigarette and gently blew out a puff of white smoke, which drifted toward the formless mass along with the breeze. Humph! The mass of nothingness snorted coldly. The surrounding darkness surged, slamming violently against the Buddhist light. Nothing else happened, but the puff of white smoke Commander Yifan had blown was dispersed. Commander Yifan smiled, feeling that he had truly done something quite remarkable. 92 Chapter 91, Tsukasa Konan. Chapter 91, Sister Xiaonan. Commander Yifan did not fly into a rage at having his dark history exposed. Instead, he let out a soft chuckle. Indeed, we cannot compare to you. After all, you only survived by sacrificing so many of your own people. Oh right, and quite a few gods as well. Let me think. Thanatos, the god of death, Hypnos, the god of sleep. The offspring of the Evernight goddess have almost been completely wiped out by you, haven't they? The face of that mass of nothingness could not be seen, but its trembling indicated that its mind was far from calm. Commander Yifan seemed to recall something and chuckled. By the way, Nyx appeared within the borders of Dacia some time ago. When she fully returns, I wonder how you will be held to account. That mass of nothingness visibly shuddered, clearly startled by Commander Yifan's words. Even though Commander Yifan could not see its face, he could easily guess its state of mind. You are Hades, the underworld king who governs death. Naturally, no one understands death better than you. But you also know, within the mist, anything can happen. Commander Yifan seemed to look past Hades, gazing at the dense fog that enveloped the entire earth. That is none of your concern. You must understand that gods in the end are still gods. They are not for you to gossip about at will. Commander Yifan seemed to have heard something incredibly amusing and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hades looked at him with some confusion. What are you laughing at? Commander Yifan stopped laughing. I am laughing at your stubbornness, and at your high and mighty attitude. If I am not mistaken, ever since that great fog appeared, your strength has only been steadily declining. Until finally, you will be no different from mortals, perhaps even weaker than them. Gaia did not come this time, but is instead hiding in Olympus, likely trying to recover her strength. You have been scraping by like this for the past century, just like a dog. Darkness once again violently slammed into the Buddhist light surrounding Commander Yifan, causing it to tremble slightly as if it could barely withstand the impact. Darkness continuously eroded the Buddhist light. It wouldn't be long before this protective light collapsed. From within the darkness, Hades's arrogant voice echoed, "Foolish humans. I will make you realize that gods will always be gods." In an inconspicuous small company, a man held a file in his hand with an anxious expression, muttering something under his breath. Colleagues passed by from time to time, teasing him playfully. "You're going to be late. You'd better hurry, or the manager will be furious." The man walked all the way to the elevator, pressed the button, and waited. During his wait, a delivery rider walked over and stood beside him. The man merely glanced at him and said nothing, not wanting to cause any trouble. The elevator doors opened, and the man quickened his pace to step inside. As he pressed his floor, he noticed that the delivery rider had followed him in, but hadn't pressed any buttons. He just stood quietly in the corner, holding a pizza box. The man was a bit puzzled, thinking, could it be the manager's delivery? But he didn't have time to overthink it. He took a quick glance, withdrew his gaze, and anxiously waited for the elevator to ascend. With a soft ding, the elevator began its steady ascent, and the man's anxiety finally began to subside. "Hello, here is your delivery," the previously silent delivery rider suddenly spoke. The man replied with some irritation, "I didn't order any food." Ignoring the man's irritation, the delivery rider looked down, checked something, and repeated, "Hello, here is your delivery." The man finally turned to look at the delivery rider. The delivery rider wore a yellow uniform with four large characters printed on it, Meituan Waimai. The man said once more, "I already told you, I didn't order anything." The delivery rider looked down again. "Are you Loki, the god of mischief, deity number 018? This is indeed your delivery." The man's expression shifted slightly. Before he could react, the pizza box was thrust in front of him, and opened by the delivery rider. There was no pizza inside, only a bomb whose countdown had just reached its final second. "Enjoy your meal." Those were the last words the man heard before the bomb detonated. A deafening roar followed, and the explosion vaporized him instantly, leaving not even a trace behind. Yet, neither the delivery rider nor the elevator was affected in the slightest. The delivery rider adjusted his helmet. "Meituan Waimai, mission accomplished, guaranteed delivery." Outside Songnan City, a young woman carrying a backpack stopped in her tracks, looked in a certain direction, and let out a puzzled "huh." She pressed a hand against her body. In the next instant, her frame began to shake violently, and within moments, she transformed into a man wearing a deep green robe. The man had typical Western features with deep-set eyes and slightly curly black hair. The look in his eyes as he gazed toward a certain spot held a faint smile. "Interesting. Another one of my clones has been killed." The crow of calamity kept in the cage suddenly began to shriek violently. Having prepared for this, Chen Cheng opened the cage and guided it onto his hand. Chen Cheng closed the cage. Gray mist surged around them, isolating everything. He gently stroked the feathers of the crow of calamity, soothing it. "It's all right, it's all right. Shoo, don't cry out anymore." Under the isolation of the realm of mystery, the crow of calamity gradually calmed down. Captain Chen Mai and Lin Chiya, who were waiting nearby, exchanged glances, realizing that the major event they had spoken of had already occurred. Chen Cheng gently stroked the crow of calamity, and lifted his hand. The crow of calamity took flight, but it didn't fly far, nor did it return to the cage. Instead, it circled around Chen Cheng, flying close to him. "Relax," Chen Cheng comforted. "Since it has already happened, all we can do is face it." Captain Chen Mai grunted in agreement. "Don't go out for now. Stay in the agency. I'll go check on the situation first." With that, he was about to rush out, but Chen Cheng blocked the door before he could. "Captain, if you go check on the situation, will you even come back?" Chen Cheng exposed Captain Chen Mai's intentions without hesitation. "Since we are a team, we must face this together. Don't forget, I still have this." Chen Cheng pulled out the world card, a trace of confidence in his tone. Lin Chiya also stepped forward. "That's right, Captain. We are all members of Team 136. Whatever happens, we face it together." Captain Chen Mai looked at the two of them, hesitated to speak, and raised his hand to push them aside, but ultimately drew it back. In the end, he could only let out a heavy sigh. Captain Chen Mai finally began to explain what the major event he spoke of actually was. Even though Chen Cheng had dropped hints earlier, Lin Chiya had remained completely in the dark, only knowing that it was extremely dangerous and involved gods. "Have you ever heard of Shiva's resentment?" Captain Chen Mai asked slowly. Lin Chiya's eyes filled with confusion. "Shiva's resentment?" "Yes," Captain Chen Mai nodded and continued. 10 years ago, a battle of gods broke out on the borders of Daxia, all to fight over that Shiva's resentment. Later, after a series of twists and turns, this Shiva's resentment ended up with me, and I have kept it safe ever since." Lin Chiya was completely shocked this time. "Shiva's resentment has been with you all this time, Captain." Captain Chen Mai pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket. "Shiva's resentment constantly emits the aura of death. Only I can use He Wuchang to suppress it with the power of the Palace of Yama. But over the past 10 years, it has grown stronger, while my suppression of it has grown weaker. Barring any accidents, it will completely break free from my seal in less than 5 days, exposing itself once again to the foreign gods. Not only that, but it has been leaking traces of its aura over the past few days. While the leaks are minor, the frequency is high. In the end, the aura of Shiva's resentment was sensed by the foreign gods, drawing them to Songnan City." Lin Chiya fell silent, processing the information Captain Chen Mai had just shared. Chen Cheng played with the crow of calamity. After circling a few times, the crow of calamity finally landed on Chen Cheng's shoulder. Lin Chiye took a deep breath. So what do we need to do next? Captain Chen Mai said, the civilian police will handle the evacuation of ordinary citizens. What we can do is prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. A conflict at the level of foreign gods is not something we can interfere in. Even if the angel of redemption that Chen Cheng mentioned exists, that is a matter between the angel of redemption and the foreign gods, it has nothing to do with us. Therefore, all we can do is wait. If anything happens in Songnan City, while we wait such as a supernatural entity invasion, we will be the only ones who can take action. If we encounter something we can't defeat, we will just have to buy time. Lin Chiye nodded heavily. I understand. Sister Xiaonan. Sister Xiaonan, no matter how you hide, you cannot escape me. Come back. No matter how much you forget, you are still you. Come back. Sister Xiaonan. This is the final chapter of this arc. The Battle of Gods is about to begin, so please stay tuned. Chapter 92. Master Chen's visit. Qin Chen walked out of the agency holding the Crow of Calamity in his arms. While the three of them were talking just now, the government had already pushed hard, with police and other public officials all deployed to evacuate the general public as quickly as possible. Although Songnan City could not yet be called deserted, it was certainly much quieter compared to its usual hustle and bustle. Qin Chen released the Crow of Calamity, letting it circle around him. Whenever it was about to fly out of the range of the Realm of Mystery, Qin Chen would extend the Realm of Mystery a bit further, ensuring the Crow of Calamity would not come into contact with the outside world. Lin Chiye walked out of the agency. He had just returned to the mental hospital, and improved Merlin Hermes's treatment progress a bit more. Now, besides Nyx, he could also call upon Merlin Hermes to possess him, which gave him a bit more confidence. Qin Chen turned to look at Lin Chiye, a hint of a smile in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, Lin Chiye should have already tried treating Merlin Hermes by this time, bringing Merlin Hermes's treatment progress to 50%, the level at which he could allow him to possess him. Qin Chen only glanced at him for a few moments before withdrawing his gaze and looking back at the street. Although Lin Chiye was a bit confused and didn't understand why Qin Chen had suddenly looked at him, he couldn't be bothered to ask since Qin Chen wouldn't say anyway. Qin Chen would definitely not finish his sentences. Lin Chiye stepped forward and joined Qin Chen in looking at the desolate street. Clop, clop, clop. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Chiye felt as if he heard the sound of a carriage. The smile at the corners of Qin Chen's eyes deepened. It's here, he said softly to Lin Chiye. Lin Chiye was puzzled. What's here? Qin Chen raised his hand and pointed toward the street. Lin Chiye looked in that direction, and just as he was about to say there was nothing there, a carriage appeared out of thin air. It approached them from afar. Lin Chiye was dumbfounded. It turned out he hadn't misheard earlier, there really was a carriage. The carriage kicked up dust along the way and finally stopped in front of the two. You must be Qin Chen, and you are Lin Chiye, right? A questioning voice came from the carriage. Immediately after, the curtain of the carriage was pulled open, revealing the old man sitting inside. Qin Cheng's lips curled into a smile. I am Qin Cheng, and the one beside me is Lin Chiye. The old man looked them over. I have some things I need to discuss with you both. Qin Cheng took a step back and pushed the still dazed Lin Chiye forward. Master, there is no need to trouble yourself. I know the gravity of the situation. It is he who needs you to take care of him more. Master Chen looked at Qin Cheng with curiosity for a moment longer, then laughed. Interesting. This can be considered as letting me witness the prophecy of the agent of the fool. Qin Cheng remained silent, simply watching Master Chen with a polite smile. Lin Chiye turned his head to look at Qin Cheng, then at the old man whom Qin Cheng called master, his eyes filled with unconcealable confusion. Wait, can someone tell me what is going on? Qin Cheng held his hand in a palm gesture, pointing at Master Chen with a please motion. This gentleman will explain the situation to you. You should get on the carriage with him first. As for me, I have my own things to do. The confusion in Lin Chia's eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Chen Cheng still had that personality of refusing to finish his sentences, but he felt slightly more at ease. He looked at Master Chen and asked, "Is that true?" Master Chen nodded. "This young man is right. Therefore, you must get on my carriage first. I will tell you slowly. As for that young man..." Master Chen looked at Chen Cheng. "You must also get on. Both of you must stay in my carriage and go nowhere." Although Chen Cheng maintained a polite smile, his actions were anything but polite. He simply took 2 steps back. "Master, you can just take him with you. As for me, I have said I have things to do. I will come to find you later." After speaking, gray mist swirled around Chen Cheng, and together with the crow of calamity perched on his shoulder, he vanished in front of them. Master Chen let out a cold snort. "Playing such tricks with me." He reached a hand out from the window. Lin Chia suddenly felt the surrounding environment change. The concrete ground turned into a field of grass, and the agency behind him also disappeared, replaced by an endless field of grass. Master Chen gave a puzzled "eh?" The kid's disappearance was strange. Even with his state of mind spread out like this, he still couldn't influence a Chuan realm forbidden ruins to make him appear. Was it that the disappearance of that forbidden ruins had unique characteristics that made it impossible for him to influence, or was there something wrong with the kid himself, to the point that even a human ceiling like him couldn't influence him? After trying a few more times, Master Chen could only sigh. Regardless of the reason, the result was simply that he couldn't take that kid with him. He could only take Lin Chia first. Master Chen called out, "Young man, get on. I will explain some things to you slowly. Just listen." Lin Chia looked at the spot where Chen Cheng had disappeared, and after thinking for a moment, he boarded the carriage through the door Master Chen had opened. Amidst the sounds of neighing horses, Master Chen departed with Lin Chia. Captain Chen Mai sensed the movement and walked out the door. Upon seeing the carriage gradually disappearing, he felt a bit more relieved. He naturally knew that Master Chen would come. The reason he hid it from the two was that he was afraid they would refuse to get on, and would insist on staying behind with him. Honestly, what were these 2 young people trying to prove? Someone like him who had already died once should just carry the burden. He was already used to it, and it wasn't tiring. However, what Captain Chen Mai did not notice was that behind him, the star blade belonging to Chen Cheng, which had been placed inside the agency, quietly vanished. A gentle breeze blew through the door Captain Chen Mai had left open, as if saying goodbye. Inside the agency, Captain Chen Mai took a deep breath and walked back inside. He was preparing to pick up his star blade to see if any supernatural entity was taking advantage of the chaos to riot, but as soon as he walked into the area where they kept their star blades, he realized something was wrong. His star blade and Lin Chia's special star blade were still in their original places. Because Lin Chia was better suited for dual blades, Captain Chen Mai had given Zhao Kongqing's blade to Lin Chia as well. Added to Chen Cheng's, there should have been 4 black cases here. But no matter how Captain Chen Mai counted, only 3 black cases remained. When he opened them to check the names, he discovered that it was Chen Cheng's that was missing. Captain Chen Mai turned abruptly and ran out of the agency, looking in the opposite direction of the carriage as if by some intuition. Not far from there, Chen Cheng was carrying the black case on his back. Standing on the black case was the crow of calamity, which looked a bit tired. He flipped his right hand, and like magic, a top hat appeared. Chen Cheng tapped it lightly and placed it on his head. The crow of calamity seemed to think this was more comfortable, so it changed positions, flying onto the top hat to continue resting. Chen Cheng smiled and didn't mind its little bit of stubbornness. In the quiet, deserted street, only the crow of calamity kept him company. Chen Cheng walked in the opposite direction of the carriage, step by step, gradually moving away from the agency and heading into the distance. On the outskirts of Tsangnan City, a fierce battle was taking place. An armed helicopter in the sky fired another missile, repelling 2 giants covered in frost, but the violent explosion had no real effect on them, only making them take 2 steps back. And there was a whole group of such frost giants, with a number that was simply uncountable. The officer put away his binoculars, his expression grave. It's the frost giants. It seems Loki has already entered the range of Tsangnan City. The pilot behind him pressed a button and fired another missile. He didn't have time to check the situation and spoke anxiously, with this many, our firepower alone won't be able to stop them. The officer looked at the countless frost giants. There is even worse news. The Phoenix squad that was supposed to come for support lost contact half an hour ago. Lost contact. Without a special team, how are we supposed to stop this group of frost giants? I don't know. As for the reason, I don't want to care anymore. Loki simply wants to destroy the city. Every single one of these frost giants is at the Chuan realm. The pilot felt a bit desperate after hearing this, but he still dutifully pressed the button, repelling them a few more steps. The officer raised his binoculars, and just as he wanted to look again, a carriage appeared from afar, gradually manifesting. It's Master is here. The officer was pleasantly surprised. If Master Chen, one of the 5 human sealings, was here, then there was no need to worry. The carriage was like a phantom, passing through the group of frost giants. Those frost giants raised the frost giant axes in their hands, glaring at the helicopter in the sky that had been attacking them continuously. Master Chen snorted coldly. Alien rats, mere petty tricks. As he spoke, the teacup in his hand was flung out, passing through the frost giants one by one like a bullet. A teacup in Master Chen's hand was like the sharpest sword, frost chilling 3,000 miles, sweeping across the necks of the frost giants like a flying blade. Bloodlines slowly appeared on the necks of those frost giants, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, their heads separated from their necks, and their massive bodies collapsed instantly, one after another, like thousands of waves rolling in. Chapter 93, Bizarro Sorcerer. After this cup of tea, the lives of hundreds of frost giants were reaped by him, as easily as chopping vegetables. Master Chen took out another teacup, poured a cup of tea, took a sip himself, and then gestured for Lin Chiye to drink as well. Lin Chiye picked up the teacup placed before him, and took a symbolic sip. Having rarely drunk tea, he did not know how to evaluate it, and could only offer a perfunctory, delicious. Meanwhile, standing not far away, Loki watched this scene, his brows knitting slightly before quickly smoothing out. This old man is truly annoying, but he won't have the chance to wield a second teacup. He turned his head to look into the distance, where the sound of thunder was growing louder, as if the lightning were deliberately approaching this location. A smile appeared on Loki's face. Our next piece has arrived. A thick bolt of lightning struck straight into the group of frost giants, instantly scorching some of them to charcoal. Even those only grazed by it had to hack off the affected parts to avoid being corrupted. The helicopter flew back a bit to avoid being touched or grazed by the lightning. The officer raised his binoculars, his expression turning ugly. Thunder God, could it be that Thor has come? Another bolt of lightning fell from the clouds, striking Master Chen's carriage. The carriage remained unscathed, but inside, Master Chen glanced at the outside world. His state of mind had wavered slightly under that last strike. Is Indra also coming to meddle in this? Master Chen whispered, seemingly using some method to ensure that even Lin Chiye, who was closest to him, heard nothing. What is it, Master? Lin Chiye asked. Master Chen withdrew his gaze and smiled again. It's nothing, nothing. Come, let's continue drinking. He turned his head and shouted to the page boy at the front of the carriage, run. The page boy swung the whip hard, the carriage accelerated, and it quickly sped away from the battlefield. Outside the mental realm, a tall man walked over. He was shirtless, surrounded by lightning, with dark skin, and well-proportioned muscle lines. He was bald, with no hair, and wore a pair of exotic shorts on his lower body. He slowly opened his eyes, looking down at the humans below from the air. Seeing that Master Chen had not only failed to hand over Shiva's resentment, but had instead sped up to escape, he grew annoyed. Under his command, several bolts of lightning struck towards the carriage again. The lightning struck the carriage directly, but not only did it cause no damage, but under Indra's gaze, the carriage's speed increased. If he didn't chase it now, it would disappear from everyone's sight in less than a minute. Indra's eyes filled with greater rage, and his figure turned into a bolt of lightning as he pursued the carriage. Loki sneered, brainless idiot. He raised his foot, intending to step into Sangnan City to find the human hiding Shiva's resentment. But his foot hung in midair, and he eventually withdrew it because, not far away, an electric scooter appeared abruptly and charged towards him. Loki watched the scooter with amusement, showing no intention of dodging. When the scooter reached Loki, it fishtailed and stopped horizontally in front of him. The delivery rider in yellow sitting on the scooter lifted the visor of his helmet, revealing a face familiar to Loki. "Hello, your delivery." Chen Chen walked out of the city with Crow of Calamity. He pressed down on the silk top hat on his head so the wind wouldn't blow it away. Crow of Calamity seemed to understand and flew back onto the hat to help hold it down. Chen Chen smiled, steadied his top hat, and looked up. Before him was a group of frost giants of unknown number, but at a glance, all of them were at the Chuan realm. Chen Chen took a diamond-shaped talisman from his pocket and tossed it into the air. After it traced an arc, Chen Chen walked forward and reached out to catch it just in time. On the helicopter, the officer spotted this young man who had appeared suddenly and grew anxious. What is the situation with that person? Can't he see those frost giants outside? What is he causing trouble for? The officer picked up the phone, preparing to call someone to bring the young man back, but when he looked down again, the young man had vanished from the spot, as if he had never appeared at all. What the hell? The officer rubbed his eyes and muttered. He looked down at the phone in his hand, and after a moment of silence, put it back. Chen Chen looked up at the helicopter circling overhead. He had voluntarily entered a stealth state when he first spotted it, fearing that the helicopter might have an accident because of him. He looked in another direction, away from the battlefield, where Loki was confronting a Matewan delivery rider. Loki wanted to leave, but the delivery rider kept blocking him, refusing to let him go. Loki was amused by him. Interesting. What is your name? The delivery rider pressed his visor. I'm just an ordinary delivery man. My name is Lu Wuwei. Loki stared at Lu Wuwei's face, seemingly recalling something, and laughed. I remember you. Lu Wuwei, one of the 5 human sealings of Great Xia. Lu Wuwei smiled. It is my honor to be remembered by Loki, the god of mischief. Loki seemed interested and was no longer in a rush to leave. Instead, he began to chat with Lu Wuwei. You came here just to stop me. Yes, to prevent you from getting Shiva's resentment, and only I can find you. Loki nodded. True, after all, the deaths of so many of my clones have something to do with you. I'm curious, how do you manage to find me so accurately? Lu Wuwei smiled without answering, clearly not wanting to reveal this to Loki. Loki guessed that Lu Wuwei wouldn't say it so easily, so he raised his hand and mocked, You can stop me, but can you stop them? Loki waved his arm forward, and several giant portals appeared. Frost giants poured out of the portals endlessly. Lu Wuwei's expression changed, and he twisted the throttle, wanting to stop those frost giants. But Loki pressed his hand onto the handlebars, and Lu Wuwei suddenly felt an invisible pressure. Forget about helping, he could barely even move now. Loki still wore a smile, though it was somewhat mocking. Now it's my turn to stop you. Lu Wuwei struggled to twist the throttle but could not move an inch. Just as the frost giants were about to break through the military defense line, a man wearing a dark red cloak moved against the current, coming face to face with the frost giants charging towards Sangnan City. I am Captain Chen Mai of Team 136, the Night Watcher garrison in Sangnan City. I am sorry, this road is closed. Captain Chen Mai held a star blade in his hand, and invisible air waves rose around him. Behind him, an ancient hall gradually emerged, and on the plaque of that hall, 3 large characters were written, Hall of Yama. Captain Chen Mai faced the hundreds of frost giants before him without fear. The helicopters in the sky were anxious at this sight, but there was nothing they could do. They could only try their best to provide fire support for Captain Chen Mai. Captain Chen Mai charged into the group of frost giants. As he ran, two chains extended from the Hall of Yama behind him, connecting to the straight blade in his hand. Captain Chen Mai stopped and leaped into the air. Just as the giant axe in the hand of the leading frost giant was about to touch him, Captain Chen Mai stepped on the frost giant's head, using the force to dodge the axe, and swung his star blade down, leaving a bloody gash on the frost giant's chest. Even though the wound was not deep, the frost giant lost its life in an instant, as if its soul had been drained. Its massive body fell, and Captain Chen Mai used it as a springboard to leap towards the other frost giants. In a short time, Captain Chen Mai instantly killed several frost giants who were at the same realm as him. This was something he had never displayed in Team 136. It was only at this moment that those frost giants regarded Captain Chen Mai as a threat. One by one, the frost giants raised their weapons: great axes, broadswords, shields. Captain Chen Mai's expression changed slightly. The dense attacks were more than he could handle, even for him. Just as he was about to be struck by a broadsword, a frost spear whistled over and shattered the blade. Captain Chen Mai's eyes shifted, and he leaped back a step, jumping out of the encirclement of the frost giants. He turned his head to look in the direction from which the spear had flown. Standing there was a figure draped in a black trench coat, their face hidden beneath a hood. Chen Cheng, standing not far away, saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth curled up. It seems the divination was correct. He looked at the yesterday once more in his hand and muttered to himself, "My turn." Chen Cheng tossed the yesterday once more talisman in his hand again. After catching it steadily, he did not toss it again. He gripped the talisman tightly, his expression turning serious. A glimmer of light shone through the gaps between Chen Cheng's fingers. Chen Cheng exhaled a breath of turbid air, relaxing significantly. He opened his mouth and said slowly, "Yesterday." He did not say these two words loudly, but they triggered some kind of change. The talisman in his hand emitted a dazzling light that burst out through his fingers. The moment the light burst out, Chen Cheng took a step forward. The aura on his body underwent a heaven-shaking change. An invisible majesty affected the frost giants in the distance. One by one, they let out low roars and collapsed into piles of frost in an instant. Chen Cheng took another step forward. The light of the talisman in his hand had vanished, turning into a pile of ordinary materials, but the spiritual energy within Chen Cheng began to soar, surging upward from his original late Chuan realm. Peak Chuan realm, Sea realm, peak Sea realm. Wuliang realm, peak Wuliang realm, Klein realm, peak Klein realm. Finally, Chen Cheng took a third step. Half-step human ceiling. The gray mist around his body began to surge, almost enveloping half of Cangnan City, and the group of frost giants before him was completely engulfed. At this moment, not only his aura but also his spiritual energy had reached the level of a half-step human ceiling. This was all thanks to that yesterday once more talisman in his hand. Today, Chen Cheng returns to the status of Bizarro Sorcerer. 95 Chapter 90 for Cutting Melons and Vegetables. Chapter 94. Cutting through like vegetables. The commotion here naturally startled Captain Chen Mai and the approaching Xingyu. They both turned their heads to look, and were stunned upon seeing that familiar figure. Especially Captain Chen Mai, who felt a sense of disbelief after sensing the aura of a half-step human ceiling on Chen Cheng, as he was merely in the Chuan realm when they first met earlier today. At most, he was at the peak of the Chuan realm, but now that they met again, he had become a half-step human ceiling. Not even taking a rocket would be this fast, right? Not far away, Loki and Lu Wuwei both noticed the commotion here. Loki looked at Chen Cheng, who was wearing that half-high silk top hat, with some curiosity. Since when did the Night Watchers have an extra half-step human ceiling? There was no information about this in the files. Loki rested his chin on one hand, seemingly pondering something. Although Lu Wuwei was also confused about how a half-step human ceiling had suddenly appeared in Cangnan after seeing Chen Cheng, at least from the current situation, that person seemed to be an ally. Regardless of whether he was or not, Lu Wuwei had to stop Loki. If he was an ally, those frost giants would pose no threat. If he wasn't an ally, he at least couldn't let Loki go over and cause trouble. Thinking of this, Lu Wuwei exerted force again, twisting the hand he had placed on the handle sharply. It wasn't to drive the car away, but to restrict Loki, ensuring Loki couldn't go and disturb that person. Loki tilted his head and glanced over, not caring about Lu Wuwei's actions, and it didn't look like he had any intention of disturbing him, which made Lu Wuwei breathe a sigh of relief. "Do you know this person who suddenly appeared?" Loki suddenly spoke, actually asking Lu Wuwei about Chen Cheng's identity. Lu Wuwei laughed, no comment. Loki didn't get angry because of Lu Wuwei's refusal. He just kept watching Chen Cheng, seemingly thinking about something. Although Lu Wuwei didn't know what Loki was thinking about, it definitely wasn't anything good. On Chen Cheng's side, he took off his top hat, placed it against his chest, and bowed in the direction of Captain Chen Mai and Xingyu. Afterwards he stood up, put his top hat back on, and walked straight towards the frost giants. On the way, Chen Cheng extended his hand, letting the crow of calamity land on his arm. His other hand made a light grasping motion, and the crow of calamity seemed to sense something, letting out a cry. Chen Cheng withdrew his hand, appearing as if he hadn't grasped anything, but the truth was that he had temporarily stolen the crow of calamity's ability to perceive calamity. In this way, the crow of calamity would not die suddenly from leaving his gray mist. Chen Cheng waved his hand upwards, letting the crow of calamity fly into the sky. "Go over there, I'll come find you in a bit." Chen Cheng pointed in the direction of Captain Chen Mai and said to the crow of calamity. The crow of calamity seemed to understand, circling once before flying towards Captain Chen Mai. Chen Cheng withdrew his hand and continued walking towards the frost giants. Because of the earlier chaos and the frantic yet majestic aura on Chen Cheng, none of the frost giants dared to step forward. When Chen Cheng approached, they even retreated a few steps, viewing Chen Cheng as a terrifying beast. Chen Cheng found their actions somewhat amusing after seeing them. "What are you afraid of?" He raised his hand, aimed it at the frost giants, and then gave a gentle pull. This seemed like a normal action, as Chen Cheng wasn't holding anything, but following his movement, the frost giants standing in the front all stiffened, recovering their movement and acting again within less than a second. But after they recovered, their first step was to turn around directly, raising the various weapons in their hands and attacking their companions behind them without hesitation. Some frost giants were attacked before they could even see the situation clearly. Their companions' strikes landed solidly on their bodies, and whether intentional or unintentional, every strike from the defecting frost giants hit their weak points. Since their cultivation realms were the same, the defection of this group of frost giants directly took out an equal, or even greater number of frost giants. Loki's eyes showed surprise. He was somewhat puzzled by Chen Cheng's methods. If it were a simple illusion or confusion, it would be impossible for it to be invisible before him, the god of mischief, not to mention that frost giants naturally had extremely high immunity to such attacks. But in the situation just now, those frost giants were clearly influenced in an extremely short amount of time, thereby defecting and attacking the other frost giants behind them. Thinking about it, Loki really couldn't figure out what was going on, and he frowned involuntarily. Although Lu Wuwei had been paying attention to Loki, he also diverted some attention to watch Chen Cheng. Although he couldn't understand how Chen Cheng did it, it didn't matter. As long as Chen Cheng was an ally, that was a good thing for the Great Xia side. Although there were many frost giants, for a half-step human ceiling, numbers were the most useless thing. Captain Chen Mai stared blankly as Chen Cheng walked towards the frost giants with a leisurely stride. Just by raising his hand, he caused such an impact. This was completely different from the Chen Cheng he knew. In his impression, although Chen Cheng's actual combat experience was quite good, that was the result of training, but now, that eerie manipulation method clearly came from his divine ruins. This kind of ability was simply terrifying, causing such a huge impact silently. If Chen Cheng had the intention to be hostile towards Great Xia, starting to dismantle it from within, unless a god appeared, even if a human ceiling came, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything. Just when Captain Chen Mai was stunned, a rose-red spear flew past him, charging straight towards the group of frost giants in the distance. The spear carried flaming tassels and was extremely fast. Chen Cheng, who was manipulating the marionette threads, was stunned for a moment after seeing the spear but quickly smiled. He reached out, and the spear instantly disappeared, only to appear in his hand the next moment. The spear was held in Chen Cheng's hand, and the flames on the spear had already disappeared. Chen Cheng reached out and pressed his hand on the spear, then casually threw it behind him. The spear then firmly stuck into the ground next to Captain Chen Mai. Captain Chen Mai's eyes widened, and he turned his head to look in the direction the voice came from. When he turned his head, Sister Honging jumped up lightly, landing perfectly on the spear that had been thrown back by Chen Cheng. "Didn't expect that, did you, Captain?" "We're back." Sister Honging greeted Captain Chen Mai with a beaming smile. Captain Chen Mai opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Sister Honging interrupted him directly, "Captain, you're really not being fair. Clearly we are all from Team 136, yet you are always like this, carrying everything by yourself." Sister Xiaonan also walked over. "Yeah, Captain, we are a family. If there's anything, we'll carry it together." Afterwards, Wen Qima, Ling Xian, and Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan also arrived. Although they didn't speak, what they wanted to express was the same as the two. "You guys." Captain Chen Mai was silent for a moment, unable to speak for a while, and could only ask, "Didn't you all reach Shangjing? How did you guys come back?" Sister Honging scratched her head, somewhat embarrassed. "Captain, tell me, how much money would we have to pay if we broke a Boeing 747? Captain Chen Mai was even more speechless this time. "You stole a plane and flew it back yourselves." Sister Honging still scratched her head and didn't answer, but the expression on her face had already answered for her. Sister Xiaonan was a bit embarrassed. "Captain, do you think this kind of thing will be reimbursed for us?" Captain Chen Mai's mouth twitched uncontrollably. "Probably, maybe, possibly." Sister Honging looked left and right, trying to change the subject. When she saw Chen Cheng, who was walking through the crowd as if there was no one there in the distance, she pointed at him and asked, "Captain, who is that? Why does he look so familiar?" Captain Chen Mai had a complex expression and sighed, explaining, "That is Chen Cheng. I don't know why he suddenly became a half-step human ceiling, and he is currently dealing with those frost giants." Sister Hong Ying's eyes, just like Captain Chen Mai's at the beginning, widened into circles. "You're saying that's little orange brother?" Captain Chen Mai nodded. "If no one is impersonating him, it should be." Sister Honging looked at that somewhat unfamiliar figure. In her impression, although Chen Cheng was also very powerful, there was still a big difference compared to this half-step human ceiling now. Not to mention that he was currently dealing with those Chuan realm frost giants, as if he were swatting a fly, basically without much effort. Sister Honging couldn't quite believe it, but she knew Captain Chen Mai wouldn't lie to her. Even if she didn't believe it, that figure was indeed Chen Cheng, the little orange brother she knew. What exactly did Chen Cheng do? Deputy Captain Wu Xiangnan asked, frowning. Captain Chen Mai shook his head. "To be honest, I'm also very confused. Before, I thought he was taken away by the master along with Lin Chiye. After his star blade went missing, I knew it was his doing, but I didn't expect that when we met again, he would already be a half-step human ceiling. This is truly fantasy-like." Sister Honging looked at that figure, unable to speak for a long time. Captain Chen Mai nodded, expressing his agreement. With Chen Cheng's clearing, the hundreds of frost giants were already few in number. This was not only due to the absolute suppression of the half-step human ceiling over the Chuan realm in terms of cultivation, but also because the Bizarro sorcerer's abilities were too eerie. Up until now, Chen Cheng had only used the marionettist's marionette threads. He hadn't even used the Bizarro sorcerer's own abilities, let alone the fact that he was now not only a Bizarro sorcerer but also a sequence for secret sorcerer and a parasite. It was just that he felt it was unnecessary to use them against these frost giants who were only at the Chuan realm, which converted to only sequence 7, so he didn't use them. Chapter 95. Gairman Sparrow. Inside the carriage, Master Chen sipped his tea slowly, his expression calm. Lin Chiye couldn't tell anything, no matter how hard he racked his brain. He never would have imagined that a deity had been following the carriage all this time. That deity had been attacking the carriage the entire time. If Master Chen's mental realm hadn't been solid enough, it likely wouldn't have taken long for Lin Qiye and Master Chen to face Indra directly, let alone sit here leisurely sipping tea. Master, weren't you going to tell me something? After drinking his 10th cup of tea, Lin Qiye finally couldn't help but ask. Since getting on the carriage, Master Chen had been doing nothing but drinking tea, or inviting him to drink tea. Apart from when the master had inexplicably shouted, "Alien rat, mere trifles," and thrown his teacup out, nothing else had happened. The things Master Chen was supposed to say at the beginning hadn't been mentioned at all. Moreover, Lin Qiye had waited for a long time, and seeing that Master Chen didn't seem to have any intention of bringing them up, he had no choice but to ask himself. Master Chen put down his teacup and looked at Lin Qiye. "Young man, don't be so impatient. Drink your tea first. For now, just stay safely in my carriage. When everything is over, only I can guarantee your safety." Lin Qiye felt a bit anxious. He stood up, disregarding Master Chen's status as a human ceiling. "Master, why are you unwilling to tell me anything?" Master Chen sighed. "What could you do even if I told you? Captain Chen Mai should have told you as well, this incident involves more than one deity. You are too weak, going out there won't change anything. But besides the deities, there are other supernatural entities outside. If we leave the captain out there alone, he won't be able to hold on, even with Chen Cheng added to the mix." Master Chen looked up at him. "Captain Chen Mai isn't as weak as you think. That kid is also, although I can't see what secrets he holds, a person capable of divination won't easily let themselves fall into danger." Lin Qiye understood this, but if he were to spend this time safely while Captain Chen Mai and Chen Cheng were out there struggling and working hard to protect Songnan, he couldn't do it. "Master, why exactly are Chen Cheng and I being kept in Songnan? It was the same for the training camp before, and now it's the same with the captain specifically preventing us from going to Shangjing. Why exactly?" Lin Qiye thought about the previous training camp assignments. Although he didn't care about these things, with Captain Chen Mai specifically keeping them from following to Shangjing, plus Master Chen wanting him to stay in the carriage, even the dullest person could sense that something was wrong. Master Chen sighed again. "Some things are better left unknown. Just stay in the carriage and have some tea with me. When things are over, I will naturally let you return. But I still want to know." Lin Qiye looked earnestly into Master Chen's eyes. "Even if I know I might not be able to change anything, I still want to try. Commander Yifan asked me to protect you well and keep you from participating in this battle," Master Chen said suddenly. He looked out the window at the garden within his mental realm. "However, I have never liked following these rigid rules. It is a good thing for young people to be full of vitality." There was admiration in Master Chen's eyes as he looked at Lin Qiye. "Since you've said so much, I cannot stop you. I will ask you one last question. Are you prepared to participate in this battle?" Lin Qiye nodded without hesitation. "Very well, then I will send you out now. Once you are outside, no matter what you see, don't worry about me. Just go and do what you want to do." Master Chen looked at Lin Qiye earnestly. But after saying this, his tone shifted. "Young people should be like this, but don't learn from Chen Cheng. That kid is too devious, it's not good." His tone was full of disdain for Chen Cheng, presumably because he was still brooding over his inability to influence Chen Cheng earlier. Lin Qiye was amused by this comment. He hadn't expected Master Chen to have such an interesting side. He nodded. Master Chen pointed to the carriage door. "Just walk out from here, and I will send you out. Remember, no matter what you see, don't worry about me. I am not that weak." Master Chen waved his hand, and the carriage door opened. Lin Qiye nodded in thanks and walked out of the carriage door. When he stepped onto the ground, the surrounding scene changed. The garden vanished, and it turned back into the appearance of Songnan City. "I'm back. Lin Chiye whispered. But then, he turned his head and looked at the retreating carriage. In midair, a bolt of lightning was chasing after it, and Lin Chiye felt the genuine aura of a deity emanating from that lightning. The one that had been chasing us just now was a deity. Lin Chiye looked in surprise at the lightning pursuing the carriage into the distance. Master's mental realm can actually withstand even a deity. Lin Chiye watched for a while longer, then shook his head, and withdrew his gaze. He turned to look at the somewhat desolate Songnan city, a look of determination in his eyes. Your Excellency Merlin, I'll trouble you. Lin Chiye said in a low voice, though not to himself. In his mind, within that mental hospital, Merlin looked up at the sky and responded to Lin Chiye. I am willing to serve you, Your Excellency Director. The next moment, the aura around Lin Chiye changed. A deep blue mage robe appeared out of thin air and draped over him. Lin Chiye's realm climbed all the way from the Pool realm, eventually stopping at the Wuliang realm. Lin Chiye lowered his head, clenching and unclenching his palm. He felt the energy of the Wuliang realm within him, and felt that he had never felt so refreshed. Back at Jinan Mountain, if it hadn't been for that deity, Lin Chiye would have tried to host the soul of Nyx to deal with that flame-vein earth dragon. It was just that Lin Chiye hadn't expected back then that hosting a soul could directly bring him to the Wuliang realm. Without time to be shocked, Lin Chiye's hands glowed with blue light, and 2 magic circles appeared in his palms. As the magic circles vanished, 2 black boxes appeared in his hands. Those 2 black boxes contained the star blades, except one was his, and the other was Zhao Kongqing's. Lin Chiye strapped the black boxes to his back, a teleportation array appeared under his feet, and he rushed toward the place where he sensed the highest number of supernatural entities. In the outskirts of Songnan City, there were only a dozen or so frost giants left in front of Qincheng. These frost giants all had one thing in common: they had lost their consciousness, and had been reduced to Qincheng's puppets. Qincheng looked up at Loki in the distance. Loki naturally saw his gaze and smiled, laughing at him. Qincheng returned the smile. If one didn't know the specific situation, they might be mistaken for very polite people. Loki turned his head, and looked at Lu Wuwei again. To be honest, I didn't expect this variable, but it doesn't matter to me anymore. Lu Wuwei's expression changed, and he prepared to use all his strength to block Loki. Loki smiled slightly. The next second, this body of his changed back into that woman's appearance, still wearing a smile. However, starting from the hand resting on the handlebar, this body began to dissipate. Lu Wuwei's expression was grave, and he released his hand from the handlebar. Blocking it anymore was meaningless, the Loki here was just a clone. The reason he had confronted him for so long was, in the end, just because he found it amusing. Now that Loki didn't want to play anymore, he decisively abandoned this clone. Lu Wuwei pressed both hands on the handlebars, twisted them hard, and the electric scooter sped off and vanished. Qincheng led the dozen or so frost giants back to Captain Chenmai's side. The crow of calamity that had been resting on Captain Chenmai's shoulder chirped and flew onto Qincheng's shoulder. Qincheng touched its feathers and looked at Captain Chenmai, who had a look of hesitation. He spoke first. Captain, today's events are a bit hard to explain, but you only need to know that I have no malicious intent, and besides. Qincheng turned his head, and looked in a certain direction. The next second, a magic circle appeared, and Lin Chiye's figure emerged from it. He was stunned when he saw Sister Hongying, and the others, who should have been in Shangjing, and then he sensed a powerful aura. When he looked over, he only saw Qincheng looking at him with a smile. That powerful aura was clearly emanating from Qincheng. If his senses were correct, it should be half-step human ceiling. Qincheng, you. Lin Chiye had originally thought that reaching the Wuliang realm by relying on divine possession was already outrageous enough, but it turned out there were even greater experts. Qincheng had directly transformed into a half-step human ceiling. Was the deity behind him here in person? Before Qincheng could speak, Captain Chenmai and the others nearby were already feeling a bit unwell. They had almost gotten used to it after seeing Qincheng's realm, but then Lin Chiye appeared, and he had also reached the Wuliang realm. Although it wasn't as outrageous as Chen Cheng, it was still very unreasonable. Sister Honging looked at Chen Cheng, then at Lin Chiya, and muttered, "Neither of them are normal people." Chen Cheng and Lin Chiya could naturally hear this, but they couldn't exactly scold Sister Honging. Chen Cheng suddenly paused, reached into his cloak pocket, and pulled out the world card. As Chen Cheng held it, the world card glowed faintly, and Chen Cheng understood. He turned to the others and said, "Wait for me for a moment, I have to do something. Later, no matter what you encounter, don't say anything." Chen Cheng looked again at the spot where Loki had vanished, the corners of his mouth curling up. "I'm going to prepare something big for that group of deities, and give them a little shock." Chen Cheng gripped the world card firmly, his expression solemn and grave, as if he were performing some sort of dignified ritual. He took a deep breath and whispered softly, "Great fool, you are the master of the gray fog. You are the yellow and black king who wields good luck. I pray for your favor, I pray for your gaze. I pray for the power of secrecy and change. In the name of the great fool, I summon the attendant of the spirit world and Sapphira Castle, the mystery from ancient times, the witness of long history, the protector of all poor children in Backlund. The great Gehrman Sparrow. Please give a 5-star rating. Please, please." 97 Chapter 96 The Blasphemy Card Chapter 96 Blasphemy Card. After finishing the incantation, Chen Cheng tossed the world card into the air. It flew up and, without anything to support it, hovered in midair, refusing to fall. Once it stabilized in midair, the world card emitted a dazzling light. Higher up behind it, an illusory doorframe gradually took shape. The doorframe was nearly solid, yet intangible, with some power leaving intricate patterns upon it. There was no actual door within the frame, but it was not empty either. In the space where the door should have been, a mass of chaotic gray fog filled it, serving the function of a door. An invisible pressure radiated from the layers of gray fog, making everyone who stared directly at it feel an urge to kneel and worship. Only Lin Chiye and Chen Cheng remained unaffected. Even Captain Chen Mai was only slightly less affected. The two of them stepped forward, blocking the space between the others and the gray fog, which made Sister Honging and the others feel a bit better. The light on the world card dimmed slightly. As if being pulled, it slowly flew in front of the door. Just as the world card stabilized in position and stopped moving, a hand wearing a black glove reached out from the gray fog and snatched the world card. The light on the world card vanished completely, and at that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the gray fog. The figure's face was cold, hair combed back, and those sharp eyes held no emotion, as if he were uninterested in anything. Besides the hand holding the world card, his other hand was also wearing a black glove. The moment he stepped out of the gray fog, the door behind him closed on its own. Chen Cheng looked up at him with a devout and respectful expression. Chen Cheng took off his top hat, pressed it against his chest, and bowed to the figure, just as he did every time before a tarot club meeting began. "Good afternoon, Mr. Gehrman Sparrow." Mr. World landed steadily on the ground and nodded slightly, acknowledging Chen Cheng. After Gehrman approached, the pressure radiating from him became even more apparent. Even though it was unintentional, he was, after all, a Sequence 1 King of Angels. This was a suppression stemming from a higher level of existence. Fortunately, Chen Cheng took the initiative to release some of his bizarro sorcerer status to counteract it, and Gehrman restrained his pressure after adjusting. Chen Cheng put his top hat back on and comforted the frightened crow of calamity. Only then did he speak up and ask, "Mr. World, is there anything you need me to do?" Gehrman glanced at Chen Cheng, and after a moment of silence, said, "What you need to do now is protect your teammates well." I need to go handle some other matters. I will return when the time is right." Gehrman reached out again and gently stroked the crow of calamity as comfort for having frightened it just now. Although Chen Cheng was a bit curious about what Mr. World needed to do, he didn't ask, simply nodding, "Understood." Gehrman nodded, withdrew the hand that was comforting the crow of calamity, and reached into the air. After a moment, he seemed to have grabbed something, pulled it out, and finally produced a card. It was a tarot card, but not the special kind used by the tarot club, nor was it an ordinary, ubiquitous tarot card. This tarot card, which Gehrman had pulled from the gaps of history, was made of exquisite material. On the face of the card was a young man wearing colorful clothes, carrying a bundle on his shoulder, with a small dog following at his feet. This was a special card from the realm of mystery, created by Emperor Roselle, a blasphemy card, the Fool card. Chen Cheng was stunned when he saw this blasphemy card. He naturally recognized it. Every time the Tarot Club held a meeting, Mr. Fool would place it on the side of the table, and every member could see it clearly. It was just that he found it strange why Mr. World would take it out at this time. As far as he knew, the functions of the blasphemy cards didn't seem to have any particularly useful aspects. Under Chen Cheng's puzzled gaze, Gehrman raised his hand, and actually summoned the gray fog of the realm of mystery from Chen Cheng, causing the previously hidden gray fog to appear and fill this world. But this was not strange. After all, the realm of mystery was given by Mr. Fool himself, and Mr. World was Mr. Fool's identity when walking the earth, so it was normal for him to be able to do this. Gehrman injected spirituality into the Fool card in his hand, and after the Fool card glowed, he threw it into Chen Cheng's gray fog. After being thrown, the Fool card was like ink dropped into water, gradually melting into Chen Cheng's gray fog. As the temporary holder of the realm of mystery, all Chen Cheng could feel was that the gray fog seemed to have undergone some changes, but he had no clue what those changes specifically were. After doing all this, Gehrman withdrew his hand and explained to Chen Cheng, "The existence time of this Fool card is the same as mine. It only has 20 minutes. After these 20 minutes pass, it will disappear, and I will also leave. Before that, some things will happen to you, and it will help you solve them." After Gehrman finished speaking, he pointed at Chen Cheng. "That charm of yours has been improved, which means your state's duration has been extended." It's a bit longer, 30 minutes. He finished what he had to say as concisely as possible and said nothing more. Chen Cheng felt the changes in the gray fog and nodded. Understood, Mr. Although he still didn't know what use that final Fool card would have, since Mr. World said it was useful, it meant Mr. Fool said it was useful, and if Mr. Fool said it was useful, then it really was useful. Praise the Fool. Gehrman looked down at the death knell tucked into Chen Cheng's waist, which hadn't been used much, said nothing, and simply waved his hand, signaling to Chen Cheng that he was leaving. After confirming that Chen Cheng understood, Gehrman vanished from the spot, not knowing where he had gone. Chen Cheng stared at the spot where Gehrman had disappeared, seemingly lost in thought. Behind him, Lin Chiye and Captain Chen Mai exchanged glances for a moment. Finally, Lin Chiye sighed and walked forward, patting Chen Cheng on the shoulder. "What's the matter?" Chen Cheng, having snapped out of his thoughts, turned and asked. Lin Chiye then voiced the questions he, Captain Chen Mai, and Sister Hong Ying, and the others had. "That person, is that the Angel of Redemption you mentioned?" Chen Cheng nodded. "Yes, he is the Angel of Redemption under my Lord's throne. His appearance this time is also because my Lord gave me this task, not because I summoned him." Lin Chiye nodded, indicating he understood. He walked back to explain it to Captain Chen Mai and the others again. Chen Cheng watched Lin Chiye's back, remembering something very important, yet something he seemed unable to change. In the original timeline, Lin Chiye was tricked by Loki into leaving Songnan, which ultimately led to the miracle disappearing and Songnan City dissipating. And Captain Chen Mai, because he was already a dead person to begin with, would also dissipate along with Songnan City. The current Chen Cheng did not have the ability to keep Captain Chen Mai, and even if he did, he wouldn't want to use it, because in the end, Captain Chen Mai would be collected into the Qianquan bag and enter the cycle of reincarnation. If he were to be kept back, it would be hard to say what the final result would be. And the outcome of Lin Chiye leaving Songnan was equally unchangeable. This was a matter of great impact that involved many things later on. Even if Chen Cheng tried to force a change, it would eventually reoccur due to all sorts of other reasons. Chen Cheng could only sigh. Since it couldn't be changed, he could only take it one step at a time. Accepting parting early was better than a sudden parting. At a certain location in Songnan City, a giant supernatural entity covered in tentacles suddenly appeared. The supernatural entity was not far from where Chen Cheng and the others were. Given its size, it was probably just a few steps away. But it had chosen its position very well. Its distance to the urban area of Tsangnan City was even closer than its distance to Chen Cheng and the others. In other words, once it chose to enter the Tsangnan urban area first, it might not even need a few steps. Chen Cheng narrowed his eyes, staring at the giant supernatural entity. It was not some supernatural entity hidden in Tsangnan City that hadn't been found, nor was it a supernatural entity without a background. On the contrary, its background was significant. It was a mythical creature, the Kraken. Without a doubt, this Kraken had been released by Loki for the purpose of scattering them, and then seizing the opportunity to take Lin Xie away. Presumably, when he was peeking from somewhere earlier, he saw Lin Xie's arrival, recognized Lin Xie's identity, and figured out many things. So he was now going to great lengths just to take Lin Xie out of Tsangnan and make the miracle disappear. However, a single Kraken was not enough to scatter them. Given the combat power Chen Cheng had just displayed, he could fully take the others with him and suppress the Kraken while protecting them, so there must be other arrangements. Sure enough, in the moment Chen Cheng was thinking, in another direction from them, at the same distance as the Kraken, a blood-colored wolf dog appeared at that location. The wolf dog was enormous, the height of a 30-story office building. Its dangerous gaze stared at the entire Tsangnan City, as if it regarded it as its own food. The Underworld Hound, Garm. Chapter 97 Promise. Yet another mythical creature appeared, and whether in terms of size or cultivation level, it was only slightly inferior to the Kraken and, like it was in the Klein realm. Coupled with their innate mythical creature constitutions, they were even more troublesome. Loki had effectively presented them with a choice. Or rather, he had presented Chen Cheng with a choice. Both were thick-skinned mythical creatures, and resolving them immediately would not be simple. Regardless of which one Chen Cheng chose, he was destined to be separated from Lin Xie, because aside from him and Lin Xie, none of the remaining individuals could handle these two mythical creatures. Therefore, this period of separation would be sufficient for Loki to take Lin Xie out of Tsangnan. Once that was done, as long as he obtained the Shiva's resentment, Loki's objectives would be fully accomplished. Chen Cheng adjusted his top hat, and looked up at the black dots plummeting from the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up. He no longer needed to make a choice, because the reinforcements had arrived. Chen Cheng turned his head and said to Lin Xie, "Xie, take the captain and the others back first." Lin Xie nodded and raised his hand, causing a massive teleportation array to manifest beneath Captain Chen Mai and the others. Captain Chen Mai opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to refuse, but Chen Cheng looked at him and smiled. "Captain, you'd better listen to me. After all, even if you all combined, you couldn't beat me." Captain Chen Mai swallowed the words he was about to say, his expression instantly becoming as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. At the same time, he felt a strange sense of confusion. He had never said such a thing, yet why did it feel so familiar? Chen Cheng patted the crow of calamity on his shoulder, signaling it to go over to Captain Chen Mai. Once the crow of calamity flapped its wings and landed on Captain Chen Mai's shoulder, Lin Xie flicked his wrist, and the teleportation array vanished, taking Captain Chen Mai and the others with it. When they opened their eyes, they were back in the underground hollow of the agency, far away from the battlefield. After sending Captain Chen Mai and the others away, Lin Xie clapped his hands and asked, "One each." Chen Cheng shook his head and vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he brought back a few unfamiliar figures. Lin Xie raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Xia Simeng had appeared here suddenly, and was still confused about the situation. However, upon seeing Lin Xie and Chen Cheng, her eyes lit up and she was about to speak. Chen Cheng gave Lin Xie a look. Lin Xie understood. With a wave of his hand, a teleportation array appeared once more, sending Xia Simeng and the others to Garm. Chen Cheng adjusted his top hat. "Our turn. Let's make this quick." Lin Xie nodded. Although he didn't recognize the people Chen Cheng had brought over, he could tell from their cloaks that they were a special task force. Thus, Lin Chiye had instantly understood the meaning in Chen Cheng's eyes, and sent Xia Simeng and the others to Garm. Lin Chiye said nothing more. A teleportation array appeared beneath his feet, and Chen Cheng's figure became somewhat illusory. The two exchanged a glance and vanished from the spot simultaneously. Just over a dozen seconds after the two disappeared, a figure appeared in their original spot. The figure was wearing an ordinary trench coat and stood about 1.6 meters tall, looking to be in his 20s or 30s. He raised his hand and wiped his face. When he lowered his hand, the original face had been altered, and the new face was unmistakably that of Chen Cheng. This was a marionette that Chen Cheng had found one of the bodies Loki had discarded. Under the dual influence of the parasite and the spirit body threads, this body had become completely Chen Cheng's possession. Chen Cheng vanished from the spot again. When he reappeared, he was in the dilapidated Old Town district of Songnan City. The Old Town was already sparsely populated, and since Chen Cheng had specifically performed divination before teleporting to find an empty location, no one knew of his sudden appearance. But that no one did not seem to include other creatures, for instance. A perfectly ordinary mangy dog. Chen Cheng lowered his head and locked eyes with little black Scabby, who was crouching not far away. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He raised his hand, instinctively wanting to adjust his hat, but then remembered that this body didn't have one, so he had to lower his hand. Chen Cheng crouched down, waved at little black Scabby, and called out, "Little black Scabby, come here." Little black Scabby tilted its head and looked at Chen Cheng, seemingly hesitating, but eventually stood up and trotted over to him. Once little black Scabby arrived and circled around Chen Cheng's feet, Chen Cheng reached out, held the dog still, and rubbed its head. Little black Scabby did not resist, it merely lifted its head and continued to watch him. "Little black Scabby, there's no need to pretend with me. I know who you really are," Chen Cheng said softly. It was unclear if little black Scabby understood, but it simply kept its head tilted, enjoying Chen Cheng's touch. "What should I call you, little black Scabby? Or should I say, Sky Howling Dog?" Chen Cheng continued. This caused the previously feigning oblivious little black Scabby to break free from Chen Cheng's hand, retreat a few steps, and watch him with vigilance. Chen Cheng paid no mind to the dog's vigilance and continued with a smile, "Rest assured, I mean no harm. As for why you might be wondering how I know all this, well, for me, that's not difficult at all." It was unclear if little black Scabby understood, but it remained in that vigilant posture. Chen Cheng stood up and clapped his hands. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to Aunt. Besides, isn't your master still around?" Little black Scabby stared intently at Chen Cheng. After a moment of silence, it opened its mouth and spoke in perfect Great Xia language. "What is your purpose in approaching Lin Chiye?" "For a future, an ethereal future." Chen Cheng said something cryptic. After hearing this, little black Scabby seemed lost in thought, and did not speak for a while. Chen Cheng pointed outside Songnan City. "I'm going to visit Aunt. You don't need to worry about me, on the contrary, you should be more concerned about what's out there." Little black Scabby followed Chen Cheng's finger. Naturally, it had also sensed the disgusting aura of the outer gods outside. Its appearance here was originally intended to hunt down those outer gods. It had just happened to encounter Chen Cheng, and sensed the aura of a half-step human sealing on him, so it had appeared intentionally to see what he was up to. Little black Scabby looked outside, then back at Chen Cheng. After some deliberation, it ultimately chose to pursue the outer gods. Chen Cheng stepped aside to let little black Scabby pass. As it walked by, it left Chen Cheng with a final remark. "I know you harbor no malice. I may not be good at much else, but I am quite skilled at reading human hearts." Chen Cheng smiled and said nothing. After little black Scabby left, he walked into the old town, took a winding path, and after leaving the district, made his way to the building where Aunt lived. He had come this time to fulfill a promise he had made to Aunt that whenever he had free time, he would come back for a meal. Although he couldn't bring Lin Chiye back, he could at least return himself. He hadn't had much time before, and even when he did, there was no opportunity, so he had been forced to delay it again and again until now. After this incident, Ant would fade away along with Songnan City. Once she was taken into the universe bag by Yang Jian, and entered the cycle of reincarnation, he might not have this opportunity again. Thus, while halfway to intercept the Kraken, Chen Cheng had diverted his attention to find this body, allowing it to take his place and have a meal with Ant. As for his main body, eliminating the Kraken was only a matter of time. His distraction would not cause him to lose to the Kraken. After all, his abilities had become even more bizarre after reaching Sequence 4. The reason he couldn't resolve it quickly was simply because the Kraken was in the Klein realm, and he couldn't control it in a second as he had with the Frost Giant. Therefore, Chen Cheng was not worried about any mishaps, which was why he had allowed himself this distraction. The weather outside is really something. It turned so dark all of a sudden. I wonder if the laundry will dry. Ant looked at the weather outside with some concern. She had just hung out the laundry, and it would be troublesome if it didn't dry. Yang Jin walked out of the room and stood beside Ant. Seeing him, Ant asked, "Where has little black Scabby run off to again? Look at this weather, it's about to rain. It'll be a problem if it gets soaked." Yang Jin smiled and comforted her, "It's fine, Mom. Little black Scabby is very smart, it'll find a place to hide if it rains." Ant could only nod and continue looking out the window. "I wonder how your brother is doing now." Ant suddenly began muttering about Lin Chiya. "He's so far away from home by himself, and he's only just recovered. I don't know if he can take care of himself." Ant's eyes were filled with worry. Yang Jin's expression was somewhat complex, and he could only continue to comfort her. "Brother is very smart, he won't neglect himself. Even on his own, he can live very well." Ant nodded and sighed, "Sigh, that kid," he left without saying a word. Yang Jin looked out the window, recalling the Western god he had sensed earlier, the one by Lin Chia's side. It wasn't just his mother, he was also very worried about Lin Chia. Moreover, because he knew more, he was even more worried. However, these things were difficult to tell his mother, so he had to keep them hidden in his heart. Yang Jin turned his head toward the door. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Ant turned her head to look at the entrance. "Interesting. It seems your Forbidden Ruins allows you to find me anytime, anywhere by marking me." Loki looked at Lu Wuwei, who had found him again, with a hint of surprise. However, through their few encounters, he had roughly figured out the principle behind how Lu Wuwei tracked him. He was a god, after all, the god of mischief, no less, so he certainly had that much discernment. "I won't let you make contact with him," Lu Wuwei said with a serious expression. Loki simply smiled. "If I wanted to, a mere human ceiling like you couldn't stop me." When Chen Cheng had summoned Gehrman Sparrow earlier, it had startled Loki, who had been hiding in the shadows. The aura of that deity was even stronger than that of Odin from Asgard. To ensure his safety, Loki had left the area immediately. By the time he checked again, that deity had vanished without a trace, and he had no idea where they had gone. This had caused Loki to breathe a sigh of relief. When Loki wanted to find Lin Chia and take him out of Tsangnan, Lu Wuwei had found him again, leading to the conversation between the two. "Do you think that by dragging me here, I'm truly out of options?" Loki's mouth curled into a mocking smile. "Then you greatly underestimate the god of mischief. Sister Xiaonan, return to me, my proxy. The inheritor of trickery and deceit. The proxy I have chosen. Return, Sister Xiaonan." In the agency, 1,000 miles away, Sister Xiaonan suddenly froze, her eyes filled with struggle. But within a few seconds, she seemed to abandon the struggle and said softly, "Yes." Loki's smile became even more rampant. This left Lu Wuwei, who was confused by the situation, feeling vigilant, not understanding why the god had suddenly gone mad. "The god of mischief, are you?" A sudden voice made both the human and the god instantly alert. However, when they both looked in the direction the voice came from, Lu Wuwei breathed a sigh of relief, while Loki's expression instantly turned ugly. Not far away, the supreme god he had seen earlier was walking toward them slowly, exuding a dangerous aura from head to toe. There was no doubt that this supreme god had come for him. "You resemble a god I, happen to know." The unidentified supreme god suddenly said something that left Loki completely baffled. However, he could only force a smile as he responded to German, "Is that so? Then that is truly my good fortune." On the other hand, Loki watched the supreme god and noticed a fleeting look of detachment in his eyes. In that instant, Loki tried to abandon this body and flee this place of trouble. But when he attempted to leave, he discovered that the space seemed to be locked down. Not only could he not leave the body, but he couldn't even directly depart from this space. Space lockdown. Loki looked at the supreme god with a solemn expression. It was truly a troublesome authority. Anything related to space or time, especially when wielded by a supreme god, was never weak. The god of time, Kronos, was a prime example. German suddenly looked at Loki and spoke again. "I think he would be very happy to play with you." Loki's eyes showed resistance, but he could only say against his will, "I would be delighted." German nodded. In truth, he had never intended to seek Loki's opinion, he was merely informing him. It was a matter of courtesy. He stopped and reached into the air beside him. A moment later he grabbed something, pulled it outward, and dragged out a figure wearing a classical robe. The figure was dressed in a black classical robe, and wore a pointed soft hat. His eye sockets were deep, and there was a tear mole at the corner of his eye. A faint, elusive smile hung on his lips. He stood on the ground, looking at Loki, who was facing him like a formidable enemy. He seemed to recall something, lowered his head, and smiled. "I almost forgot." He reached his hand into his robe, fumbled for a moment, and pulled out a monocle. He slowly placed the monocle over his right eye, adjusted it, and looked at Loki again. 99 Chapter 98 Yang Jin Chapter 98, Yang Jin. Loki felt a dangerous aura from this god wearing a monocle, one that was no less than that supreme god. Is this another supreme god? Loki suddenly felt some regret about this plan. What exactly was that method just now? While fearful, Loki also devoted some thought to figuring out what method German had used to pull someone out of thin air. Was it just simple teleportation or something else? After Amon put on the monocle, his whole demeanor seemed to change instantly. His originally somewhat stiff gaze became clear in that moment. He glanced at German beside him, a smile at the corner of his eyes. "What do you want me to do?" German spared him a glance and said in a deep voice, "Teach him a lesson, but he cannot die." Amon pushed up his monocle, scrutinized Loki carefully, and the arc of his mouth became more pronounced. Understood. German did not care whether Amon had really listened. He turned around and vanished in place again. After he disappeared, Amon turned his head and looked at Loki with a smile. "Now it's just the two of us." He seemed to find Lu Wuwei, who was on the side, to be an eyesore. He ignored him completely and, after speaking, waved his hand, sending Lu Wuwei away from the area. "Who is it?" Ant walked to the door. She didn't rush to open it but asked first instead. "It's me, Ant." Chen Cheng's voice came from outside. Ant recognized Chen Cheng's voice and was pleasantly surprised. She opened the door and sure enough, saw Chen Cheng's familiar face. However, compared to the school uniform from their first meeting, Chen Cheng had changed into a trench coat. Although Ant hadn't seen it much, she still thought it looked quite good. "Oh my, Chen Cheng is here. Hurry, 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 come in first." Ant was full of joy and hurriedly ushered Chen Cheng inside. Chen Cheng nodded with a smile and walked into the house. "Why did you come so suddenly?" Ant pulled Chen Cheng to the sofa, signaled for him to sit down, and sat on the other side herself. Yang Jin brought some fruit out from the kitchen and placed it on the table. "Brother Chen, have some fruit." Yang Jin greeted Chen Cheng with a smile, but his eyes were full of vigilance. Chen Cheng picked up a slice of apple and first explained to Aunt, my work just happened to be transferred here for a few days. I had some free time today, so I came over to have a meal with you. He looked at Yang Jin again, thanks. Yang Jin nodded with a smile and returned to his room alone, closing the door. However, he kept paying attention to the movements in the living room. As soon as Chen Cheng made any suspicious move, he would unleash his realm and rush out to stop him. How did he manage to advance so quickly? Yang Jin was somewhat puzzled. It was clearly only a pool realm when I last saw Chen Cheng, and now, less than 2 years later, how is he already at the half-step human ceiling? Yang Jin couldn't figure this out no matter how hard he thought. Naturally, he couldn't understand the reason, and he would never know that Chen Cheng's current realm was only temporary, borrowed from his past self. In the living room, Chen Cheng and Aunt chatted for a while longer. As they talked, a worried expression appeared on Aunt's face again. You know, this child Chia, he is sensible, but he's just too sensible. You say he just ran off to join the army without a word. What if he gets bullied? He just recovered, his body isn't good yet. What if he gets exhausted from training? Aunt chattered away on the side, mostly talking about Lin Chia. Chen Cheng didn't interrupt, just listened silently, occasionally offering his own opinions so that Aunt wouldn't feel like the conversation was dying out. Perhaps feeling that they had chatted enough, Aunt stood up. Chen Cheng, you sit here for a moment. Aunt is going to cook some dishes for you. You promised me last time that you'd come have a meal with me when you had time. Chen Cheng nodded with a smile. I've always missed Aunt's cooking. When I'm working and eating all those meals, none of them feel as delicious as what you make. Aunt was amused by Chen Cheng's flattery, and her gloomy mood improved quite a bit. Then you just sit there. Aunt must make you a delicious meal today. After saying this, Aunt turned and walked into the kitchen, also instructing Chen Cheng not to come in, as she could do it all by herself. After Aunt walked into the kitchen, Yang Jin came out of the room. He sat on the sofa, not far from Chen Cheng. Chen Cheng turned his head to look at him, smiled, and didn't speak. Yang Jin was not to be outdone. He glared at Chen Cheng, then forced a smile, mimicking Chen Cheng's way of smiling without speaking. Don't you have anything you want to say? Chen Cheng tossed a slice of orange into his mouth. Seeming to find it sweet, he revealed a satisfied smile. Yang Jin picked up a slice of apple, took a bite, and replied, You probably don't have malicious intent, otherwise little black scabby wouldn't have let you in. But what I want to know more is, how did you manage to advance so quickly? Chen Cheng smiled. It's just borrowed. Once the time passes, it has to be returned. Yang Jin nodded, his expression calm on the surface, but inwardly he muttered, if that's the case, then it's indeed normal. At least it's much more normal than advancing to a half-step human ceiling in less than 2 years. Aunt can't hear what we're saying here, so you can speak freely. Chen Cheng reminded him, signaling that Yang Jin could say whatever he wanted. Yang Jin didn't take the bait, and even turned his head away, deliberately ignoring Chen Cheng, clearly showing he didn't want to say anything. Chen Cheng felt a bit helpless, and had to be the first to speak. I basically know everything about the Songnan City incident, including the miracle on Lin Chia. After Chen Cheng finished this sentence, Yang Jin's gaze became dangerous. He no longer pretended not to see Chen Cheng, but instead turned his head and stared fixedly at Chen Cheng. This time, it turned out to be Chen Cheng ignoring him. Chen Cheng continued, Right now, my main body is with your brother Chia, intercepting that kraken. This one here is just a, let's call it a clone. Yang Jin stared at Chen Cheng, especially at Chen Cheng's expression, trying to discern some clues. But as Erlang Shen with the heavenly eye, even though he had no realm now, it was still easy for him to judge whether a statement was a lie. No matter what method he used, the result told him that Chen Cheng was not lying. Yang Jin sighed, seemingly resigning himself to fate, and proactively asked, What do you want to know? Chen Cheng revealed a triumphant smile, and said unhurriedly, Actually, it's nothing much. I just want to know how much longer it will take for the great Xia gods to return. Yang Jin shook his head. I don't know the specifics of this either. I can only say that there will be a few in the near future. Chen Cheng nodded and tossed another piece of orange into his mouth. Actually, he didn't care much about the answer to this question. Asking it was just a thought that it would be best if he could get an answer, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. Time to eat, time to eat. In the time it took for the two to chat, and had already prepared 3 dishes and a soup, calling the two to come and eat. Chen Cheng stood up, taking the initiative to help and bring out the remaining dishes. Yang Jin followed closely behind, walking into the kitchen. The two of them brought the remaining dishes and soup out together and placed them on the table. Eat, eat. Aunt washed the bowls and chopsticks, placing them in front of herself, Yang Jin, and Chen Cheng respectively. Before sitting down, Aunt glanced at the door. Why hasn't little black Scabby come back yet? Yang Jin comforted her, little black Scabby will come back on its own when it's hungry. We'll just leave some food for it. Aunt had no choice but to nod, sitting down to prepare for the meal. Chen Cheng also sat down, but before sitting, he turned his head to look in a certain direction. Over there, just as Lin Chiye and Chen Cheng finished dealing with the Kraken, and were preparing to return to the agency, Captain Chen Mai walked over. Chiye, Chen Cheng, Sister Xiaonan is a traitor. She hid her realm and snatched Shiva's resentment. Hurry and come with me to chase her. Chen Cheng and Lin Chiye had just finished dealing with the Kraken when Captain Chen Mai walked over, as if he had timed it perfectly. As soon as he arrived, he announced news that caught Lin Chiye very much by surprise. Hurry and come with me. If Shiva's resentment is taken away, it will be a huge blow to Great Xia. Captain Chen Mai urged, reaching out his hand to pull Lin Chiye away immediately. Lin Chiye stepped back. A brown magic circle appeared at Captain Chen Mai's feet. The surrounding rocks instantly seemed to come alive, one after another protruding from the ground, imprisoning Captain Chen Mai inside. Chiye, what are you doing? I am Captain Chen Mai. Captain Chen Mai said anxiously while pounding on the surrounding rocks. Lin Chiye shook his head firmly. No, you are not the captain. Chiye, what silly things are you saying? I am Captain Chen Mai, your captain. Captain Chen Mai was somewhat angry at Lin Chiye's words. He turned his head to look at Chen Cheng, who had been standing on the side all along. Chen Cheng, quickly persuade Chiye. Shiva's resentment cannot be lost. If it's lost, Great Xia is finished. Chen Cheng just looked at him calmly without speaking, but he seemed to have sensed something. He lowered his head, looking at the ground beneath his feet, a flash of imperceptible disappointment in his eyes. A moment later he sighed. In the end, can it not be changed? Although he had already considered this result, when it actually happened, there was still some disappointment. Sure enough, Captain Chen Mai stopped his movements. He looked at Chen Cheng with dangerous eyes, then looked at Lin Chiye, and said calmly, you two, you are really not easy to fool. Captain Chen Mai's figure suddenly wavered. A moment later, Loki appeared in the original position. He waved his hand casually, and the surrounding rocks were instantly shattered. However, the goal was achieved after all. Loki whispered. After his clone was trapped, he had originally made up his mind to perish together, but for some reason, that Supreme God had let him go. But it didn't make it easy for him either, forcing his clone's original realm to drop all the way from human ceiling down to the current boundless, but it was enough to fool Lin Chiye. Chapter 99, Ubiquitous. Chen Cheng reached out and pressed his hand onto Lin Chiye's shoulder, taking him as they vanished. Regardless of the outcome, he still had to give it his best shot. Loki watched him disappear with a smile, showing no annoyance. Instead, he lifted his foot, preparing to pursue the two, but his expression suddenly turned pale. Uncontrollably, he raised his hand and reached into a non-existent pocket, fumbling around for a moment before slowly pulling out a monocle. Loki held the monocle and placed it over his right eye. At this moment, Loki's expression shifted uncertainly. Sometimes it was terror, other times he would force a smile, squinting his eyes. Two different emotions flickered across Loki's face, making the god of mischief appear somewhat comical. After this complex expression persisted for a few seconds, Loki's expression returned to calm. He closed his eyes as if falling into a deep sleep. Less than a second passed before Loki opened his eyes again. He squinted slightly, a hint of a smile at the corners of his eyes. Loki adjusted his monocle, his lips curving slightly upward. In Songnan City, due to the evacuation by the police and the government, the vast majority of citizens remained at home, but there were exceptions. For instance, at this moment, a teenager of about 13 or 14 was sitting on the rooftop of a high-rise building. The boy was originally looking at the sky in boredom, his legs dangling in the air, swinging them from time to time. But when that avatar of Loki in the suburbs lost connection, he jumped off the rooftop. His body surged with power, and the next second, he transformed into the likeness of Loki. Loki straightened his collar, his expression looking somewhat grim. He had originally thought he had shaken off that supreme god, but unexpectedly, that was just an illusion, that avatar had long since been compromised. Loki clicked his tongue. As the god of mischief, possessing the authority over trickery and deception, for so many years it had always been others who were deceived by him. Yet now, the tables had turned and instead, he was the one being played by others. Loki waved his hand, and an invisible door appeared before him. Loki lifted his foot and stepped inside. The next moment, the invisible door vanished. However, what Loki did not notice was that on the opposite side of the rooftop, a crow was quietly watching him. The next second, Loki appeared before Sister Xiaonan. Sister Xiaonan, who had originally been on her way to find him, was startled, but upon seeing Loki's face, she calmed down and handed over the Shiva's resentment in her hand. After taking the Shiva's resentment, Loki glanced at it. Confirming there were no issues, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shiva's resentment has been retrieved, so it's not too much of a loss. He then looked at Ling Xian, who was standing beside Sister Xiaonan without having spoken a word. "Who is he?" Sister Xiaonan replied with a calm expression, "My servant." Loki looked at Ling Xian again, seemingly sizing him up. A moment later, Loki nodded. "If you like it, then do as you please, but you cannot have too many servants. The journey back will be very troublesome." Sister Xiaonan nodded, and Loki said no more. He put away Shiva's resentment and was about to take Sister Xiaonan and the others away, but when he raised his hand, as if he had seen something, his expression turned to one of terror. He didn't even spare a thought for Sister Xiaonan and Ling Xian, vanishing on his own. Sister Xiaonan was stunned, not understanding why Loki would show such an expression. At this moment, Ling Xian patted her on the shoulder. She turned her head and saw Ling Xian signaling her to look behind. When Sister Xiaonan turned her head, she saw a figure wearing classical robes slowly walking toward them. That figure had a monocle over his right eye and a smile on his lips. From his body, the aura of a supreme god radiated. How could there be a supreme god in Great Xia at this time? Sister Xiaonan could not understand, just as Loki could not understand when his avatar had been compromised. She also could not understand how there could be a supreme god in Great Xia. Could it be that Qin Cheng called him here? Sister Xiaonan recalled what Qin Cheng had told them earlier, that he had called a deity to help during the Jinan Mountain incident. Could it be this one? While Sister Xiaonan's thoughts were racing, Amon also walked up close. He adjusted his monocle, leaned down, looked at Sister Xiaonan, and smiled. The same aura. To Sister Xiaonan, judging from Loki's expression just now, this deity was clearly the opposite of Loki. Since they were opposites, he probably wouldn't mind crushing her, a mere agent in passing. But she also understood that as an agent who was only at the Klein realm, how could she possibly escape from the hands of a supreme god? She just didn't want to sit and wait for death. But for some reason, that supreme god merely glanced at them again, and then vanished from the spot, with no intention of venting his anger on them. Sister Xiaonan froze for a moment, but she still grabbed Ling Xian and took him away from there. Regardless of anything, this place cannot be stayed in any longer. Somewhere in Songnan City, Chen Cheng appeared with Lin Chiye. He tried his best to bring Lin Chiye toward the center of Songnan City, as this would maximize the difficulty of taking Lin Chiye away from Songnan, though for that god of mischief, this distance might not be an issue. As soon as Lin Chiye landed, a magic circle appeared in his hand. A coin also appeared in Chen Cheng's hand. The two each performed divination in their own way, and only after confirming that Loki had not caught up did they breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Cheng, tell me, is it true that I cannot leave Songnan? Lin Chiye turned around and asked seriously. Chen Cheng did not hide it and nodded directly. In any case, Lin Chiye could probably guess it, so there was no point in hiding it anymore. Lin Chiye had an, as expected, expression, but he was more curious about why. Why can't I leave Songnan? Is it because of me? Or something else? Lin Chiye felt that Chen Cheng must know a lot. He had originally wanted to ask the master, but the master had never told him, so he could only come to ask Chen Cheng. After thinking for a while, Chen Cheng shook his head. I don't know much more. I only know that if you leave Songnan, something very big will happen. Lin Chiye stared into Chen Cheng's eyes. Bigger than what is happening now. Chen Cheng looked down at the ground and after deliberating, nodded. Yes, bigger than what is happening now. To his surprise, Lin Chiye nodded without hesitation. He had originally thought Lin Chiye would get to the bottom of it. You're not going to ask any more. Chen Cheng looked at Lin Chiye with some curiosity. Lin Chiye shook his head. Since I know it's bigger than what's happening now. Regardless of your reason, whether it's good intentions, or if you truly don't know, at least it's for my own good. Then I have no need to get to the bottom of it. As long as I know I cannot leave Songnan, that is enough. Chen Cheng was silent for a moment. Although Lin Chiye's answer surprised him a bit, it also seemed reasonable. After all, this was more like Lin Chiye's personality. Then what shall we do next? Chen Cheng asked tentatively. After thinking for a while, Lin Chiye looked in a certain direction. I want to go back to the agency and take a look. Although the previous captain was Loki in disguise, I'm still a little worried. Chen Cheng nodded and placed his hand on Lin Chiye's shoulder. Although he could teleport himself, it was ultimately easier for Chen Cheng to take him along. Then let's go. After saying that, Chen Cheng activated Realm of Mystery, taking the two away from there. A few seconds after they vanished, an ordinary office worker wearing a monocle walked over. He looked around, and a smile curled on his lips. Sword Saint Zhou Ping looked at the tall deity before him, and gripped his sword tightly. I said, you shall not pass. He spoke softly, his voice echoing in Poseidon's ears. This made Poseidon even more annoyed. It was already a loss of face not to be able to break through a mortal's defense, and now this mortal was telling him with a serious face that he could not pass. If this were to spread, where would he put his face? He might be laughed at by other deities for a long time. Poseidon raised both hands slightly and said angrily, Mortal, you have truly angered me. As he spoke, he channeled his divine power, and the surrounding sea immediately churned with monstrous waves. Now, I am going to get serious. Sword Saint Zhou Ping's expression was grave, and his long sword was about to be unsheathed, but a powerful aura arrived at this moment. It did not come from Poseidon, nor from the outside world, but from Great Xia behind Sword Saint Zhou Ping. Sword Saint Zhou Ping and Poseidon turned their heads at the same time. They saw a man standing on a rooftop not far away. The man had a tall build and curly hair like ocean waves. He was wearing a high-collared long coat, and his skin was bronze-colored. At first glance, he seemed like just an ordinary fisherman, but Sword Saint Zhou Ping and Poseidon sensed from the man a deep-sea authority that was not at all inferior to, and perhaps even stronger than Poseidon's. In other words, this man who looked ordinary before them was at least a main god, and there was a high probability that he was a supreme god. Hello, my name is Alger Wilson. The tall man spoke slowly, seemingly using some kind of ability that allowed his voice to be clearly heard by Sword Saint Zhou Ping and Poseidon even though he was at a great distance from them. Commander Yifan smoked another cigarette, but even though he appeared calm, his current situation was really not good. The Buddha light around him was about to be completely devoured, and from the void before him, Hades's smug laughter came from time to time. At this moment, Commander Yifan and Hades simultaneously sensed an aura of death. This aura made even Hades, who held many authorities over death, feel a sense of trepidation. Who is it? Hades looked around, finally stopping behind Commander Yifan. Commander Yifan's reaction was not bad either. He turned around to look behind him. Not far from him stood a middle-aged man who looked very gentle. The middle-aged man wore a black divine robe, and on the robe were complex and mysterious silver-white symbols. He had bronze-colored skin, black curly hair, and seemed to have a pair of deep eyes that had seen all the vicissitudes of life. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a calm and gentle temperament, but Commander Yifan and Hades both sensed an aura of a master of death from that man. "Hello, my name is Isaac Eggers." The man spoke gently. 101 Chapter 100 I want to see Chapter 100, want to see. After finishing all of this, Gurman, having hidden his achievements and fame, cast a distant glance at Isaac Eggers before turning to leave. The next second, he appeared in Shangjing City, thousands of miles away. Gurman looked down at the city, the corners of his mouth curling up. He raised his hand to cover his face, and when he lowered it, the face of Gehrman Sparrow had changed. His face now appeared young, his skin slightly yellowish, and his features somewhat ordinary, yet he carried an air of a scholar. This face was little known. It was a visage known only to a few members of the Tarot Club, or beings like Ammonizes. This was the face of the remnant of the outer deity, Zhou Mingrui, and it was the face that truly belonged to him. Gurman, or rather Zhou Mingrui, took a step forward and vanished from the rooftop. When he appeared again, it was inside Xiaopinga's office. Xiaopinga had been enjoying his tea, but upon sensing the aura of a deity, he had grabbed his star blade, ready to rush out to investigate. However, before he could even leave the office, the deity came to find him. Zhou Mingrui first adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose before saying to Xiaopinga, "Captain, I've come this time, just to let you know. I'll be leaving soon, I won't disturb you." Xiaopinga's inner vigilance did not diminish in the slightest. What kind of joke is this? A supreme god breaks into the territory of Great Xia for no reason, and tells me they have no malicious intent. May I ask which deity you are? Xiaopinga had already shown the utmost respect to this deity, whose title was unknown but who exuded a powerful aura. You may call me. Xiaopinga's heart jolted upon hearing the name, the Fool. As the captain of the Shangjing City squad, his authority within the Night Watcher was naturally very high, so he had long heard of this fool before him. Or rather, he was more aware of the commotion caused by the agent of the fool, clearing Jinan Mountain, ranking first in the training camp, cooperating to kill the Snake Woman and Han Xiaoyun, and summoning a deity to hold the line during the Jinan Mountain incident. Any one of these deeds would be enough for the Night Watcher to remember him, let alone all of them being the work of the same person. Thus, from a long time ago, the level of attention within the Night Watcher towards this fool had never been lower than that of the Seraph. Sometimes it was even higher. After all, the Seraph was too distant, while one of the angels under this fool was a deity who had even made an appearance. How could the higher-ups not pay attention to this? Xiaopinga took a deep breath, trying his best to calm his mood. Then why have you come to Shangjing? Zhou Mingrui smiled and restrained his aura. I want to see. Want to see. Xiaopinga was a bit confused. Want to see. His agent. But his agent should be in Songnan right now. This city. This country. Xiaopinga couldn't quite figure it out, so he could only wait and see if the fool wanted to answer. Fortunately, the fool did not seem to have an arrogant or domineering personality, and his expression remained gentle throughout. I want to see this city. Don't worry, I have no malicious intent. I will only stay for a few minutes. Zhou Mingrui knew how great the potential threat of an unknown deity was, so he approached this with a mindset of negotiation. He also tried to speak as gently as possible to Xiaopinga to avoid making him agitated. Xiaopinga was somewhat puzzled. A high and mighty deity generally, wouldn't they be thinking about matters of faith and authority? Why would he want to see this city? Or was there some other purpose? Although he knew his speculation was somewhat biased, the safety of a city was at stake, and Xiaopinga could not afford to be careless. If it weren't for the fact that the agent of the fool, and the fool himself had shown no malice during their few appearances, and had explicitly stated they would not interfere with Great Xia, Xiaopinga's suspicions would only be deeper. Shall I accompany you? After deliberating for a long time, Xiaopinga came up with a barely acceptable solution. The fool only thought for a moment before smiling and nodding. Thankfully, this fool seems easy to communicate with. Xiaopinga silently breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. With the human ceiling absent and no deities in Great Xia, if this fool had malicious intent, he really didn't know how Shanjing City would face a supreme god. Then let's go. Xiaopinga calmed his mood and extended an invitation. Zhou Mingrui nodded. Although he could teleport directly, since he wanted to see, he wanted to do so as an ordinary person, so walking would be fine. Xiaopinga opened the door and walked out first. Zhou Mingrui followed behind and conveniently closed the door gently, which made Xiaopinga, who had been secretly observing him, relax a bit more. Chen Cheng teleported back to the agency with Lin Qiye, and following their senses, they found Captain Chen Mai and the others sitting in the conference room. The others who had been teleported back were all there, and even Zhao Kongqing, who hadn't gone with them, was inside. However, only Sister Xiaonan and Ling Xian were missing. After seeing the expression on Captain Chen Mai's face, Lin Qiye understood everything. So Loki wasn't lying. Lin Qiye was stunned and speechless, but he wouldn't lose his reason because of this. He took a deep breath, looked at Captain Chen Mai, and asked Captain, what happened? Captain Chen Mai sighed and recounted the events exactly as they happened, from Sister Xiaonan revealing her Klein-level cultivation to stealing the Shiva's resentment and taking Ling Xian away. Finally, Captain Chen Mai sighed again, and took a thin piece of gauze from his pocket. Underneath the gauze, there seemed to be a piece of parchment. Sister Xiaonan is a good child, she didn't really take the Shiva's resentment. I don't know how she plans to deceive Loki. But I believe Sister Xiaonan wouldn't be so foolish as to try and deceive Loki with a flawed Shiva's resentment. She must have prepared something. Therefore in the corners we couldn't see, Sister Xiaonan had long anticipated today's situation and started preparing early. Captain Chen Mai's eyes were filled with sorrow. Even now, he still couldn't accept the fact that Sister Xiaonan was the agent of Loki, but he was the captain, so he had been comforting his teammates all along. Lin Qiye's eyes were complex. He didn't know what to say for a moment. He wanted to comfort Captain Chen Mai and the others, but after thinking for a long time, he could only sigh, patting Captain Chen Mai on the shoulder. Sister Xiaonan will come back. Captain Chen Mai nodded. He said silently in his heart, perhaps everyone here could wait for Sister Xiaonan to return, but he could not. Chen Cheng stood to the side, having said nothing the whole time. After Lin Qiye turned around, Chen Cheng also patted him on the shoulder, a form of silent comfort. Let's go, Lin Qiye said in a low voice. Staying here will only cause them trouble. If they stayed here, Loki would eventually find this place, and then Captain Chen Mai and the others would be in danger. Chen Cheng nodded. He placed his hand on Lin Qiye's shoulder and teleported away with him, leaving only Captain Chen Mai and the others looking at the spot where they had departed, their thoughts in turmoil. Chen Cheng took Lin Qiye to somewhere unknown. As soon as they landed, Chen Cheng looked around. There was no one, but feeling uneasy, he took out a coin and quickly performed a divination. But the result he got was very bad. Tails, there was danger. Chen Cheng reacted quickly and grabbed Lin Qiye to leave, but as he entered the teleportation state, he vaguely saw the figure of Loki slowly approaching. Fortunately, Loki was a step too slow. Chen Cheng and Lin Qiye successfully teleported, but it seemed there was some accident, the intended location was offset, and Chen Cheng and Lin Qiye were forced to land in another place. As soon as they landed, Chen Cheng's spirituality gave a warning. He grabbed Lin Chiye and performed a short-range teleport, just barely dodging Loki's attack. Loki walked over from not far away, and withdrew his hand, seeming somewhat surprised by Chen Cheng's reaction. Chen Cheng observed his surroundings and roughly determined their location. This was also the outskirts of Tsangnan City, the same as the previous battlefield. Is it already starting to interfere directly? Chen Cheng muttered to himself. There was no doubt that the earlier accident was the world interfering by force. Because the future of Lin Chiye leaving Tsangnan City was delayed in unfolding, the world chose to intervene directly. Meanwhile, in a house in Tsangnan City, several men were raising their glasses and drinking heartily. In the mental hospital at the center, a patient wearing a hospital gown was squatting by the wall, muttering incessantly, "I am a mushroom." In another room, a family of 3 was getting along harmoniously. The parents were busy cooking in the kitchen, while the child was quietly doing homework in the living room. A beggar, having nowhere to go and forced to hide under a bridge, hugged his legs tight and curled up. These simple scenes were happening in every corner of Tsangnan City, but from this moment on, these ordinary people, big or small, old or young, without exception, all raised their hands. They reached into their pockets whether they existed or not and finally slowly took out a. At this moment, whether it was the men drinking, the family of 3, the mental patient, the curled-up beggar, or people like them, they all placed that monocle over their right eye socket. They all curled the corners of their mouths at the same time and made a sound. Chapter 101 Zhou Mingrui. These Amon turned their heads simultaneously to look in a certain direction. At the very top of Tsangnan City, Amon, wearing classical robes, appeared. He gazed at the location where Loki and Chen Cheng had met, the corners of his mouth curling up. Interesting. They were almost completely parasitized, yet they were inexplicably influenced. Amon raised his head and looked at the sky. Is it because they were influenced by this world? Ripples flowed within Amon's deep eye sockets. He stared at that empty sky, but his gaze did not seem to stop in the air. Instead, it reached further, beyond this world. He seemed to lock eyes with Lin Chiye, who was outside the world. Amon adjusted his monocle, withdrew his gaze, and vanished from the spot the next moment. Loki looked at the 2 young men before him, a smile playing on his lips. He had just been toyed with by that supreme god of unknown honorific name. Just moments ago, all his avatars within Tsangnan City had lost connection. Now, the only avatar he had left in Daxia was this one. He hadn't managed to obtain Shiva's resentment either. It had been left behind in the original avatar. It was impossible to retrieve it now. Since that was the case, he might as well give Daxia a gift before leaving. Chen Cheng, sensing things were going south, grabbed Lin Chiye, intending to enter a hidden state. However, before he could make a move, his position was instantly separated from Lin Chiye by tens of meters. Even though Chen Cheng reacted extremely quickly, by the time he teleported back to Lin Chiye's side, the surrounding environment had already been altered by Loki. Or rather, Loki had deceived Lin Chiye, causing him to walk out of Tsangnan City while unconsciously trying to evade. Chen Cheng and Lin Chiye turned to look around together. The environment had changed. Although they were still at the battlefield, they were now hundreds of meters away from the original location, appearing just outside the border of Tsangnan City. Chen Cheng looked abruptly at Tsangnan not far away. From the moment Lin Chiye was taken out of Tsangnan, Tsangnan City began to change. Old houses, small shops nestled between high-rise buildings. Every old building existing in Tsangnan City dissipated into the wind like dust. The newly built asphalt roads vanished, replaced by muddy ground. The wedding shop, streetlights, billboards, noodle shops, and even the agency where Captain Chen Mai and the others were located, all began to gradually disappear. Lin Chiye stared blankly at this scene, unable to believe it. Not far away, Loki laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Lin Chiye, look. Look at the city you've lived in since you were a child, it's disappearing. Lin Chiye took a few steps, attempting to walk back into Tsangnan City, hoping to change all of this. Loki did not stop him, instead letting him carry out this action. But when Lin Xie walked back into Songnan City, nothing had improved. At this moment, Lin Xie understood that this disappearance was irreversible. He turned his head, wanting to ask Qin Sheng, but this turn left him frozen in place. He saw that Qin Sheng, standing not far away, was gradually disappearing, starting from his fingers, just like the buildings. 10 years ago, the people living in this city, including the buildings, will all disappear. Qin Sheng finally told Lin Xie this truth, but what he didn't understand was why he was disappearing too. But soon, he seemed to realize something, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "And I am 17 years old this year," he said slowly. This meant that 10 years ago, he was also in Songnan City. The gray fog around them began to riot. The realm of mystery, which had originally shrouded nearly half of Songnan City, revealed itself, surging crazily. Seeing the gray fog, Loki's pupils constricted, but sensing something, he breathed a sigh of relief. In the gray fog, a fool card flickered in and out of existence, emitting a faint light. The moment Qin Sheng began to disappear, Zhou Mingrui, who was shopping with Xiaopinga, let out an hum, and turned to look in the direction of Qin Sheng's location. Xiaopinga was a bit confused but didn't ask anything. Zhou Mingrui placed the milk tea in his hand on the table and smiled at Xiaopinga. "Sorry, I need to go do something. I'll leave once I'm done." Upon hearing this, Xiaopinga became vigilant, though he still feigned indifference on the surface. He asked, "What kind of matter? I wonder if the night watcher can handle it for you." Zhou Mingrui shook his head. "You can't." He looked toward that location again. "My child is having some trouble, and I have to go save him." Xiaopinga instantly thought of that agent of the fool. He remembered that a divine war was currently erupting in Songnan City. If something had gone wrong, it could only mean a deity had made a move, or perhaps, another even worse possibility. It seems that agent of the fool was also in Songnan 10 years ago. Xiaopinga silently recalled the information about that agent of the fool, 17 years old, never moved house. Xiaopinga rubbed his chin. It seemed there really was this possibility. The fool had already stood up and from nowhere, produced a hat and placed it on his head. "I'm leaving first. I'll accompany you shopping again when I have time." After saying this, the fool vanished from the spot. Xiaopinga stood up abruptly, immediately looking at the ordinary people around. However, those ordinary people only glanced over here, seemingly wanting to say something, but then seemingly forgetting, withdrawing their gazes and paying no more attention to this side. Some ordinary people who had already been looking this way had dull eyes for a moment, then went back to zoning out or looking at other things. Xiaopinga picked up the black box beside him. As expected of a deity. Just as Qin Sheng was left with only his torso, one leg, and his head, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. The moment that figure appeared, Loki's pupils constricted, and he prepared to leave. Zhou Mingrui didn't even lift a hand. With just a thought, he locked this space. Loki, halfway through teleporting, was squeezed out and returned to his original spot. Zhou Mingrui looked at Qin Sheng, and gently waved one hand. Qin Sheng's body, as if a reverse button had been pressed, began to restore the disappeared parts at a speed visible to the naked eye. Upon seeing this display of power, a glimmer of light appeared in Lin Xie's previously desperate eyes, and he was about to open his mouth to beg this deity to help him. But Zhou Mingrui had already sensed his thoughts and spoke first. "I cannot restore this city. The reason I can help Qin Sheng recover is, 1, because he is my agent, and 2, because my authority is special. But for an entire city, I cannot restore it." Lin Xie's eyes dimmed again. While watching Qin Sheng recover, Zhou Mingrui said to Lin Xie, "But I can give you a chance for revenge. Let's consider it a reward for the help you've given Qin Sheng." Lin Xie raised his head, seeming to be thinking about something, but soon shook his head. "I didn't help him for anything. Therefore, I do not need your help. I want to rely on myself." Zhou Mingrui waved his hand again, and the cultivation realm of Loki's current body was suppressed back down to the same Wuliang realm as Lin Xie's. He then gently tapped Lin Xie. The remnants of the miracle that had been violently surging into Lin Qia's body became stable, pushing Lin Qia's realm to the peak of the Wuliang realm. Lin Qia felt the power within his body, and looked at his hands. Then, he bowed solemnly to Zhou Mingrui before turning around resolutely and walking toward Loki. Blue magic circles appeared on his hands. As the magic circles vanished, 2 star blades appeared in his hands. Loki, today you must be buried with this city. As he spoke, blue and gold colors intertwined between Lin Qia's hands, outlining gorgeous patterns. Loki looked at the Lin Qia before him, seemingly realizing something, and his expression turned somewhat terrified. Zhou Mingrui did not pay any more attention to the battlefield behind him. While waiting for Chen Cheng's reconstruction to complete, he raised his hand, and a Fool card slowly flew out from the gray fog and landed in his hand. After putting away the Fool card, Zhou Mingrui raised his head and locked eyes with Michael, who was far away on the moon. He thought for a moment, then raised his hand, and a phantom door appeared before him. The door opened and on the other side was Michael, far away on the moon. Michael was not surprised by this move of Zhou Mingrui's. He simply sized up Zhou Mingrui for a few moments and spoke slowly, "You are not in any part of Earth's history. Where do you come from?" "It's hard to explain these things for now, but you should be interested in my honorific name," Zhou Mingrui said. Michael frowned. "What honorific name?" "A portion of my honorific name is, the fool that doesn't belong to this era." Michael lowered his head and thought seriously for a moment. Doesn't belong to this era. From the future or the past? There was a god of time beside Michael, yet he truly could not understand what this represented. But one thing was certain, the fool before him had an unknown origin, and was very dangerous. At least from the current perspective, his origin might be the same as those Cthulhu. "What is your relationship with those Cthulhu?" Michael asked. "No relationship. To be precise, I also want to figure out what they are." Michael stared at Zhou Mingrui, seemingly wanting to see something in his expression. Golden light flowed in his eyes, and after a moment, his eyes returned to calm. "I understand," Michael said slowly. "As long as you don't do anything to Earth, I won't interfere with anything else." Zhou Mingrui nodded. "Naturally." Michael let out an hum, his expression returning to the same joyless and sorrowless look it had at the beginning. Zhou Mingrui waved a hand, closing the invisible door. 103 Chapter 102 The Soul Returns. Chapter 102, Soul, Return. Chen Cheng waited for his body to slowly recover. He looked down at his hands, clenching and unclenching them. "Fool, was this your arrangement?" Chen Cheng asked curiously. Zhou Mingrui smiled and nodded. "When I crafted this body, I borrowed some of the miracles within this city, so you too will vanish as the city vanishes. Before I arrived, you had actually already died once, but I brought you back. This death serves little purpose for you now, but it will be of great use once you become a miracle invoker in the future." Chen Cheng did not quite understand, but he knew some of the abilities of a miracle invoker, one of which was resurrection. Is it because dying in advance counts as acting in advance? Chen Cheng speculated, though he remained uncertain. Chen Cheng's resurrection was not particularly slow. By the time the battle on Lin Qia's side was nearing its end, he had almost fully recovered. He raised his head to look at Lin Qia, and Loki battling not far away. He was not particularly worried about the outcome here, since Mr. Fool was present, he had no need to fear for his safety. "Fool, I am going to find someone," Chen Cheng said to Zhou Mingrui. Zhou Mingrui smiled and nodded. "Go ahead. I am here." Without hesitation upon hearing this, Chen Cheng steadied his mind and reconnected with the marionette in Songnan City. When Chen Cheng opened his eyes, he saw the surroundings of the marionette. It was in a dark, deep sewer, one of the few places in Songnan City that had not yet vanished. Previously, due to the influence of the miracle, Chen Cheng had vanished, and this marionette had naturally become uncontrollable. To avoid frightening and when the marionette revealed its true form, Chen Cheng had made an excuse, left the house, and controlled the marionette to teleport here. Chen Cheng brushed the dust off his clothes and raised his hand again, shifting the face of the marionette back to his own original appearance. Chen Cheng raised his head and vanished from the spot once more. So that is how it is. Inside Ant's house, Yang Jin watched as Ant gradually faded away, weeping uncontrollably. Ant turned her head, looked at her own body, and forced a smile. It is all right, Jin. Do not cry. I am very content to have such an impressive child as you. Ant smiled as she looked at Yang Jin. A faint, divine aura shimmered within her red, teary eyes. Yang Jin raised his hand to wipe away his tears, and looked up at Ant once more. He stepped back 2 paces, slowly knelt before her, and bowed deeply. Your child, Yang Jin, on behalf of the gods of Great Xia, offers an apology to all the victims of Sangnan City. Have arrived too late. Even as her body continued to fade, and still wore a gratified smile. She staggered forward a few steps to stand before Yang Jin, and gently helped him up. With firm strength, she pulled Yang Jin into an embrace, protecting her child just as she had when he was young. It is all right, silly child. With you here, Mom has lived every day in happiness. It is good that you have returned. It is good that you have returned. Before she could finish, Ant's dissipation was already more than half complete. All that remained in this world was half of her kind, gentle face. Yang Jin took a deep breath, his eyes resolute as he said, Mom, rest assured. 10 years ago, we did not arrive in time, but 10 years later, we have been given a chance to save everyone. He reached out, and with a flash of silver light, a gray cloth bag appeared in his hand. This is the soul-gathering bag, a treasure of the Heavenly Lord, capable of containing all the souls within this city. Ant glanced at the bag, waiting for Yang Jin to continue. Once all the souls are collected into the soul-gathering bag, and the Heavenly Lord reshapes their physical bodies, the process will be complete. When that time comes, Sangnan will reappear in the world. Yang Jin looked at Ant earnestly. Mom, I must ask you to endure some hardship during this time. Ant shook her head. It is no hardship. In the future, you will be on your own, take care of yourself and take care of your brother. Yang Jin nodded. And brother will not be in any danger. Ant smiled again. That is good. That is good. After saying these words, Ant's body vanished completely. Yang Jin suppressed his grief, walked to the window, and opened the bag in his hand. He opened his mouth, and a low voice echoed throughout all of Sangnan City, souls, return. While he was in the process of collecting the souls of Sangnan City, Chen Cheng stood outside the room. He pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to wait. Yang Jin retrieved the bag and walked back into the house. Looking at the empty living room, he felt a sense of loss. Just then, Chen Cheng, who was outside, turned his head and locked eyes with a child wearing a fire-red hoodie. The two stared at each other, neither speaking first. Chen Cheng tilted his head, and the child tilted his head in response. The two remained outside, tilting their heads back and forth, repeating the action. When Yang Jin pushed the door open, this was the bizarre scene he witnessed. Are you two doing? Yang Jin's expression turned strange. Why did it seem like the two of them were having fun? Yang Jin looked at the child in the fire-red hoodie and asked, What are you doing here? After asking, Yang Jin turned his head to look at Chen Cheng. And why have you come? Both turned to look at Yang Jin simultaneously. Chen Cheng gestured to Neza with his eyes, signaling him to speak first. Neza did not decline and said directly, Whatever you are going to do, I will do. How much of your strength has recovered? Are you going there to die? Yang Jin frowned. Neza shrugged indifferently. You are going to die if you go alone anyway. That is still better than you and me going to die together. Although you are the most intact among us, you may not necessarily be able to kill an outer god who has retained their full strength. I still have the 100-year cycle. Yang Jin's final statement was firm, yet it caused even Neza to frown. Do you know the consequences of overdrawing your godhood? That is not important. Yang Jin shook his head. The gods of Great Xia have been absent for a century. Now, we must use the most direct and shocking method to tell those outer gods that we, the gods of Great Xia, have returned. Chen Cheng turned to look at Neza, then at Yang Jin, interrupting their argument. Actually, neither of you needs to go. The two looked at Chen Cheng, speaking in unison. Chen Cheng spread his hands. The deity behind me has already taught those outer gods a lesson. Moreover, Chen Cheng recalled what Mr. Fool had said to his main body. Every invading outer god has a deity corresponding to them. In other words, from the perspective of the outer gods, Great Xia has at least 3 gods. Yang Jin's expression turned serious. Do you know what you are saying? Chen Cheng looked Yang Jin straight in the eye. I am saying that the deity behind me can summon at least 2 more gods. Even Neza could not remain calm at this. Putting aside who the deity behind Chen Cheng was, why would he help Great Xia? Among all the outer gods encountered so far, even those like Thor who had expressed goodwill toward Great Xia, had never actually helped them. As for the other gods, there was no need to mention them. If not for the thick fog, they would have devoured Great Xia entirely, kept its people in captivity, and claimed its territory as their own property. What exactly is the purpose of the deity behind Chen Cheng? Yang Jin stared at Chen Cheng, lost in thought. Just as the 3 of them stood in a stalemate, Chen Cheng suddenly grew panicked. Oh no, time is up. On the side of Chen Cheng's main body, the spiritual power within him was rapidly receding, and Mr. Fool, who had been beside him, had also departed a few minutes ago. The marionette Chen Cheng left a final sentence for the bewildered Yang Jin and Neza. You do not need to know the rest. You only need to know one thing. The deity behind me harbors no malice. You may ask the Heavenly Lord about it. With that, Chen Cheng's figure vanished, leaving only Yang Jin and Neza behind, staring at each other. Is what he said trustworthy? We will know if we ask the Heavenly Lord. That makes sense. The marionette Chen Cheng reappeared in the sewer. At the very moment his main body's level dropped to the sea realm, the marionette disconnected, slumping helplessly to the ground as the features on its face shifted back to his original appearance. On the side of Chen Cheng's main body, his level continued to drop from the peak of the sea realm down to the sea realm, and finally back to the Chuan realm, eventually stopping at the peak of the Chuan realm. Chen Cheng felt the slightly fuller spiritual power within his body. For a moment, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. If he were to be happy, the experience card had expired. If he were to be sad, his level had actually improved a little. I suppose there is some benefit. Chen Cheng glanced at Lin Chiye not far away. Shortly before Chen Cheng's level had dropped, Lin Chiye had also finished his battle. Ordinarily, Lin Chiye would not have been able to end the fight so quickly. This was because Loki had summoned Jormungandr mid-battle to interfere. However, at the last moment, Lin Chiye had pulled off a major maneuver, using summoning magic combined with the miracle of the mortal god realm to summon an unexpected, angel. The angel was about 1.7 meters tall and wore a black Gothic dress. Her form was somewhat translucent, but that was not the main point. The point was that she had no head. She carried her heads in her hands, 4 of them, all identical. The moment he saw the summoned angel, Chen Cheng was stunned. Chen Cheng spoke in disbelief. Yes, the creature Lin Chiye had summoned was none other than the Holy Spirit angel of the Church of the Fool, Rionette Tinker. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.